Hoth also noted the proliferation of small arms despite DDR. You cannot demobilize someone who has a gun, he pointed out, and guns were everywhere. 45 soldiers stayed in their own housing with their own guns, Quill explained. The militias before the war, neither absorbed nor known, also had guns. Soldiers were relieved from the army but still with their guns. 46 Speaking to the African Union's Investigative Commission, an unnamed civilian testified, "We are all insecure, society is infested with small arms." 47 Armed men used their weapons to terrorize civilians. Taban Romano, a legal aid attorney with the South Sudan Law Society, told the O Commission that people go for revenge killings because the justice system is very weak, must take the law into their own hands. He noted that soldiers were turning on the public, stuffing civilians into ad hoc prisons. A lot of detention centers have been created for civilians, he said. 48 To the unnamed witness, it was clear that the army was there not to protect the people but rather to secure the ambitions of its commanders. I am asking myself, do we need an army? The army has turned its guns against us. Why have innocent young men turned these guns against innocent civilians? Because to be a politician you have to be a general, to be a general is also to be a businessman. The most important thing is security. We will need to involve demilitarization of the population. But rearming is going on. New groups of people are coming into the army. When was this recruitment done? Why? A colony restored. Tribalism. The politicization of ethnicity was not the only vestige of colonialism retained in South Sudan. In the course of the transition from the CPA to the 2011 independence referendum, and in the years since, South Sudan became a dependency of foreign powers. These included states, whose interest was primarily in South Sudan's oil deposits and in securing assistance in the war on terror, and international organizations such as the United Nations. The United Nations mission in South Sudan, the peacekeeping mission established by the UN Security Council in July 2011, was supposed to assist Juba in developing the basis of a democratic, multi-ethnic state. Instead, the UN's functionaries tried to do the state's work for it, while South Sudan's ministries carried on as tribal fiefdoms. The UN called out this corruption, never acknowledging that, far from corruption, tribal despotism reflects the correct functioning of administrative institutions under the logic of colonial modernity. The UN operators slotted easily into this logic, taking on a role similar to that previously occupied by the British colonial administration. While the UN did not deploy disciplinary violence as the British had, it did become the operator of the central state, while the ministers of South Sudan took on the role of native authorities. From their perches in the so-called government, the ministers and their ground-level aides used oil money and their armies to control tribal homelands. The UN had its own money from donors and ran a number of statewide projects on its own, as an authority separate from the central state and having minimal contact with its ministers and local functionaries. In effect, the UN oversaw implementation of the CPA and various development efforts while giving its blessing to the ministers to go their merry way. True, it was a grudging blessing. While the British happily relied on native authority, the UN called it corruption, even while facilitating it. Just how did this system work? As a participant in Caucus of Women, a South Sudanese NGO, explained in testimony to the O Commission, employment in the ministry, from the Director General to the cleaner, is for only one tribe. When a minister is appointed, his first question is how many people from his tribe are there in the ministry. If he thinks them not enough, then some others are dismissed without due process and tribespersons are appointed. Better trained and more experienced cadre were available, but they were denied employment on grounds ranging from not having participated in the struggle, to having worked in the north, to speaking Arabic but not English. 49 As for the skilled bureaucrats who managed to hold onto their jobs, they were simply ignored. The editor of the South Sudanese newspaper Citizen told the O Commission, there were lots of people attached to each ministry for the past 8 years. But there is no political will to implement what has been recommended. 50. The resulting gaps in technical capacity were filled by donor-driven international NGOs and other international organizations. But that is all they did. Never did UNMISS even attempt to fulfill its grander mission, which Hilda Johnson, the director of the effort, described as state building and nation building. Nation building, of course, had already been achieved under colonialism and through its intellectual inheritance. As for state building, the program Johnson administered was designed to foster the opposite, dependency. The money came from donors and was placed in the Capacity Building Trust Fund, a mechanism operated by UNICEF and administered by an international accounting firm. The South Sudanese government had no control over the money. I argued that NGOs and UN agencies had to be major beneficiaries of the multi-donor trust fund and help to implement programs on contract from the government, Johnson explained. Such an agreement could facilitate continuation of UN and NGO programs in the South, with no gaps, at the same time ensuring government leadership and ownership. 51. The trouble is that, in fact, the UN and other NGOs kept the leadership and ownership for themselves. International donors, presidential advisor Peter Ajak wrote in the New York Times, deployed legions of foreign technical assistants who, eager to showcase immediate results, ended up doing everything themselves, transferring little know-how to South Sudanese civil servants. 52 Hiru Amanuel, an Ethiopian who served as director of the political department of UNMISS, remarked on how UN paternalism and South Sudanese dependence fed one another. The internationals resist government attempts to take control and yet complain that the government leaves everything for them to do. 53 When the O Commission asked Johnson what went wrong, why South Sudan had fallen apart on the UN's watch, she laid the blame elsewhere. The CPA avoided questions to do with intra-South Sudanese tensions. 54 This is not wrong, exactly, but a lot is missing. Pointing to intra-South Sudanese tensions is a way of ignoring the international community's failure to live up to its promise of assisting South Sudan in state building, while conveniently omitting the role of foreign actors in fostering said tensions, including through the CPA itself. And so corruption, or more precisely, native authority, was allowed to run rampant. Oil, which is the backbone of the South Sudanese economy, accounting for over 90% of its export income, is an easy source of graft. Haile Menkrios, another Ethiopian and former UN Special Representative to Sudan and South Sudan, told the O Commission, oil revenue for Sudan as a whole was $50 to $60 billion from 2005, of which 50% came to South Sudan. There is nothing to show for it. He noted that oil sold on the spot market, that is, oil purchased with cash for immediate delivery to the buyer, is especially likely to serve corrupt interests. None of the spot market money got into the bank, he said. It is divided between individuals. 55. The question for the donors and international organizations is why they continued to pretend, under these circumstances, that South Sudan was any kind of state, even one in the making. While NGOs lauded the heroes of the SPLA, they were circumventing formal procedures in order to line their own pockets, and everyone knew it. In June 2012, President Kiir accused 75 top public officials of collectively stealing $4.5 billion in oil money, although the former Minister of Finance thought the number was exaggerated. 56 among those accused were ministers who were later detained. In a 2014 interview with the O Commission, 4 of these ministers shot back, calling Kiir the leading corrupt person. They pointed out that all contracts for roads in Juba town over the past 4 years were awarded to his own company, a firm called Hyatt, unrelated to the international hotelier. He began, according to these ministers, by giving Hyatt a contract of $238 million without the parliament or the ministry or anyone being involved. When Elijah Malokalang, the deputy governor of the Bank of South Sudan, objected and blocked payment of the contract, President Kiir wrote to President Bashir, as the South was not yet independent and its central bank remained under Khartoum's control. Kiir accused Malok himself of public theft and demanded his arrest. Kiir then made a standing order in the ministry that money to the Hyatt company should be deducted every month from the oil money. 57 The World Bank also accused Kiir and other high-ranking figures of corruption. According to Lukjo, a former Minister of Justice, the World Bank's forensic audit of grain sales found that over 290 companies received millions of dollars without any delivery, and those who were overpaid included the president's own family, along with business people from his region. In addition, army leaders, ministers, and members of parliament were accused of involvement. 58. The SPLA under Kiir was an essentially corrupt enterprise. Speaking to the O Commission, former South African President Thabo Mbeki gave an example of what he had learned of SPLA operations. George Athor had been Quartermaster General of SPLA. He got all monies to pay salaries. Salva said he got reports from soldiers they don't get paid. Salva instituted an inquiry, which found Athor stealing money, paying ghost soldiers, but not paying real soldiers. When Salva decided to take disciplinary action, the leadership of SPLA sent a big delegation to say you cannot take action, if you do SPLA will split. Leave it alone. Salva left it alone. 59. In other words, the SPLA was parceling out the fabric of the state itself. Its agents did so for their own immediate gain. The higher UPS let it happen so that the SPLA would not collapse and, in doing so, undermine their own benefits, and the UN and the donors celebrated the higher UPS as the legitimate rulers of a legitimate state. Outside supporters griped about corruption while empowering the corrupt party. The fish rots from the head down, as a saying, popular in the region, goes. It is no wonder that South Sudan descended into chaos. Everyone in control was committed to perpetuating the colonial nightmare, because doing so served their agendas. For the SPLA, tribal government and tribal mentalities were a source of authority and a route to wealth. Meanwhile, the international community perpetuated colonial paternalism both through its programs and through its false beliefs. The self-exculpating notion that tribe was in the marrow of Sudan became the West's excuse for its ignorance. Refusing to understand what colonialism had done to Sudan, the international community upheld the very people the SPLA who had the most to gain from weaponizing tribal identity. Some parallels, Rwanda and Eritrea. The eruption of tribally organized violence in South Sudan in 2013 is widely considered the most devastating instance of extreme violence in post-colonial Africa, with the exception of the 1994 Rwandan genocide. At the same time, the secession and independence of South Sudan is one of only 2 cases of self-determination in post-colonial Africa, the other being Eritrean independence. What lessons can we draw from the comparison between, on the one hand, Rwanda and South Sudan, and on the other, South Sudan and Eritrea? Rwanda is a metaphor for political violence in Africa. As such, it was a wake-up call, the instigator of a major shift in thinking. The generation that grew up before the Rwandan genocide thought of violence in Fanonist terms as the midwife of revolution, social change, and progress. On this view, the revolution supplied political independence, which was itself the end of political struggle and the beginning of a social struggle destined to be won. As long as there was independence, social justice would be achieved. Violence was thus either revolutionary or counter-revolutionary, either it was the violence of those trying to usher in social justice or the violence of those determined to prevent it. No third possibility existed. But Rwanda demonstrated otherwise. The violence of the genocide was not that of the poor against the rich, or of the powerless against the powerful. Instead, the poor slaughtered each other, and the rich devoured fellow rich. Both victims and perpetrators understood the violence in ethnic or racial, not class terms. There are instructive parallels in these cases. In Rwanda, Belgian colonizers had classified the population into 2 opposed groups, Tutsi and Hutu, even though the majority of the population was mixed. Similarly, in Sudan, colonial historiography characterized one group of locals, a portion of those speaking Arabic at home, as Arabs and the rest as Africans. In Rwanda, the colonial power set up the minority Tutsi as managers of a state that contained a Hutu majority, while in Sudan the colonial power deputized the Arab minority to run a state with an African majority. The 1959 revolution in Rwanda, with tacit support from the departing colonial power, declared itself a Hutu revolution, much as the leaders of post-1956 Sudan saw themselves as the builders of an Arab nation-state. The 1994 liberation of Rwanda, with active participation from the Ugandan army and tacit support from the United States, turned the tables, placing the Tutsi-dominated Rwanda Patriotic Army in charge. Likewise, the SPLA fought for decades to create a new political order and, with support from afar, took up power in the aftermath of violence. The response of the global human rights community was similarly blinkered in each case. Many who wrote about the genocide in Rwanda treated the violence as a senseless expression of ethnic hatreds, a cultural phenomenon born of timeless tribal enmities. Writers such as Philip Gurevich and Samantha Power exceptionalized Rwanda's violence as a form of radical evil. They failed to join the likes of Hannah Arendt and Sven Lindqvist in recognizing that extreme violence has a history. Arendt and Lindqvist historicized the violence of the Holocaust. They showed it to be non-exceptional, an outcome decades, even centuries, in the making. 60 Rwanda was not so different. Nor was Sudan, yet the likes of Hilda Johnson could, with a straight face, blame ethnic violence in South Sudan on the CPA's failure to address intra-South Sudanese tensions, as though the UN were not involved in implementing the colonial native administration that fostered these tensions in the first place, and as though the Western-brokered CPA did not itself perpetuate tribalism by practically ensuring the permanent, legal division of North and South through secession. Southern independence points to another constructive comparison, a contrast rather than a parallel. In the aftermath of genocide, Rwanda followed the Nuremberg model by criminalizing perpetrators, but it also bucked that model by maintaining state unity, something that didn't happen in Sudan. In Rwanda, Hutu were equated with perpetrators and Tutsi with victims, even though both sides spilled copious blood, but they were not separated in two different political communities. Hutu were marginalized in the subsequent political process, and the new power ruled in the name of survivors, which meant Tutsi. This was a consequence of the community-level reconciliation process, known as Gakaka, in which alleged perpetrators were forgiven in return for speaking the truth, that is, for implicating others who would not come forward voluntarily, so that they might be dealt with by the law. In Sudan, of course, the Troika called for the creation of a separate state for victims, that is, for ethnic cleansing. South Sudan is the outcome. Ethnic cleansing occurred in the multi-phase civil war, as the South was more and more Africanized, and after the CPA was signed, as SPLA tribal chiefs solidified their authority within the homelands. In return for cooperating in the division of the country, amnesty was conferred on the leadership on both sides of the new border. There was no public acknowledgement of the violence of the multi-phase civil war, whether perpetrated by the ruling party in the north or by the party about to take over in the south. The CPA, the foreign powers, and the NGOs all sanctioned the ethnic cleaning that created South Sudan. The comparison between Rwanda and Sudan shows that the colonial narrative affected the settler-native divide in each case, but without leading to the same outcomes. There was a single-country solution in Rwanda and a two-country solution in Sudan. Would the continued leadership of Garang in Sudan have made for a different outcome? The difference between the outcomes in Rwanda and Sudan, a unified Rwanda and a divided Sudan, suggests that the situation in South Sudan could have turned out differently had the balance of political forces been different. The comparison between South Sudan and Eritrea also sheds light on the violent wages of Sudan's status as an epistemologically, if not legally, colonized territory. Eritrea broke away from Ethiopia following its 1991 military victory over the regime of Mengistu Haile Mariam. In 1993, Eritrea became independent, the culmination of a 30-year struggle. External interests were decidedly absent, as the end of the Cold War reduced foreign interference. With the Soviet Union limping and then collapsed, the United States shed its fear that local independence was merely a Trojan horse for a superpower rival. In Sudan the situation was very different. What encouraged the Sudanese government to engage in talks was not defeat at the hands of the SPLA or other southern fighters but rather the international situation. The United States had chosen as early as 1997 to back the SPLA against Khartoum, and with the onset of the War on Terror in 2001, this decision assumed greater significance. The Islamist government in Khartoum understandably felt threatened by the United States, following U.S. aggressions in Afghanistan and Iraq. It was imperative to stay on America's good side, lest Sudan come next. There is no doubt, Johnson wrote in her 2011 book, that September 11 was a factor in bringing the Sudanese government to the negotiating table in a serious way. 61. Once they were at the table, both sides, the Khartoum leadership and many in the SPLA, found good enough reasons to sign on to the rushed and shoddy CPA. Islamists were convinced not only that they had to do the Troika's bidding but also that, with the predominantly non-Muslim South out of the picture, their grip on the North would be that much more secure. Meanwhile, Africanists in the South, including Kiir and Machar, saw opportunity in the terms the Troika was pressing. Africanists thought that their fate would be sealed in a new Sudan, as in the old, should they continue to be a political minority. They wanted the referendum. Had the debate been purely internal to Sudan, with only Khartoum and Garang's camp at the table, there might have been no referendum. It is for this reason that many suspect Garang's death was not accidental, that those who stood to gain from independence arranged the fatal helicopter crash to ensure that, instead of a new Sudan, there would be two Sudans, founded on a colonial worldview, shepherded into existence by outside powers, and structured to benefit both those powers and the heirs of customary law and native administration. Victims' justice and decolonization in Sudan. The massacres of 2013 precipitated years of fighting. To date, several 100,000 people have died and millions have been displaced. Early in 2014, the African Union began looking into what was going on in South Sudan. By the time the OU set up its Commission of Inquiry on South Sudan, the rebellion was in full swing. Ceasefires had come and gone. There was much evidence and testimony to consider. The findings of the 5-member commission are contained in 2 reports. 4 members agreed to sign the majority report. The lone dissenter was myself. I authored the minority report. 2 questions divided me from the rest of the commission. The first concerned the scope of accountability. Would the possibility of accountability be restricted to South Sudanese, or would anyone who was in the country at the time potentially be held accountable? The relevant non-citizens were primarily members of the United Nations. A UN force of 7,000 had been introduced into South Sudan on the day of independence in 2011 and remained there through the fighting. The second question was whether the violence would be conceptualized as political or criminal, whether trials would take priority over reform. On the first issue, I argued that, if there was to be accountability, it could not spare UN forces and their leaders. UNMISS was charged with the responsibility to protect the civilian population. Yet all this force did when the violence began was open the doors of UN compounds to civilians who managed to run through its gates. When it came to those outside the gates, the UN force stood by as a passive witness to their slaughter. Why, I wondered, should the nationalities of these forces matter in the face of questions of legal accountability? If UNMISS's goal was to build a state, and if the rule of law is essential to that project, then how can individual UN agents be legally immune from the consequences of their actions? The claim seemed to be that these agents' citizenship and their status of employment put the rule of law in abeyance. I could not abide this contradiction, given the UN's preaching about the necessity of state building. Nor does the hypocrisy end there. How, I wondered, could the International Criminal Court demand that African leaders be responsible for ending a culture of impunity when the UN itself was unwilling to hold its own leadership and functionaries accountable for what the OU Commission called crimes against humanity? The testimony we heard clarifies UNMISS's status as a bystander. Among those who took refuge in the UN compound was a newer member of parliament, who told us his story. This parliamentarian explained that his family had been targeted the day the violence began. Men wearing army uniforms came to his area asking residents to identify newer homes. A neighbor pointed out his house, and when his young son went to open the gate, he was killed by the soldiers. We ran out of the house and then into the neighbor's house, and then to the Unmaking compound. The man had been living at the compound ever since. "I have not been to my house yet," he said. Speaking to us within the parliament building, he said, "I come here to work in the daytime and go to the Unmaking compound to spend the night." 62 In effect, the UN's internally displaced persons camp became a haven for members of the governing class. Should the UN and its employees be applauded for saving this politician's life, or should they rather be held responsible for not using the 7,000 troops at their disposal to stop the killing of civilians outside the gate? On the matter of how to conceptualize and respond to the violence, I could not sign on to the majority report, which called for another Nuremberg. The language of the majority was that of transitional justice, an all too simplistic procedure in which violence is identified with individual perpetrators rather than political institutions. Indeed, transitional justice seeks to resuscitate previously existing political institutions, the precise opposite of the needed reform. Transitional justice normalizes violence by calling it criminal, while giving the political system the opportunity to justify and empower itself by meting out punishment to individual wrongdoers. Some of the victims, at least, had a different view. Isa Dow, a church leader, told the commission, "You can go back to 1821 when Ismail Pasha first came to South Sudan, a reference to the Ottoman Egyptian leadership that overthrew the sultanates. There have been lots of atrocities since then. There was the history of the slave trade and colonialism. Then there was the War of Liberation. But there has been no accountability. We are all children of war." 63. To think of accountability in a broad way, as Isa Dow does, is to acknowledge that, more than a breakdown of law and order, the violence unleashed in South Sudan in December 2013 signaled the contradictions of the political order coming home to roost. Why, then, uphold that order by pretending that it could secure justice? It is in this broad sense that we can link the failure of transitional justice with the failure of denazification. In Sudan as in Germany, the creation of a different political order would have made possible an institutional environment capable of nurturing democratic forces in the larger society. Reinvesting in the system was not the only option in South Sudan. Post-genocide Rwanda followed the Nuremberg model but complemented it with a commitment to the integrity of Rwanda as a single political community. Rather than further fracturing the political community along ethnic lines, Rwandans looked to reform it. They sought to detribalize, though without seeking to democratize. In Sudan, however, the international community called for a solution, the CPA, that led to ethnic cleansing and separation, and when more violence occurred, the answer was transitional justice, whereby victims' justice is the only and final step. Two societies, each shaped by colonial modernity, but only one attempt to detribalize and therefore decolonize, however partially. Indeed, when an autonomous South Sudan began to organize its local government after 2005, it doubled down on the British colonial policy of politicized ethnicity. Rather than form a democratic government structure on the basis of equal political participation, South Sudan created ethnically demarcated districts in which the non-indigenous minority would be denied customary rights. In turn, each minority demanded its own ethnic homeland. Take the example of the Mole district in Jonglei, the largest and the most densely populated of the 10 states in South Sudan. With a surface area of 123,000 square kilometers, Jonglei is home to 6 ethnic groups: Nuer, Dinka, Anyuik, Mole, Kachapo, and Ja, all peoples with long histories of mobility within the territory. Is it any wonder that, as ethnic districts formed here, defining majorities with customary rights to resources from which minorities were excluded, conflict would arise? that the excluded would organize around demands for their own little homelands where they would be deemed the indigenous majorities. Now Yao Yao's militia rules the Mole in Jonglei not because Mole have always hated Dinka who have always hated Nuer, but because South Sudan has yet to decolonize its political structure. In such a context, decolonization begins with the end of tribal self-determination, which itself begins with a shift in political imagination. South Sudanese have learned to believe that diversity means tribal difference. They have been taught that tribes are just not cultural groups, whose members have migrated over time, but rather permanently separated territorially defined entities, each bound to an immortal homeland governed and reproduced through administrative power. In order to decolonize, South Sudanese must learn to stop imagining themselves as natives of homelands, with rights determined by their indigeneity. They must instead learn to see themselves as equal citizens with equal rights. Tribal self-determination is the logical endpoint of colonization. Decolonization is political equality under democratic decision-making. It means finally overthrowing the British, overthrowing the CPA, overthrowing the idea of nation and replacing it with the idea of the state without the nation. The state governed by all of its residents, each of whom speaks with a voice no more or less valued than that of any other. 5. The Israel/Palestine question. In the wake of the Second World War, partition on the basis of ethnic cleansing has been the favored solution to perceived problems of ethnic conflict. South Africa's one-state response to apartheid was the exception, cutting against the grain of Allied logic in post-war Europe and the partitions of Cyprus, the Indian subcontinent, and Sudan. South Africa offers an especially illuminating comparison when considering the case of Israel/Palestine. The South African moment challenged the assumption that cultural difference must translate into political difference, cultural identity into political identity. By contrast, the purpose of Zionism is precisely to make this translation, to make the experience of being Jewish historically a matter of religious practice, upbringing, and lineage into an experience of nationhood and to tie this nation to a state. A central tenet of political modernity as it emerged from Europe is that the state exists to protect and further the interests of the nation. In Israel, the state exists to protect and further the interests of the Jewish nation, which constitutes Israel's permanent majority identity. Zionism arguably is the most perfected expression of European political modernity in a colonial context. Zionism is both a product of the oppression of Jews under European modernity and a zealous enactment of European modernity under colonial conditions. Nationalism made the European Jew an impossible presence in Europe, yet, steeped in the same ideology that denied them dignity and equality in Europe, Zionists decided that Jews' only option was a state of their own, so they went elsewhere to build it. When they did, they became the oppressor, for in the nation-state, one can be only the oppressor or the oppressed, the majority or the minority, the nation or the other. Throughout its history, Zionism has struggled to come to terms with its colonial self. The Israeli state, since its founding, has professed to be neutral with respect to differences of religion, ethnicity, and nation, claiming to guarantee the civil rights of everyone in the state territory. As a secular, democratic state based in the rule of law, Israel enjoins itself to protect all citizens equally. These are, after all, inheritances of the European state model Israel's founders self-consciously emulated. Yet Israel is also a Jewish state, which, in practice, means that it is neither democratic nor secular nor protective of the equal rights of its inhabitants. Non-Jewish citizens in Israel are second-class citizens in law, officially denied state services and marked for dispossession. That is what it is to be a non-Jew in the Jewish national homeland. Tzipi Livni, a prominent Israeli liberal politician, puts it this way: I would like to see the state of Israel be a home for Arab Israelis, but it cannot be their national home. One Israel proper, excluding the West Bank and Gaza, is indeed home to Palestinians, almost 2 million of them. But because Israel is not their national home, they do not exercise sovereignty in it. Law assures that they lack the ability to influence state action or petition the state to secure their interests. While any Jew is automatically a citizen of Israel, non-Jews with long-standing ties to the land face huge hurdles to obtaining citizenship. While the state, in league with quasi-public institutions such as the Jewish National Fund and the Jewish Agency, assures that Jews have access to land on which to build and farm, non-Jews have had their land confiscated, are barred from developing their cities, and are routine victims of home demolitions carried out by the Israeli security apparatus. Palestinian Israelis are surveilled by Israeli security agents in their schools and communities, barred from participating in the armed forces, and barred from collecting numerous state benefits that accrue to such service. Palestinian Israelis can vote and run for office, but on highly constrained terms. Merely expressing the desire for equal rights can result in prohibition from running, and anyone in office who questions Israel's favoritism toward Jews can be removed from their position. Israel's laws reflect the ongoing pursuit of Zionization, whereby the state is made and remade to serve the Jewish nation to the exclusion of others. But Zionization is more than a matter of law. As a nation-state project, it also involves the collapse of state and society into a single entity. To be a Zionist is not just to believe that Israel should be the Jewish national home, it is to equate the Jewish people with the state of Israel. From this perspective, protecting the rights of Jews the world over to practice their religion, own and make use of property, and generally follow their aspirations in freedom and security requires the existence of a state that is itself Jewish. Preserving Jewish society means preserving the Jewish state. This is the subject of the first section of the chapter. As in other nation-states, the fostering of the nation is both a legal and social endeavor, for the protected society does not simply exist in nature. It must be created in the image of the nation, which means that its diversity must be eliminated. Non-Jews must be expunged and nonconformist Jews made to conform, so that all people there reflect the Jewish ideal imagined by the national majority. I call this process Judaization and describe it in section 2. The expunging of non-Jews has taken the form of ethnic cleansing, dispossession, segregation, fragmentation, apartheid, and denial of identity. During the 1948 War of Independence, Jewish soldiers actively drove out non-Jewish Palestinians from their communities. Some 750,000 were exiled, and tens of thousands of others were displaced internally. All lost their lands and homes, which were redeemed by their new Jewish owners. Meanwhile, those non-Jewish Palestinians who remained in Israel were concentrated into zones of military occupation for 2 decades. In the years since, their towns and homes have been declared illegal, so that they have no recourse when the state confiscates or destroys them. Palestinian citizens of Israel are framed as an internal enemy. Their legal deprivation and immiseration are intended to complete the task begun in 1948. If Israel is to be a state for Jews only, it must answer the question of who is a Jew. Its answer cannot avoid flattening the diversity of world Jewry into the Jewry sanctioned by the nation. This is the other side of Judaization, eliminating not only non-Jews but also unacceptable forms of Jewishness. The acceptable form is associated with Ashkenazim, who trace their lineage to Yiddish-speaking parts of Europe. Ashkenazim were the founders of the state, who embraced the role of civilizers who bring other Jews into line with the national ideal. In particular, Ashkenazim have sought to civilize Mizrahim, Arab Jews. Arab Jews present a special challenge to Zionism, for Zionism presumes that Arab and Jewish identity are both incompatible and indelibly hostile toward one another, otherwise there would be no need of a Jewish state in historic Palestine. What happens, then, when the Arab is also a Jew? What happens is that the Arab Jew becomes the object of modernity's civilizing mission. Mizrahim have been de-Arabized through the suppression of the Arabic language and associated culture in Israel. Over time, Mizrahim have responded to Judaization almost exactly as intended, as many have embraced a strand of hardcore religious Judaism devoted to the expansion of Israel through settlement. Colonized by Ashkenazim, they have outdone their civilizer, dispensing with his secularism and emerging as the tip of Israel's spear. The collapse of state and society and attendant projects of Zionization and Judaization were not historical necessities. Jewish people can and do live in freedom and security in states having no Jewish character, states where they are able to exercise sovereignty by taking effective roles in democratic politics. Recognizing this, large numbers of Jews have left Israel for non-Zionist states that do not uphold Jewish privilege. Indeed, there could have been Jewish society in Palestine without a Jewish state. There was Jewish society in Palestine in the absence of a Jewish state, in the absence even of an effort to build such a state. This is where the chapter begins, with the Jews who lived in Ottoman Palestine and migrated to it in order to live out their spiritual undertaking in the Holy Land. Jews who made pilgrimage to Palestine were not settlers. They were immigrants. They chose to become members of a pre-existing local political community, not to establish their own. This is the key to distinguishing Zionism from earlier Jewish presence in Palestine. Immigrants are unarmed, settlers come armed with both weapons and a nationalist agenda. Immigrants come in search of a homeland, not a state. For settlers, there can be no homeland without a state. For the immigrant, the homeland can be shared. For the settler, the state must be a nation-state, a preserve of the nation in which all others are at most tolerated guests. We must keep this settler-immigrant distinction at the heart of our thinking, for doing otherwise perpetuates two serious intellectual errors. The first error claims that religion was irrelevant to Zionism, a claim predicated on drawing sharp distinctions between enduring religious Jewish presence in Palestine and more recent secular presence. Another error, the flip side of the first, essentializes Zionists as Jews, rendering opposition to their project anti-Semitic. The first error makes Zionism and Zionization incoherent, the second makes it seem as though the conflict in Israel/Palestine is between Jews and those who hate them, rather than between settlers and the community they dispossessed. It is not the case that religion was irrelevant to Zionists. Although Israel's Zionist founders were frequently atheists, and although their desire for a nation-state was inspired by modernity rather than millenarianism, their notion of the political community was fundamentally religious. They imagined an ingathering of Jews in the biblical Eretz Israel, the land of Israel. This biblical narrative has repercussions for the settler-native dynamic. In Israel, the non-Jew ceases to be a genuine native, no matter how long she and her ancestors have been in the territory. The genuine native is instead the Jew who left the homeland or was forced out of it, even if millennia ago. In the Zionist worldview, Palestinians are Canaanites who never left home. They are squatters, not natives. With the return of the native, the squatter must get out of the way to make room. It is thus not the immigration of Jews to Palestine that unleashed an antagonistic dialectic between Jews and non-Jews there, but rather the presumption among Jews that they had exclusive rights to the land. Before there was a state, Zionists established a Jewish national identity in Palestine buttressed by exclusively Jewish institutions, setting off tensions with locals. After the establishment of the state, that antagonism deepened in the course of Israel's further settlement. Zionists saw the UN agreement to partition the homeland as creating a temporary disconnect between Eretz Israel and the State of Israel, a disconnect to be overcome through further taking of territory and through the Judaization of the society within all the territory claimed by Israel. Section 3 of the chapter turns to a particular element of Judaization and Zionization, the de-Arabizing of the Mizrahim and their instrumentalization for the purposes of settlement. Mizrahim have today become essential to the military machine and civil administration in the occupied territories. I show how official Zionism's effort to Judaize Mizrahim both undermine Zionism's secular heritage, thereby giving sanction to extremist religious tendencies in both the Mizrahi and other communities, and heighten the sense of a Palestinian national consciousness by injecting religiosity into settlement and injecting settlers into the occupied territories. The post-1967 occupation brought Israeli Jews into close contact with Palestinians. At the same time, Palestinians in Israel were gaining new opportunities to participate in Israel's civic life. Victory in 1967 and the expansion of settlements in the West Bank increased Israel's confidence, fostering greater openness to the integration of Palestinian citizens. After 2 decades of captivity under a military regime, Israeli Palestinians began to struggle for individual equality. When they joined with occupied Palestinians in the First and Second Intifadas, this struggle gave way to an effort for group recognition, Palestinian nationhood. This marked a shift in the Palestinian liberation movement. Instead of armed struggle, the First and Second Intifadas and subsequent Palestinian mobilization in Israel and the occupied territories has been geared primarily toward political change. The goal has been to undo the Jewish state and replace it with a state of all its citizens. The chapter closes with a discussion of possible futures they point to. The possibility of a two-state solution ended with the Oslo Accords of the mid-1990s, at which representatives of the Palestinians gave away sovereignty over their desired future state to Israel. This resulted in growing interest in a range of one-state possibilities, including binationalism, an idea that predates the formation of the state. Instead of these ideas, I point to dezionization, which would sever the state from the nation. The heart of dezionization is the realization of Israel as a state for all its citizens. I look to the South African moment as a model for dezionization. In South Africa, racial identities were depoliticized so that there would no longer be a permanent national majority alongside a permanent minority. Dezionization would involve the depoliticization of Jewish and Palestinian identity, so that Israel may be a rights-protecting democracy rather than the servant of a permanent national majority. This eventuality, should it ever come, is not close. Israeli settlers retain the initiative in their effort to maintain the permanent national majority. For now, change in Israel depends on the slow work of changing perspectives and building associations in line with these: an epistemic revolution, in which Jewish Israelis rethink their political identity as historical rather than natural. Zionization, the making of a settler state. At the core of political Zionism is the effort to build not just a Jewish religious community in the Holy Land but a Jewish state. This is an essential distinction, whose erasure gets to the heart of the matter. The conflation of society with state is the foundation of the nation-state and its program of rule by the permanent national majority. The nation-state is a state whose laws determine which residents are included in the national majority and whose laws and institutions prioritize the interests of that majority. The nation-state may call itself a democracy, as Israel does, but the majority is not actually determined through political contestation. Rather, the majority is defined pre-politically, as it is the nation itself. In Israel, the contours of the national majority are simultaneously obvious and elusive. On the one hand, the national majority are Jews. On the other hand, who is a Jew? Is a Jew any person who professes to hold beliefs and undertake practices that conform with Jewish theology and religious law? Is Jew an ethnic label, fit according to lineage and culture? Does it define a political grouping, which coheres around a history of exile in the diaspora? Implicit in these questions is a further question: who decides state institutions applying civil laws or rabbis applying halacha? A Jewish society, as opposed to a Jewish state, does not have to worry about these questions, for it is not in the business of making citizens or distributing public benefits. The Jewish character of a society comes from the identification and practices of its members. The Jewish character of a state comes from its laws and its policies, and it is here that the questions, ambiguities, and contradictions mount. Israel, as a state, is practically founded on these ambiguities and contradictions. Israel is a sovereign state with no defined borders. It claims to be guided by universalistic legal principles and the rule of law, but it has no constitution, and its laws are explicitly discriminatory. It is neither a secular state nor a theocracy. It is a home to all Jews, yet its Jews are arranged hierarchically. Ashkenazim constitute the civilized political and economic elite, while others, Sephardim, the descendants of Iberian Jews, Ethiopian Jews, émigrés from the former Soviet Union, and Mizrahim, or Arab Jews, are cast down. The Zionizing project began in the early 20th century, several decades before the founding of the State of Israel. It was a combined effort of European Jews, largely secular, and a powerful patron, the British Empire. These Jews did not choose to settle in Palestine because doing so fulfilled a spiritual yearning for the Holy Land. Other Jews did feel this yearning, and so immigrated to Palestine in order to found and join religious communities that coexisted with non-Jewish communities. Political Zionists, by contrast, came to Palestine to build a state. They did so because the Jewish question made life in Europe untenable, and because, as converts to political modernity, they understood that the only solution to the problem of their minoritization in Europe's nation-states was a nation-state of their own, elsewhere. 3. Aliyat. The first wave of organized Jewish immigration to Palestine began in 1882. According to Barak Kimmerling, the aim of the migrants was to establish religious moral communities in the land of Israel and to worship the Lord while working the land. They described their relocation to Palestine as Aliyah, a term referring to pilgrimage to the Temple of the Israelites. These very devout, modern Orthodox Jews, many from Russia and Romania, were relatively wealthy, family-oriented, apolitical. Most made sure that they came with 3 professionals, a rabbi, a ritual circumciser, and an agronomist. Even before building houses and establishing farms, they erected a synagogue and a ritual bath for the community too. The immigrants of the first Aliyah blended into a multi-religious society comprising Muslims, Christians, and the Jews of what is known as the Old Yeshuv. 3. These communities built their lives first under Ottoman authority and then British. The best estimate of the population of Palestine on the eve of British colonization, just before the First World War, is about 720,000. Between 60,000 and 85,000 of these were Jewish. Reflecting their spiritual commitment to the region, the great majority lived in the 4 holy cities of Jerusalem, Hebron, Safed, and Tiberias, with 25,000 to 30,000 in Jerusalem alone. 4. For Jews motivated by religious feeling, Palestine was a home, but it did not have to be their home. They were prepared to share it with others and leave political leadership to the empires of the day. Living under the rule of the Ottomans and the British was an acceptable option, as long as they had the freedom to practice their faith. Their successors, the Second Aliyah, saw matters differently. For them, Aliyah referred not to pilgrimage but to the realm of citizenship and national identity. 5. The members of the Second Aliyah were driven by a commitment more political than religious. They tended to be younger and less family-oriented. They were driven secular nationalist socialist ideals, which contrasted with the religious Judaism of their parents' generation. 6. The Second Aliyah began after the turn of the century and reached its peak between 1919 and 1923. These dates are not incidental, they mark the first years of British rule in Palestine. Before the First World War, Jewish nationalists had made overtures to the Ottoman Sultan but were rebuffed. During and after the war, they found an ally in British imperialism. European powers looked to patronize embryonic national movements in the non-Western world, at least when it suited their strategic interests. The British saw the Zionist movement as a vehicle for destabilizing Ottoman power in the Middle East, the better to swoop in and grab possessions there. It was in the same spirit that the British cultivated the 1916 revolt against Ottoman rule by Sharif Hussein ibn Ali, the hereditary ruler of Mecca. Sir Henry McMahon, the British High Commissioner in Egypt, promised Hussein that Britain would support Arab independence, even as the British and French were generating separate plans for the territory promised to the Arabs, per the Sykes-Picot Agreement reached earlier that year. Likewise, the British claimed to be the protectors of the Druze in Palestine, another group they hoped to turn against Ottoman rule. 7. Britain's alignment was with political, not religious, Zionism. This alignment was expressed most influentially in the Balfour Declaration of 1917, which announced that His Majesty's government view with favor the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people and will use their best endeavors to facilitate the achievement of this object. With the Balfour Declaration, the British cast their lot not with Ottoman imperial subjects generally but with Jews in Palestine specifically. Nothing shall be done which shall prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine, the declaration read, pointedly referencing Palestinian Muslims and Christians as a non-Jewish residue and limiting their legitimate rights to those civil and religious not political. In the wake of the declaration, Britain supported the Zionist project with zeal. In 1918 the government encouraged the Zionist Commission, led by Chaim Weizmann, to travel to Palestine and lay the groundwork for establishing a Jewish national home. Among other things, the commission recommended establishing a militia to protect Jewish settlers, to which the British agreed. In July 1920 the British government appointed Sir Robert Samuel, a declared Zionist, High Commissioner of Palestine. In 1922 the Balfour Declaration became the basis of the League of Nations Mandate for Palestine, which recognized British authority over the territory. The language of the mandate indicated that British authorities would cooperate with Zionists in achieving the establishment of the Jewish national home and the interests of the Jewish population in Palestine, and pledged that the mandatory administration shall facilitate Jewish immigration, and shall encourage, close settlement by Jews on the land. Britain implemented three critical measures to secure these ends. 9 First, it enacted the Immigration Ordinance, which aimed to encourage Jewish immigration. Second, it enacted the Land Ordinance, which favored Jewish acquisition of land while limiting Arab property holding. Finally, Jewish-owned companies were granted concessions over state and natural resources in Palestine. These measures supported a sharp increase in the Jewish population of Mandate Palestine, from less than 10% in 1920 to nearly 20% in 1922 and close to 33% in 1947. The ordinances held until the Arab Revolt of 1936 to 1939, after which the British placed restrictions on Jewish immigration and land acquisition. 11. The Second Aliyah created specifically Jewish institutions, which grew in capability under British protection. Their separatist mode of pure settlement stood on two legs: the Jewish National Fund, which looked to redeem land by placing it in Jewish hands, and the Histadrut, an agricultural workers' union open only to Jews. The underlying principle was the valorization of pure Jewish labor, meaning the creation of a nationally racially segregated labor market that would insulate Jewish workers from competition with Arab peasants, whose labor came cheaper. The same Zionists were responsible for huge growth in the kibbutzim, the exclusively Jewish communal agricultural settlements. In time Histadrut became an all-encompassing labor union with its own healthcare funds, schools, bank, publishing house, newspapers and periodicals, and even canteens for laborers and for the unemployed. All of these developments were for the exclusive benefit of Jews, the better to promote settlers' nationalist goals. 12. As the number of Jewish settlements increased, conflicts with Arabs arose. The issue was not that Arabs felt animus toward Jews or saw Jews as invaders in what was properly an Arab territory. As Rashid Khalidi has shown in his study of the origins of Palestinian nationalism, struggles between Arab peasants and Jewish settlers long preceded those between the Palestinian nationalist intelligentsia and the settler movement. 13 What Palestinian Arabs resented were Jews who sought to exercise sovereignty, through their exclusive national institutions and, relatedly, through their policies with respect to land. Unlike previous landlords, who had been content to gather rent from tenants who worked the soil, Jewish settlers cleared out the tenants and took direct possession. This generated grievances, for the Arab peasants did not recognize eviction as among the rights of a landlord. The first serious clashes, leading to the death of 2 Arabs and 2 Jews in April 1909, led to the formation of the first Jewish militia in Palestine. 14 Jewish militias reveled in a cult of militarism and self-sacrifice. One of the later militia groups, Lehi, summed up this zeal under the slogan "Only death will release us from the ranks." 15. If the Second Aliyah created the foundations of a separate nationhood, the third began in earnest the project of joining nation to state. Whereas earlier Zionists such as Weizmann had counted on the British and other international players to one day ensure a Jewish state, Third Aliyah took up that project on its own on the basis of yet more Jewish immigration, labor, and militancy. One of the key institutions of this period was the Jewish Agency, founded in 1929 under the aegis of the World Zionist Organization, which aggressively pursued settlement by encouraging Jewish immigration and establishing towns to house the settlers. Perhaps the agency's most able and inspiring leader was David Ben-Gurion. Under Ben-Gurion's leadership, the agency built a proto-state, its structures and its people would go on to found the state and serve as its functionaries. Ben-Gurion himself declared Israel's independence and became its first prime minister. Ben-Gurion was the front person for the largest Zionist tendency in Israel during the Second Aliyah, Labor Zionism. Labor Zionism was baked into the Jewish Agency, Histadrut, and other Jewish national institutions that became pillars of the state. Labor Zionists developed one of Israel's formative contradictions: the notion of a hyper-nationalist, Jewish, and collectivist state that somehow was also committed to universal liberty. As Ben-Gurion put it in 1935, "I belong to the Zionist wing that believes in the necessity of power and maximum, unconditional national authority. National authority over labor, national authority over property, even national authority over life under conditions of human liberty and the value of human life. Everything must be subjected to the authority of the nation. This national authority is called socialism, and my comrades and I are ready to accept national authority. This is the goal of the Jewish state, in which the Jewish people will control the interests of the individual." 16. What labor Zionists would not openly admit was that socialism, conditions of human liberty and the value of human life were for Jews alone. Other Zionists were less coy. Revisionist Zionism, under the leadership of Vladimir Jabotinsky, was consciously non-socialist and non-liberal, placing Zionism squarely within the traditions of modern secular racism and settler colonialism. In 1925, Jabotinsky founded the Revisionist Party with the goal of building an apartheid state. European race theory was at the center of his platform. As he wrote in the 1913 essay on race, "It does not matter whether pure races exist or not, what matters is that ethnic communities are distinguished from each other by their racial appearance, and it is in this sense that the term race acquires a most definite and scientific meaning. A nation's substance, the alpha and omega of the uniqueness of its character, this is embodied in the specific physical quality, in the component of its racial composition." Jabotinsky liked to say the quiet part out loud. For example, he overtly compared the Zionist enterprise in Palestine to the white settler quest in colonial Kenya, in the context of demanding that the British Mandatory Government respect his right to organize his settler militia, Irgun. "We said, remember that we have children and wives, legalize our self-defense as you are doing in Kenya. In Kenya until recently every European was obliged to train for the settlers' defense force. Why should the Jews in Palestine be forced to prepare for self-defense underhand, as though committing a legal offense?" 17. Jabotinsky further admitted that natives could not possibly reconcile themselves to the settler political project, and that this project would be carried out through violence. "Any native people, it's all the same whether they are civilized or savage, view their country as their national home, of which they will always be the complete masters. They will not voluntarily allow, not even a new master, but even a new partner. And so it is for the Arabs. Culturally they are 500 years behind us, spiritually they do not have our endurance or our strength of will, but this exhausts all of the internal differences. They look upon Palestine with the same instinctive love and true fervor that any Aztec looked upon his Mexico or any Sioux looked upon his prairie. Zionist colonization, even the most restricted, must either be terminated or carried out in defiance of the will of the native population. This colonization can, therefore, continue and develop only under the protection of a force independent of the local population, an iron wall which the native population cannot break through. Zionist colonization," Jabotinsky concluded, "is self-explanatory, and what it implies is fully understood by every sensible Jew and Arab. There can be only one purpose in colonization. For the country's Arabs, that purpose is essentially unacceptable. This is a natural reaction and nothing will change it." 18. Jabotinsky was hardly alone in recognizing that settlement was a necessarily violent enterprise. Labor Zionists recognized this, too, even as Ben-Gurion spoke of the value of human life. Moshe Dayan, an Israeli general who joined Ben-Gurion's Mapai party, served as one of his cabinet ministers, explained that to be a settler was to be armed. "We are a generation of settlers," yet without a helmet or a gun barrel we will be unable to plant a tree or build a house. Let us not be afraid to perceive the enmity that consumes the lives of hundreds of thousands of Arabs around us. Let us not avert our gaze, for it will weaken our hands. This is the fate of our generation. The only choice we have is to be armed, strong and resolute, or else our sword will fall from our hands and the thread of our lives will be severed. 19. The nakedly political and nationalist objectives of the Third Aliyah accelerated the development of Palestinian nationalism. Clashes became unavoidable, and matters came to a head in the mid-1930s. The Arab Revolt of 1936 to 1939 began with a 6-month-long general strike. Khalidi describes it as the longest anti-colonial strike of its kind until that point in history, and perhaps the longest ever. In September 1937, strikes gave way to armed revolt. According to the British military commander in Palestine, British forces lost control of much of the countryside to armed bands and were briefly forced to withdraw from several of the major cities. Civil administration was, for all practical purposes, non-existent. The revolt was suppressed, but not before sowing seeds of doubts in British imperial circles. The British began to question their long-standing commitment to Zionism, Khalidi writes. 20. In the wake of the violence, Britain's Peel Commission recommended that the land be partitioned, precipitating yet more Arab revolt as well as settler resentment. Among Zionists, it was becoming clear that the British conception of a Jewish national home entailed sharing the Holy Land, which was not at all what settlers had in mind. They came to see theirs as one of two rival nationalisms in Palestine. As Isaac Deutscher put it, they felt sandwiched between the colonial power on one side and natives on the other. In this they were much like English and other European settlers in North America and Boers in South Africa. They understood themselves as a beleaguered group, chafing against the yoke and itching for the nation-state that was their due. 21. The Second World War provided the chance Zionists were waiting for. As British troops were removed to Europe, the field was left to settler militias, who gained in strength. By December 1947, they were powerful enough to begin driving Arabs from the land. The strength of the settlers reflected both ideology and numbers. A self-selected and politically committed group, the settler population was organized from the outset as a fighting machine. And while it constituted only about a third of the total population of Palestine in the late 1940s, it had about a 1.5 to 1 advantage over the Palestinian population in the decisive age group of 20 to 45-year-old men. 22. The result is known in contemporary Palestinian discourse as Nakba, the catastrophe. As Laila Abu Lughod and Ahmed H. Saidi put it, a society disintegrated, a people dispersed, and a complex and historically changing but taken for granted communal life was ended violently. 23. Immigrants or settlers. Standard Israeli accounts of Jewish migration to Palestine blur the distinction between the immigrant and the settler by pretending that the Yishuv has always been Zionist. This narrative involves two conflations. First, it conflates the first Aliyah with the old Yishuv. 24. Second, the narrative conflates the spiritual goals of the first Aliyah with the political goals of the second and third. The old Yishuv was native, the first Aliyah were immigrants, and the second and third were settlers. The likes of Jabotinsky, Ben-Gurion, and Dayan were blind to the difference between themselves and non-settler Jewish immigrants. They assumed that to be a Jewish immigrant in Palestine was to be a Zionist. Unlike the Jews of the first Aliyah, they did not consider the possibility that a political community in the territory of Palestine could accommodate non-Zionist Jews. Nor did it seem possible that a Jew in Palestine could be anything but a Zionist. It was on the basis of such thinking that the Holocaust emerged as a critical opportunity to consolidate the Zionist effort. In the wake of the Holocaust, it might have been enough simply to protect Jews to ensure that refugees would have homes, be cared for, and enjoy rights. But for Zionists, it was not enough to save and preserve Jewish lives, there had to be a Jewish state, and Holocaust survivors could provide the numerical superiority necessary to realize it. Thus Zionists targeted European Jews in crisis for immigration to Palestine, even though these Jews may have preferred to go elsewhere. Zionists worked hard to prevent post-war Jewish immigration to places other than Palestine, in particular by undercutting U.S. efforts to coordinate a joint Western plan to establish quotas for the admission of refugees to European countries. Zionists argued that Palestine had to be a sanctuary for the Jews, and Europeans, at least, were only too happy to comply with this demand. Doing so meant that the crime of genocide would be paid for by Palestinian Arabs, people far away, who bore no responsibility. In the words of the philosopher Gil Anajar, Europe, with the aid and encouragement of Zionists, exported the Jewish question to Palestine. European refugees accounted for more than half of the Jewish population in Palestine in 1948.25. The notion of a Jewish state would have been unusual to these refugees. To accept this vision demanded a radical shift in Jewish imagination of the self. Jews who survived the Holocaust were part of a globally dispersed spiritual community fashioned by exile. They had already refused the idea that theirs was a secular nationality attached to a homeland, for this idea had been introduced in Europe in the late 19th century by Theodor Herzl and other founders of the Zionist movement. It is widely accepted among Zionists that the Jewish state was necessitated by the Holocaust, yet this claim makes sense only if we accept settler rather than immigrant logic. While the immigrant joins an existing society, the settler is unable to differentiate society from state. From the standpoint of an immigrant and, indeed, a native, Palestine could have been a refuge for Holocaust survivors. In the absence of Zionism, there could have been a Jewish society, a Jewish population, there, without a Jewish state. As the Palestinian-Israeli legal theorist Rafe Zirike puts it, despite the persuasiveness of necessity, however, Palestinian liberals could. There is a difference between saving the life of Jews and having a Jewish state. 26. There was a strand of pre-1948 Zionism that thought in a way compatible with this Palestinian liberalism. This was reformist Zionism. 27. This tendency is strongly identified with German Jewish intellectuals, among them some of the most prominent Jewish thinkers of the 20th century, Judah Magnus, Gershom Scholem, Martin Buber, Hans Kohn, Hugo Bergman, Ernst Simon, and Hannah Arendt. Magnus was the founding chancellor of Hebrew University, established in 1925. The following year he and others established a small organization called Brit Shalom, calling for the establishment of a binational state in Palestine, based on equal rights and partnership of Jews and Arabs. These reformists were unquestionably Zionist, in the sense that they thought of Jews as having a distinctive political identity. But they opposed the idea that the state of the Jewish nation would also be a Jewish state. It would be, instead, binational, both Jewish and Arab. Such a concept was unthinkable to the labor and revisionist Zionists who built the state. The idealism of Brit Shalom crashed on the shoals of demographic reality. They could not persuade fellow nationalists that Jews, who were only 20% of the population of Palestine when Brit Shalom was founded, would be able to assure their interests in a binational state. What was to prevent them being overrun by Arabs? Brit Shalom tried to argue that Jews would become the majority, but that was a tough sell under conditions of equality. As we have seen, other Zionists realized that becoming a majority would require force that Brit Shalom was unwilling to use. 28. The reformists were therefore politically paralyzed, unable to define a way forward. But while they had little impact in practice, their thought remains a rich source of reflection. In one sense, it can be seen as a more promising Zionism that has been lost. But from another angle, reformist Zionism only crystallizes the problems inherent in nationalism. Even Brit Shalom was unable to think of the Jew as an immigrant. Why were the Second and Third Aliyat, to say nothing of post-Holocaust Jews, unable to consider the idea that Jews could be immigrants rather than settlers? That they could live in a state that was not a national home? No one contemplated the state without a nation. After the first Aliyah, the Jewish immigrant to Palestine was definitely dead, replaced with the settler. Jews as natives, citizenship and the law of return. In the Zionist vision, it is not only essential that there be a Jewish home, but it must also be in Israel, a place where Jews can be returning natives. Unlike colonial powers, the Israeli legal scholar Ruth Gavizon writes, the Jews were a people in exile, foreigners wherever they went, they were everywhere a minority, and in some places persecuted relentlessly, and they had never possessed national sovereignty over any land but the land of Israel. 29 This formulation is true as far as it goes. Israeli Jews may be considered returning natives, even if their return comes after 2 millennia. But if Jews are returning natives, Palestinians are natives who never left, who can trace their link to the land for the same 2 millennia, if not longer. When thinking of Jews as returning natives, the most illuminating parallel is with the freed Africans in the United States who left to establish a home and sovereignty in Liberia. Like Jews in Palestine, they claim to be returning. Like Zionists who sought to create a Jewish state in the national home, they refused to share the national home with the natives who had never left. Both returning groups, Africans and Jews, combined the historical discourse of the returning native with a civilizational discourse that valorized the period of exile as a time that had civilized the native who left so that the returning native could civilize both the land and the native who had stayed behind. Jewish indigeneity in Israel is embodied in the law of return, which the Knesset passed unanimously in 1950. Under the law of return, any Jew is entitled to citizenship upon entering the territory. The person in question need never have set foot there previously, he is effectively native from birth by virtue of being a Jew. In contrast, a Palestinian Arab, even one born in Israel of ancestors who never left the territory, is not considered indigenous. To be counted as citizens, Arabs have to meet legal requirements set out in the Entry into Israel Law of 1952. According to the law, they must have been residents of Mandate Palestine and registered as such by March 1, 1952. They must also have been in Israel during the first years of statehood, that is, they must have been residents in Israel, or in an area which became Israeli territory after the establishment of the state, from the day of the establishment of the state to the day of the coming into force of this law, or entered Israel lawfully during that period. 30. Not surprisingly, many were not registered. These Arabs, though residents in the territory that became Israel, were later called present absentees, a category that sealed their fate. The state expropriated their property, particularly their land. 31 Their status passed on to their children. These present absentees, or internal refugees, constituted about 20% of the Arab population in post-1948 Israel. They finally were granted citizenship in 1980. Even among those who were registered, many could not prove continuous presence for 4 years. Only 40% of Palestinians remaining in Israel were granted citizenship immediately in 1952. The purpose of withholding citizenship, clearly, was to encourage these Arabs to leave Israel voluntarily. 32 As with American Indians given U.S. citizenship in the 1920s, Palestinians could not acquire citizenship by descent, they could only do so by naturalization. In a 1950 statement to the Knesset, Ben-Gurion laid out the rationale underlying the law of return and other laws governing Israeli nationality. The law of return and the citizenship law placed before you have a mutual relation and a common ideological source which stems from the historical uniqueness of the State of Israel. This is not a Jewish state merely because Jews are the majority of its population, it is a state for Jews everywhere, and for every Jew who wants it. The law of return embodies a central purpose of our state, the purpose of the ingathering of the exiles. This law states that it is not the state which grants Jews from abroad the right to settle in it, but that this right is inherent by virtue of one's being a Jew, if one wishes to settle in the country. In the State of Israel, Jews do not have privileges denied to non-Jewish citizens. The State of Israel is based on the full equality of rights and duties of all its citizens. This principle too is stated in the Declaration of Independence. The State of Israel will uphold the full social and political equality of all its citizens without distinction of religion, race, or sex. But it is not the state which grants the diaspora Jews the right to return. This right preceded the State of Israel, and it was this right which built the State of Israel. As the speech drew to a close, Ben-Gurion put a fine point on the philosophy underlying the law. The law of return has nothing to do with immigration laws, he said. It is the law of perpetuity of Jewish history. 33. The law of return, and the Jewish nativity it presumes, became the key to large-scale Jewish immigration following the establishment of the State of Israel. In particular, it facilitated the immigration of non-European Jews. The immigration of Ashkenazi Jews proved disappointing before the end of the Second World War. So Zionists turned to Arab Jews as a reservoir for immigration in the early 1940s. Later, Israel officially classified this group as Mizrahim. Prominent Arab Jewish scholars such as Ella Shohat and Yehuda Shen have now defined the Mizrahim as Jews from Islamic countries, and not just as Arab Jews. 34. Shenhav recounts Ben-Gurion's remarks to a meeting of experts and Jewish leaders in 1942, outlining a plan to bring 1 million Jews to Palestine, mainly from Muslim countries. Our Zionist policy must now pay special attention to the Jewish population groups in the Arab countries, Ben-Gurion said. If there are diasporas that it is our obligation to eliminate with the greatest possible urgency by bringing these Jews to the homeland, it is the Arab diasporas, Yemen, Iraq, Syria, Egypt, and North Africa, as well as the Jews of Persia and Turkey. What European Jewry is now experiencing obliges us to be especially anxious about the fate of the diasporas in the Middle East. Those Jewish groups are the hostages of Zionism. The paths of immigration from Europe are desolate now. It is a mark of great failure by Zionism that we have not yet eliminated the Yemen exile. If we do not eliminate the Iraq exile by Zionist means, there is a danger that it will be eliminated by Hitlerite means. The notion that these Jews were unsafe in Arab lands involved a degree of invention. Historically, Mizrahim testified both to the pluralism of their predominantly Muslim societies of origin and to the rich legacy in those societies of Jewish cultural and religious life. Under Ottoman rule, they had been considered dhimmi, a protected minority, and had flourished no less than other groups. In the 1920s, after Ottoman rule, Jews continued to occupy high state positions in Iraq and Egypt. Jews in the Arab diaspora were much better off than those in the European, as suggested by the Zionist appeal to relocate Iraqi Jews. That appeal followed the Farhad, a pogrom in June 1941. That was indeed a tragic, bloody affair in which 160 Jews and an unknown number of Muslims were murdered. But it also was the only event of its kind in the history of Iraqi Jewry. There was little possibility of Iraqi Jews being subject to Hitlerite means, either. Shenhav, himself an Iraqi Jew, points out that the Farhad was confined exclusively to Baghdad and did not spread to other cities, and while the perpetrators were Iraqi, the British, who were then invading Baghdad, enabled the pogrom through inaction. Pro-Nazi Prime Minister Rashid Ali al-Kilani had fled the country before the British arrived. For reasons that are unclear, Shenhav writes, the British delayed their entry into the city by 48 hours, the period during which the pogrom began. It proceeded for 2 days, during which, according to some testimonies, made no effort to calm the surging passions in the city and prevent the clash between Jews and Muslims. 35 None of this is to suggest that Arab Iraqis were not responsible for killing Jews in Baghdad, but the notion that Iraqi Jews were on the precipice of elimination by Nazis is very much overblown. At worst they would be subject to British colonial control, as Ben-Gurion and his fellow Jews in Palestine were at the time. In any case, some 700,000 Mizrahim, mostly from former Ottoman territories, immigrated to Israel between the years 1948 and 1951, doubling its Jewish population. The Mizrahim left Yemen in 1949, Iraq in 1950 to 1951, and Egypt in 1956. In 2006 the Mizrahim were said to comprise some 45% of the Israeli population and a majority of Israeli Jews. 36. The final large wave of immigration enabled by the law of return came in the late 1980s, as Jews poured out of the collapsing Soviet Union. To corral them, the Israeli government used a tried and true tactic, closing off avenues of immigration by pressing the United States to deny Soviet Jewish emigrants refugee status on grounds that they had the right to immigrate to Israel. Lawrence Silberstein describes how the Israelis pushed the Joint Distribution Committee and the Hebrew Sheltering and Immigration Aid Society, two refugee settlement organizations that worked with the U.S. State Department, to cease helping Soviet Jewish immigrants in Europe so as to force them to emigrate to Israel. 37 Rather than expand the range of choices for Jews in the diaspora, the Zionist leadership made the law of return into a narrow door, a compulsion to move to Israel. Annual immigration reached its peak in 1990 as 199,516 people, mostly Eastern European Jews, moved in. Between 1948 and 2011, the law of return, in concert with the Jewish Agency and other Zionist entities, facilitated the immigration of more than 3 million Jews to Israel. 38. The presence in Israel of diverse cohorts of Jews has caused considerable internal tensions. There are long-standing frictions between Ashkenazim, who constitute the elite, and the Mizrahim, Sephardim, and Ethiopians. Although Mizrahim constitute the majority of Israeli Jews, their influence in politics historically was minimized. As I discuss later in this chapter, this has changed since 1967. Whereas Mizrahim were initially the despised targets of a civilizing mission that aimed to rid them of their Arabness. In a speech to senior army officers, Prime Minister Ben-Gurion spoke of Mizrahim with undisguised contempt, stating, "A good many of the immigrants are illiterate and show no signs of Jewish or human culture. Today they have proved their worth to the state by becoming the tip of the spear of the settlement movement in the occupied territories." 39 Even so, Mizrahim continue to constitute a kind of underclass, subject to racist stereotyping and saddled with lower incomes and educational achievement than Ashkenazim. Today their facility with Arabic makes them useful, but in the past the state tried to prevent them speaking it or practicing other elements of Arabic culture. Such tensions lay bare the critical importance of the politicization of Jewish identity, which serves to unify otherwise disparate peoples under the same nationalist outlook. Jewish democracy, productive contradictions. When we observe the Israeli government enthusiastically importing Jews, and then despising and civilizing them, we have a window into one of many productive contradictions inherent in Jewish statehood. A Jewish state committed to the protection of a Jewish national home can hardly reject Jews who wish to live there. Yet this is what the Israeli government did when it forced Mizrahim to become Jews in the manner of the official Judaism preferred by the state. The contradiction, welcoming Jews while loathing them, protecting Jews while eliminating their culture, turned out to be productive in that Mizrahim were perfectly placed to lead the Israeli settler incursion into the West Bank. Another founding contradiction of Israel is that between secularity and theocracy. This conflict has been baked into the Zionist movement since early days. The initial political program of the World Zionist Organization, formulated at the First Zionist Congress at Basel in 1897, pledged to establish a home for the Jewish people in Palestine through the organization and uniting of the whole of Jewry by means of appropriate institutions. 40 But it had little to say about the nature of those institutions. Ever since, Zionists have tussled over whether the Jewish national structure of Palestine and then Israel would have a secular or religious caste. The terms of a formal compromise were worked out between Ben-Gurion, representing the proto-state, and a delegation of Orthodox Jews. They met on the eve of the June 1947 UN convention that drew up the partition plan. The parties decided that a future state would be committed to enforcing the Sabbath as the legal day of rest, and that in every state kitchen intended for Jews, the food would be kosher. It was also agreed that religious schools would have full autonomy and that halacha would have jurisdiction over matters of personal status. There would be no civil marriage or divorce in Israel, and religious courts would have the sole authority to decide on these matters. Furthermore, the new state would incorporate Jewish symbols into its official iconography. At the same time, it was agreed that halacha would not provide the constitution of the Jewish state. The agreement gave two reasons for this decision. First, the UN would not accept the establishment of a fully theocratic state. Second, it was necessary to ensure equal rights for non-Jewish citizens, which, in practice, has not occurred. 41. As the historian Tom Segev puts it, the agreement was made in order to prevent the House of Israel from splitting asunder. 42 Yet the terms of the compromise became the focus of ongoing controversy, as Israel has struggled to make sense of its peculiar position. Basic questions repeatedly emerge. Should the government have the authority to enact statutes that contradict laws contained in the Torah? Should government release secular Jews from obligations under Jewish law? After all, it releases observant Jews from state requirements. For instance, men enrolled in a yeshiva can be exempted from serving in the armed forces. 43 Issues of family law have been a particular struggle, with the Israeli Supreme Court carving out loopholes to enable civil marriages, outside the rabbinic orders, and civil courts enforcing rabbinic courts' judgments with respect to divorces, even on pain of imprisoning recalcitrant husbands. 44. The bottom line is that Israel remains a quasi-religious state pledged to uphold an official Judaism. Like the tension between Ashkenazim and others, that between religious and secular Jews is kept in check by an overarching fissure, that between the colonizer calling itself indigenous and the subject population of Palestinian Arabs. And, likewise, the tug-of-war between secularism and official religion can be productive. Theology undergirds the state project. There would be no point to Israel's existence were it not a Jewish state. And the state harnesses the religious zeal of Mizrahim and Orthodox to continue expanding. Yet by maintaining formal secularism, Israel retains rhetorical cover for its constant claim to be the only democracy in the Middle East and is able to bring on board a wider range of Jews, both as returnees and as supporters in the diaspora. Israel's quasi-religious character enables yet another productive contradiction, its failure, despite being a sovereign state, to draw fixed boundaries that define the outer limits of its territory. That decision is biblically sanctioned, for reasons discussed below, but was taken for reasons of realpolitik. Drawing borders at the founding would have meant accepting restrictions on Israel's expansion. And by refusing to do so, the state perpetuated settler consciousness, for it left open the possibility of endless further colonization. Segev quotes a conversation between Ben-Gurion and Pinhas Rosen, who was to become Israel's first Minister of Justice, amid the drafting of Israel's Declaration of Independence. Rosen, there is the question of the borders, and it cannot be ignored. Ben-Gurion, anything is possible. If we decide here that there is to be no mention of borders, then we won't mention them. Nothing is a priori. Rosen, it is not a priori, but it is a legal issue. Ben-Gurion, the law is whatever the people determine it to be. 45. Meir Vilner, the leader of the Communist Party in the new state and a signatory to the Declaration of Independence, proposed that Palestinian Arabs also be granted a right to an independent state, but his proposal was also defeated over territorial issues. To assert a Palestinian right to self-determination would mean accepting the borders offered by the UN plan. Ben-Gurion could find support for his position in no small part because Eretz Israel, the land of Israel, is a space loosely conceived in holy texts. Indeed, it can stretch to accommodate whatever Israeli power can encircle. Barak Kimmerling explains. The ideal of Eretz Israel is construed in terms of the biblical promise of Yahweh to Moses, the legendary founding father of the nation, as running from the Euphrates River to the River of Egypt. Today, the boundaries of colonial British Palestine are the reference point. More pragmatically, however, the boundaries move according to political and military ability to hold them. As one central rabbinical figure, Rabbi Abraham Shapiro, put it, everywhere the present is the land of Israel, any place outside IDF rule is the land of the Gentiles. 46. This biblical inheritance conceivably extends across the globe. The posterity of the Israelites referred to in Genesis includes all Arabs, Jewish, Christian, or Muslim, as they are the descendants of Ishmael, who was the son of Abraham by his concubine Hagar. 47. Beyond the unwillingness to set borders, the settler society is further buttressed by the absence of a constitution, which would place limits on the activities of the state in the name of the nation. Properly, a state professing to protect equal rights should have some such limits, so that the political majority cannot use its power to deprive political opponents of rights. This choice, too, reflects Israel's expansive ambitions as a quasi-religious state claiming to be the homeland of a widespread international community. Meir David Levinstein, whose party, the United Religious Front, collected under one roof Israel's early religious parties, set out the argument against a constitution. Only the written Bible and the traditional annotations have sovereign authority in Jewish life, he explained. Therefore there is no room for any man-made constitution in Israel. Israel's Bible is Israel's constitution. Not only that, but the Knesset was in no position to make a constitution, because it did not represent all the Jews. What is the moral authority of the inhabitants of our state, who constitute only 7% of our nation, and what is the authority of this Knesset, elected by 5% of our nation, to legislate a constitution for the fatherland and the entire nation, he asked. To establish a constitution would be costly from the standpoint of settlement, he argued. A secular constitution will profoundly damage our state's glory in the diaspora. It will dampen the enthusiasm for the state and reduce the will to immigrate. 48 Israel today has an evolving set of basic laws, but opposition to a constitution won out. In many ways, it is a refusal to answer hard questions about what Israel is, whether it is secular or theocratic, where its geographic boundaries are, whether or not it guarantees equal rights that allows the national majority to avoid reckoning with its settler status, even though that status is obvious in the history of Israel's founding and in its nationality laws. Refusal helps to sublimate settler status, rendering it an invisible foundation of the state and allowing settlement to continue even as Israel professes to be a rights-protecting democracy. Who is a Jew? The most fundamental of Israel's unanswered questions is who is a Jew? It is a question that has bedeviled Israeli authorities since the law of return was passed in 1950. Is a Jew defined by religion or ethnicity? Are Jews members of a religious community or a nationality? Or both? In a sign that the identity is not a purely secular one, Prime Minister Ben-Gurion refused to leave these questions to the Knesset, instead consulting a religious body, the 45 Sages of Israel, in October 1958. 37 responded and only 3 suggested separating religion and nationality. 49 Nevertheless, Minister of Internal Affairs Yisrael Bar Yehuda advised a secular practice: a Jew is anyone who, within reason, declares herself a Jew. His successor, H. M. Shapiro, issued different guidelines in 1960. Only a person who was born of a Jewish mother or converted to Judaism according to Halacha could be registered as a Jew. Furthermore, no one could claim to be a Jew while professing a non-Jewish religion. Shapiro's definition made Jewish identity a matter of both heritage and religion, albeit excluding only other religious practices. One might, according to the system, be a Jew and atheist, as many Israelis are, but not, say, a Jew and a Christian. This last guidance seemed tailored to address a practical case that had brought the issue to public attention in the mid-1950s. This was the application for return of Oswald Rufeson. Rufeson was born into a Jewish family but had converted to Catholicism in the course of surviving the Holocaust and become a friar. Rufeson, however, insisted that he was a Jew by nationality, even if Catholic by religion, and therefore had a right to return. But the Israeli government refused to recognize him as a Jew, and the Supreme Court upheld this refusal, as religious authorities looked on wondering why a secular court had any say in the matter. The Rufeson case appeared to confirm that Jew is a religious identity, not a nationality. Zionism, it seemed, had succeeded in creating a secular Jewish state only to discover that it was clinging to a definition of Jewishness based on religion. 50 Matters turned around in 1968 when one Benjamin Shalit petitioned to register his children as Jews. In Shalit v. Minister of Interior, the Supreme Court ruled in favor of Shalit and held that the registrar has no powers to overrule the bona fide declaration of persons as members of a given nation. In the majority opinion, Judge Zvi Berenson underlined a secular perspective, the concept nationality should be given a regular meaning appropriate to the spirit of the time and reflecting the opinion acceptable to the enlightened portion of residents of the country. He went on to explain, there should not be injected into the concept of nationalism, which according to the recognition of most human beings is separate from religion, the strictures of the Jewish halakha. The view of the halakha on the issue of the nationality of a resident of the country cannot serve as the basis of a ruling of the civil courts in the State of Israel. The minority view was expressed by two judges. Judge Moshe Zilberg declared, Jewish nationalism should not be detached from its religious foundations. Jewish religious belonging is necessary for Jewish nationalism. There is still no Israeli Jewish nationalism, and if it exists, it is not necessarily secular nationalism. Judge Shimon Agranit went a step further. In the history of the Jewish people, the racial national principle was joined with religious uniqueness, and between these two principles a connection was formed that cannot be broken. 51. A statutory definition of the term Jew was introduced, under pressure from religious parties, following the verdict in Shalit. Consequently, a Jew was defined as either a person born to a Jewish mother or a person who converted and is not a member of another religion. The demand that conversion be according to halacha was dropped. Furthermore, the law of return was interpreted to include family members of Jews, including children, grandchildren, spouses, and spouses of children and grandchildren. As a result, the State of Israel now has two legal definitions of who is a Jew: the narrow definition provided by the halacha, which Israeli law enforces in the sphere of personal affairs, and the broad definition in the amended law of return. This means that there is always a group among Israeli citizens who are considered Jews by the law of return but not by the halacha. This is how it came to be that a quarter of the immigrants from the Soviet Union labeled there as Jews found themselves labeled non-Jews in Israel, in the sphere of private affairs. 52. As the case of the Soviet Jews suggests, these questions of secular and religious identity have persisted throughout Israel's history unto the present, arising anew as if to remind us of the spiraling absurdities of legal Jewishness. Thus there was the case of Abdullah Zeldin Alexandertsi Orelin, who emigrated from Russia to Israel in 1992 with his second wife. Though not himself a Jew, he was classified as one since he was married to a Jew and was granted Israeli citizenship as a returnee. But some years later he converted to Islam and took a Muslim name. Consequently, the Ministry of Interior changed his official nationality from Jew to Arab. 53. Zionism cannot escape its inherent contradictions. And why should it? They are the foundation of the Jewish state. To resolve the tensions inherent in Zionism would be Israel's undoing. If we wish to make sense of how Israel can be a secular, democratic, rights-protecting Jewish state, we have to look to the ideological basis of Zionism, which is not Judaism but modernity. Everything Israel does and is makes sense when we allow that Zionism is an expression of an aggressively colonial modernity. These various contradictions foster a space of legal ambiguity productive in all the ways mentioned. In this space, another project flourishes, Judaization. I have touched on it briefly but now turn to it in detail. Judaization is the making of a Jewish national majority within the state. To realize this goal requires the dissolution of the Arab element, its numerical reduction, and the elimination of its political voice. The Zionist state enables this by rendering Arabs either second-class citizens, as in the Israeli Arabs, or extra-legal, as in the Palestinians in the occupied territories and abroad. Judaization, ethnic cleansing, social apartheid, and the making of a permanent Jewish majority. In Israel, society had to be made Jewish. At the time of the independence, Jews lacked a clear numerical advantage in the territory. In 1947, no less than 45% of the population in the area designated for the Jewish state was Palestinian, according to the United Nations Special Committee on Palestine. 54. How could Jews institute and maintain their status as the national majority, that is, the nation patronized by the nation-state, if they constituted only half the population? This was a problem of economic and military power, but also political legitimacy. Critical international patrons could hardly agree that the Jewish state governed in the name of the people when half of the people were not Jews. That contradiction might prove untenable at home as well. Judaization, therefore, has been an ongoing project since the establishment of the state. It began with ethnic cleansing in 1947 to 1948, which reduced the Arab population of the territory that became Israel. It is generally accepted that about 750,000 Palestinians were displaced during the Nakba, although some put the figure higher. 55 for those who remained. The project continued with apartheid, the application to the national majority and minority of separate law, designed to empower the majority at the expense of the minority. Specifically, Arabs were subject to military authority, while the Jewish population lived under civil law. Although Arabs were spatially concentrated both to make them more easily governable and to strip them of land that was then distributed to Jews, this distinction in legal regimes was not territorialized. The jurisdiction of military authority was Arabs, not the zones in which they were concentrated. This approach mirrors precisely that of U.S. Indian law and South African apartheid. Like South Africa under apartheid, Israel is constantly developing and tweaking its laws and policies to stanch and prevent crises of native control. In particular, Israel has repeatedly updated its land laws to maximize the dispossession of the non-Jewish population, including Palestinian Arabs and Bedouin. These legal inventions include the recognition, whereby Palestinian majority localities are made extra-legal, because they are not recognized by the state. They cannot legally expand or upgrade infrastructure, constraining population and making life untenable. The state has also developed laws to minimize the political power that attends land ownership by fragmenting Palestinian communities. Strategic fragmentation ensures that, even where the majority of land is owned by Palestinians, the majority of seats on local governing councils are held by Jews. Israel has also used its education system, military, and quasi-public Jewish national institutions to isolate non-Jews socially and economically, empowering Jews and reducing the life prospects of Arabs and others deemed non-Jews. This program has been enormously successful. By May 2016, the Jewish population of Israel was approximately 6.37 million, while the Arab population was 1.77 million. These figures include the Palestinians of East Jerusalem and the Syrian population of the Golan Heights, both of which are occupied territories. 56 Yet official Israeli discourse claims that the percentage of the Palestinians in the population has increased from about 12% in 1948, after the war. The Israeli government asserts that the increase is a product of higher birth rates among the Palestinians than Jews, ignoring the possibility that the emigration rate among Jewish Israelis is higher than that among Palestinian Israelis. As Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu explains, the threat of Palestinian presence Arab, specifically is existential from the standpoint of the Jewish state. We stated in the Declaration of Independence that Israel will be a Jewish and democratic state, and to make sure that the democracy does not cancel out the Jewish aspect, we must ensure a Jewish majority. Regarding our relations with the Arab minority, if they integrate, fine, but their numbers will reach 35 or 40%, at which time the Jewish state is at an end. If their numbers fall, but relations are violent and poor, that will affect the democratic fabric. So we need a policy that balances the two needs, but that first of all ensures a Jewish majority in the country. 57. Netanyahu was echoing Ben-Gurion, who had advised in 1947 that only a state with at least 80% Jews is a viable and stable state. 58. Netanyahu's comment is revealing in the way it collapses society and state. The demographic fear rests on the claim that a Jewish majority society necessitates an institutionally and ideologically Jewish state. Gavizon, the Hebrew University legal scholar, makes a similar point at the outset of her polemic The Jews' Right to Statehood, a Defense. Too many people, she asserts, ignore the legitimate existential needs of the Jewish state, such as the preservation of a Jewish majority within its borders and the development of a vibrant Jewish cultural life. The refusal to distinguish between state and society is at the heart of the nation-state. Modernity in Europe, its colonies, and its avatars, of which Israel is one, presumes that state and nation must be one. Zionization and Judaization operate in concert to achieve this goal. If we step outside the ideological boundaries of colonial modernity, however, we can see clearly that there need be no Jewish state in order to have a Jewish majority society. A society with a Jewish majority, and a Jewish character, may be found in a Jewish state, a binational state, or non-national state. A characterologically Jewish society may even be found in a nation-state in which the nation is not Jewish. An example is the Orthodox Jewish communities of New York City and other parts of New York State. While Jews are members of the U.S. settler population, the settler nation does not have a Jewish character. Even so, thoroughly Jewish societies exist within the United States. Gavizan's argument would sound very different if it began not with the existential needs of the Jewish state but with those of the Jewish people. The existential needs of Jewish people clearly can be met in the absence of a Jewish state. Gavizan may be right in claiming that a stable and sizable majority of citizens wants the state to be a Jewish one, an argument that seemingly smooths out the contradiction of a democratic and Jewish state. 59 But the unaddressed complication is that this stable and sizable majority was created through ethnic cleansing of non-Jewish Palestinians and the ongoing manufacture by the state of a Jewish demographic majority with a politicized Jewish identity. This identity is in no way inherent to being a Jew. Diaspora Jews do not choose it, and Jews who have left Israel actively reject it. Under other circumstances, Israel could have a Jewish social majority and a political majority comprising Jews and non-Jews. The apparently democratic desire for Jewish statehood is a product not of the uncoerced preference of Israel's residents but of European political modernism, as refracted through Judaization. The ethnic cleansing of 1948. In 1948 there were 526 distinct Palestinian communities. 4 years later 418 had either been destroyed or were left intact but appropriated for other uses. Some ruined locations were turned into forests, only the remains of holy places and historical buildings survived as telltale signs among the trees. Others were fenced off and turned into ranches. Infrastructure left standing might be resettled by Jews, perhaps absorbed into an urban neighborhood. Some of those left intact became artist colonies, exhibits, museums, and tourist attractions or public parks. Hadil Asali, a Palestinian anthropologist, writes of the port of Jaffa, where old Palestinian homes and buildings have been repurposed into trendy artist galleries. The walkways around the port have signs for tourists, explaining the history of the area while completely writing the Palestinians out of it. It is not a ghost town, but the Palestinians are certainly ghosts. Finally, a few intact communities were used to resettle Arabs who were displaced from their homes elsewhere inside the new state of Israel. 60. Among the 750,000 or more Palestinians forced out of the Jewish majority state were not only Arabs but also Druze and Bedouin. Lana Tadua writes, the Bedouin were like the larger Palestinian population subjected to forced transfer and expulsion by Zionist forces. Until then, the Nakab region had been home to between 75,000 and 90,000 Bedouin belonging to 95 tribes. In the aftermath of the 1948 war, only 11,000 Bedouin belonging to 19 tribes remained. 61 The partition plan called for a division of Palestine into two states, one with hardly any Jewish residents and one with a 55% Jewish majority. This was not good enough for the Zionists, who sought greater demographic superiority within their designated region and drove non-Jews out of their designated region as well. Within Israeli Jewish society, this claim of premeditated ethnic cleansing is controversial. Although few would disagree that Palestinian Arabs left Israel in large numbers, many are satisfied with the view that ethnic cleansing was not the result of a strategy directed from Zionist central command, that it was, rather, an unconscious, even unintended, outcome of uncoordinated developments. These questions of intention have driven scholarship on 1948 for decades, with many early Israeli historians downplaying the violence. 62. Later Israeli scholars, a group known as the New Historians, have been forthright about the violence of Israeli state building. Their research details hundreds of cases of forced removal affecting thousands upon thousands of Palestinians. But the question of intention remains. Benny Morris, one of the most prominent new historians, has argued that the Palestinian exodus was born of compelling war conditions rather than design. On this view, the expulsion of Palestinian civilians and in some cases their massacre was unavoidable given the facts of the unfolding 1948 conflict. 63. Other historians, such as the Palestinian Nur Masalha, have taken a different approach. Masalha does not join others in seeking a blueprint for Israeli actions in 1948 and, having failed to locate it, conclude that ethnic cleansing was unintentional. Rather, he points out that expulsion was inherent in the Zionist project. All along, Zionist leaders have responded to the native problem or, if you will, the squatter problem by presuming that it would not be solved through mutual accommodation but instead eliminated in service of Jewish dominion. The initial Zionist position on the native question was that Palestine was a land without a people, which Masalha understands as a claim that the Palestinians were a pre-modern relic with no significant civilization who could thus be dealt with as if they did not exist. Winston Churchill, a supporter of Jewish statehood, enunciated a similar position when he compared the Palestinian Arabs to a dog in the manger, opining that the Arabs had no greater right to the land than the dog has the final right to the manger, even though he may have lain there for a very long time. 64. The commitment to Arab elimination only increased as independence neared. Hannah Arendt noted that the 1944 Atlantic City Resolution of the American Jewish Conference, later adopted by the World Zionist Organization, left no room for Arab rights in Israel, whereas even 2 years earlier the Biltmore Conference itself, marking an uptick in Jewish exclusionism, had at least allowed the possibility of minority rights. The Arabs were simply not mentioned in the resolution. Arendt pointed out. 65 That they had disappeared from Zionist planning suggests that they were intended to disappear from the Zionist state. Masalha further observes that Zionists did not merely talk as though ethnic cleansing were inevitable, they also took up policies explicitly geared toward Arab expulsion. For instance, after the high point of the Palestinian resistance in 1936, the Jewish Agency set up a population transfer committee. Following directives of the 20th Zionist Council meeting in August 1937, the committee sought to bribe Arab countries to take the Palestinians. Preferred destinations included Iraq, the Syrian desert, Saudi Arabia, and Jordan. The plans were seldom announced openly, for fear of antagonizing British public opinion, and were usually pushed through third parties, the Saudi plan through the British Orientalist Harry St. John Philby, the Jordan plan through the 1937 Peel Commission, and the Iraq plan through the 1945 U.S. Hoover Plan. Transfer remained an official goal after Israel came into being. On May 28, 1948, 2 weeks after Israel declared its independence, Foreign Minister Moshe Sharett appointed a temporary transfer committee, which worked to depopulate Palestinian communities. Ben-Gurion later promoted the committee to a permanent government body. In his diaries he referred to the committee as Va'adat Akira Vejrosh, literally, the Committee for Uprooting and Expulsion. 66 It seems undeniable, therefore, that the ethnic cleansing of 1948 was carried out deliberately, if not with directed orders. Jewish soldiers did not have to be so ordered, they knew what they were fighting for, in light of decades of rhetoric and policy, which established and implemented an ideology they were taught to share. Further evidence of intention lies in the concerted effort to prevent the refugees returning. Elon Papp, another new historian, documents 286 Palestinian Arab villages destroyed by August 1948 regardless of whether they were hostile or friendly, whose populations were prevented from resettling in their homes after the war. Papp has further adduced evidence that Ben-Gurion knew about and approved of ethnic cleansing and that he and a small group of aides oversaw the effort. 67 Again, Ben-Gurion's own words speak loudly. As he explained to aides in 1949, before the founding of the state, on the eve of its creation, our main interest was self-defense. But now the issue at hand is conquest, not self-defense. 68. The ethnic cleansing of Palestinians went on for months but was never completed. More than 150,000 either remained within the area of Israel or managed to return. 69 About half that number were present absentees, whose land and other property was expropriated. 70 From the perspective of the Zionist establishment, this residual Arab population was a fact to be lamented. Yitzhak Ben-Zvi, who would become Israel's second president, observed that there are too many Arabs who remained in the country. Eliyahu Carmeli, a member of the Knesset, declared, "I'm not willing to accept a single Arab, and not only an Arab but any Gentile. I want the state of Israel to be entirely Jewish." Yael Duvdevani, an MK from Ben-Gurion's Mappé party, added, "If there was any way of solving the problem by way of a transfer of the remaining 170,000 Arabs, we should do so." Zivan, another Mappé leader, commented, "The landscape is more beautiful. I enjoy it, especially when traveling between Haifa and Tel Aviv, and there is no single Arab to be seen." 71 But where there were Arabs to be seen, something would have to be done. That something was apartheid. Apartheid. The foundation of apartheid is separate rule of the national majority and minority. In Israel, this was achieved initially through military governance and special government departments. While Jewish citizens were governed by civil law and could appeal to the state on the basis of that law, including to legislators who represented them in the Knesset, non-Jews were governed by the decrees of military officials and bureaucrats. They could appeal to officers and agencies, but not to legislators. This system lasted nearly 2 decades, from 1948 until 1966. Under this structure, Palestinians within Israel were effectively captives of a military dictatorship, established on the basis of the 1945 defense regulations inherited from the British. The regulations included severe restriction on civil liberties, including freedom of movement. The first Knesset attempted to abolish the emergency laws, which some Israeli politicians correctly viewed as contradicting fundamental principles of democracy. But Prime Minister Ben-Gurion insisted that emergency powers be retained and enforced with a twist. While the British enforced the regulations against Jews and non-Jews alike, in Israel, they would be applied only to non-Jewish Palestinians, whether residents or citizens. 72 These regulations therefore joined the nationality laws in creating 2 categories of citizen, each with a different quotient of rights. Immediately after conquering a Palestinian community, Israel would use the emergency regulations to impose a curfew and travel permit requirement on Palestinians there. The travel permit was the Israeli version of the American and South African pass systems. The result was to fracture Arab population concentrations into a number of security zones, the equivalent of homelands in other colonies. There were 3 such zones: northern, central, and southern, each commanded by an official appointed by the Chief of Staff of the military and accountable only to him. Each of the regional military governors was akin to an autocrat. The regulations authorized him to detain any person within his zone, deport residents, confiscate land and houses, and demolish any house, structure, or land. Of course, because the emergency defense laws were implemented only in relation to Palestinians, not Jews, they constrained only the former, while giving the Jews carte blanche to occupy the lands from which the Palestinians were denied access. Closing Palestinian areas meant preventing Palestinians, both returning refugees and internally displaced persons, from reoccupying their homes. But Jews could move in and take them over. When Prime Minister Ben-Gurion justified the practice before the Knesset, he said the military government came into existence to protect the right of Jewish settlement in all parts of the state. 73 Even when military rule formally ended in 1966, the defense regulations of 1945 remained in force. The goals and methods of Israeli apartheid have shifted with changing realities on the ground. Initially, the goal was to ensure Jewish land occupation. But as life settled into a post-war condition, the idea of transferring Palestinians from their land became harder to swallow. Population transfer looked like the sort of thing that happened during the Second World War and its immediate aftermath. The new policy, developed by the Mappé Party's Arab Affairs Committee in 1958, instead emphasized control and surveillance of Arabs in Israel. 74 Integration of the Palestinians as equal citizens was presumed to be impossible, but with sufficient security, their partial incorporation could be attempted. Alongside the military government, the Shin Bet and Matam were given charge of Palestinians' everyday lives. 75. A critical area of surveillance and control is Arab education. Whereas every religious stream in the Jewish community is entitled to an autonomous educational system, Orthodox Jews can obtain state funding for religious schools of their own design. For instance, the curriculum in Arab schools is designed by the State Ministry of Education. The ministry also vets all teacher appointments in schools, a power it uses to reject Arab teachers. The ministry need not explain its reasoning. Final approval is in the hands of the Deputy Director for Arab Education, who, for many years, was a Shin Bet agent. The Israeli government has never confirmed this, but in 2001 Haaretz reported that, for at least the previous 10 years, the agent, Yitzhak Cohen the Arab, had been running Arab education in Israel. Haaretz quoted a former senior Shin Bet official to the effect that the ministry not only determined and interfered in the appointment of principals and teachers, it even determined who would be the janitors, do the maintenance, and clean the bathrooms in the Arab schools. 76 On top of this, the Palestinian minority has been denied permission to build a single university. In 2004 Haaretz reported that university admission rules have been revised to give greater weight to interviews, so that Israeli education authorities have more leeway to prevent heavy concentrations of Palestinian students in fields deemed sensitive from a security standpoint. 77. Registration of identity. An important tool of apartheid and Judaization generally is registration of nationality and religion. Every resident is required to register with the state, although, in some circumstances, residents may challenge the requirement. This registration both enforces state-sanctioned identities, ensuring, for instance, that Jews understand themselves to be members of the Jewish nation, and is used to direct public benefits. Only those registered as Jews are entitled to the benefits of apartheid, while apartheid's disadvantages accrue to those registered as Arabs. The population registry is another carryover from empire. Under Ottoman rule, Palestine was governed according to the millet system, whereby the empire officially sanctioned religious identities and recognized their leaders. Each subject was then grouped under one or the other of the millets. The British Mandate maintained the legacy of the millet system under the Religious Communities Ordinance of 1926. The High Commissioner was authorized to issue regulations setting out how officially recognized religious communities were organized and could empower these communities to levy taxes on members of the community. The officially recognized religious community thus became a local government unit, with its leadership appointed by a state official. Unlike the millet system, however, participation was voluntary. Religious communities were not required to obtain state recognition. The only mandatory religious community interested in official recognition and associated powers was the Jewish community. 78 Just as the community was given a choice concerning official incorporation, under the mandate the individual, too, could decide whether to submit to the jurisdiction of religious courts. When it came to family law, residents could choose whether to seek adjudication in civil or religious courts. After 1948 this option was abolished by the Israeli state, thereby making it compulsory for every citizen and resident of Israel to be identified as a member of an officially acknowledged religious group. The currently operative law is Population Registry Law of 1965, which requires all residents to attest to their nationality and religion, and all residents over the age of 16 to carry the identity card indicating this information. The Population Registry Law does not define the term nationality or indicate which nationalities and religions the state recognizes, leaving it to state agencies and the courts to determine which nationalities are acceptable. Over the years, Israeli residents have challenged the registration requirements. The Supreme Court ruled in 1969 and again in 1972 that the registrar may not register information against the will of the registrant, and that no one is obliged to register their nationality or religion and may choose to leave one or both of these items blank. 79 Still, registration of identity does occur, and it can be compulsory. The chief registration officer can apply to a court for a declaratory judgment regarding a person's religion or nationality so as to register these details. The Supreme Court also ruled in Tamarin v. State of Israel that the right not to have these details registered is not absolute. 80. The identities available to registrants are defined by the state, not by the subjective decisions of individuals. In Tamarin, a Jew tried to register their nationality as Israeli, but the Supreme Court refused on the grounds that the registrar, not the registrants, gets to decide which nations exist. In Israel itself, Israeli is not a nationality. The Israeli nation is Jewish. 81 Nor may one register as a Palestinian, although one may register as an Arab. To register as an Arab Jew is unthinkable. No non-Jew may register herself as a Jew. To do so would be to illegally grasp an entitlement to rights and privileges that are denied non-Jewish citizens of Israel. Not only does the state limit which identities residents may select, but it also has the exclusive power to add options to the list, a decision that comes with political ramifications. An illustrative example is the Druze community, which was recognized by neither the Ottomans nor the British. By recognizing the Druze in 1957, Israel legally differentiated them from Arabs, further isolating the Arabs. As a result, Druze also have access to advantages denied Arabs. For instance, unlike Arabs, Druze may join the armed forces, which enables access to public benefits and the esteem of the nation. In 2001, Haaretz reported that, of 68 communities under construction in Israel, 7 were meant for the Druze and none for Arabs. 82. Spatial control, dispossession, derecognition, and separation. When the 1948 war ended, the State of Israel controlled an area covering approximately 5 million hectares, or 78% of British Mandate Palestine. But only about 13.5% of Israeli territory was under state or Jewish ownership. 83 The Jewish state had established sovereignty over the land, but Jewish people did not own it. The rupture between sovereignty and possession, and the use of sovereignty to establish possession, clarifies the relationship between the interconnected processes of Zionization of the state and Judaization of society. The state could be Zionized through law, and that law could be instrumentalized to effect dispossession, the goal of which was Judaization of the land and therefore society. Dispossession of those expelled and internally displaced in 1948 began even as they were fleeing. The dispossession of the internally displaced was retroactively legalized by the law of absentee property, enacted in 1950. The law effectively put the property of these present absentees on the auction block, as long as the buyers were Jews. Gabriel Peiterberg explains. A thinly disguised official entity called the custodian was authorized to sell absentees' land, to the development agency, a government body created specifically to acquire it. This agency then sold it on to the Jewish National Fund. At the end of the chain, these lands were privately farmed out to Jews only, and gradually became de facto private property, while remaining de jure in the keeping of the state. 84. There is no time limitation on the confiscation of absentee lands. Even today, decades after Israeli independence, Palestinian Arab citizens of Israel receive notices of confiscation. For instance, if a Palestinian landowner dies, and one of his or her heirs is a refugee, the law entitles the custodian to claim that share. The failure to hand over absentee property to the custodian is a criminal offense. By contrast, the custodian is beyond accountability. As long as the custodian disposes of property in good faith, the transfer is valid, even if it is proved that the property was not absentee property. There has only been one successful attempt to challenge a transfer, in 1993.85. Besides individually owned land, the Israeli state also appropriated communal trust land, known in Arabic as waqf. The waqf in Ottoman and Mandate Palestine were well endowed, including not only mosques, graveyards, and holy sites, but also residential, agricultural, and commercial properties held for charitable purposes. It is estimated that Waqf institutions owned up to 20% of the cultivated area of Mandate Palestine. As much as 85% of Waqf property was transferred to the custodian. Compensation paid for Waqf property went to the Ministry of Religious Affairs, not to Israeli Muslim communities themselves. None of the other established religious communities in Israel, Jewish, Christian, Druze, and Baha'i, had their lands confiscated. 86. At the heart of expropriation was the refusal, by law, to recognize native land rights. In this, Israel again drew from the British colonial playbook. The Mandate had developed a clever system for turning agricultural land into state-owned property. It did so effectively by inverting Ottoman law. Under Ottoman rule, any person who revived dead or waste land, whether they did so with or without official permission, immediately acquired the right to title over it. The British, however, decided that any person who acquired title in this way was in fact a trespasser. It did not matter how long he or she had been cultivating the land in question. Alexander Kedar, a legal scholar at Haifa University, has shown how Israel adapted the system in order to dispossess Palestinians and thereby create Israeli land, that is, transfer land under Arab cultivation to the State of Israel, which would sell it to Jewish settlers. Of particular importance was the requirement that Palestinians claiming farmland prove ownership dating from Ottoman times. This exposed the vast majority of cultivators to dispossession, since only about 5% of the land in Palestine had been officially registered at the end of the Ottoman period. Any unregistered land automatically was turned over to the Israeli state on the grounds that it had no owner, that even long-time Arab cultivators were in fact trespassing. When Arabs did claim registration, they found the process of proving ownership so badly stacked against them that 85% of their cases were decided in favor of the Israel Land Administration, the government agency responsible for managing land ownership. The legal work was done by the Israeli Supreme Court, interpreting and modifying Ottoman land law. The Ottomans recognized two kinds of cultivated land: Muwat land, lying no more than 1.5 miles outside a recognized village boundary, and Miri land, which lay within a village itself. Any other land was not subject to ownership. When it came to Muwat, the Israeli Supreme Court required claimants to prove decades after the fact that the land had been registered on Ottoman or British rolls prior to April 18, 1921. The claimant then had to further prove that the land was under continuous cultivation after the date of registration. Only those who could show that they had continuously maintained crops during this entire period, known as the period of limitation, could prove they were owners rather than trespassers. By contrast, Ottoman law imposed no period of limitation on Muwat. One had only to prove that one was working the land in order to claim title. As onerous as the Israeli requirement was, the Supreme Court also made it virtually impossible to fulfill, even for those who had kept excellent records. Tax records showing that agricultural taxes had been paid were rejected as proof that land had been under cultivation. Instead, the court demanded objective evidence showing that the landholder had cultivated at least 50% of the land in his possession, regardless of the nature of the soil or the crop planted. Kedar notes that the state regularly relied on British aerial photographs from 1945 to prove with relative ease that landholders of a considerable number of parcels in the rocky, mountainous Galilee had not cultivated at least 50% of their land for the entire period of limitation. The Supreme Court also decided that land cultivated by nomads would in most cases be unclaimable. At the end of the 19th and the beginning of the 20th century, nomads began moving into permanent dwellings, but the Ottoman state did not recognize their settlements as villages or towns, which meant that the lands they worked were neither Muwat nor Miri. Since these lands were not subject to ownership under Ottoman law, there was no process for claims under Israeli law, and the land was forthwith registered to the Israeli state and eventually sold to settlers. As for Miri lands cultivated inside recognized locales, the Supreme Court again added hurdles above and beyond those of Ottoman law. Ottoman law established a 10-year period of limitation on Miri, which meant that if a cultivator could demonstrate that he had been working the land for a 10-year period, the state would grant titles. In practice, it was not difficult to prove ownership on these terms, because Ottoman law had very lax rules about what constituted cultivation. Mandatory laws were a bit stricter but still open for interpretation. The Israeli court, by contrast, applied its strict 50% continuous cultivation threshold and retroactively extended the limitation period to 15 and in some cases 20 years. The result was unsurprising: the state got most of the land, and claimants were declared trespassers on land their families had worked for generations. 87. Legal techniques developed to facilitate the appropriation of Arab land in Israel proper were used in the occupied territories after the 1967 war. During 1968 to 1979, the key justification for seizing almost 47,000 dunams for building settlements was that the settlements performed defense and military functions. This same justification was used following the Oslo Accords to construct a network of bypass roads connecting the settlements with Israeli urban centers inside the pre-1967 border. When the Supreme Court rejected this justification, the government declared the desired area state land and thus subject to the earlier expropriation law. Between 1972 and 1992, Israel constructed 132 settlements housing 231,200 Israelis in the West Bank and East Jerusalem, and another 16 settlements housing 4,800 Israelis in Gaza. 88. Israel also uses land law to fragment Palestinian populations where they form majorities. 89. The Judaization of the Galilee, for instance, involved forcibly appropriating land from Palestinian communities to build the new Jewish communities of Upper Nazareth and Carmel. This effort, which began in the 1950s, was very much a military effort. In the 1970s, lookout settlements were established in the region to protect state land from unauthorized Arab agricultural, residential, and grazing activity and to monitor illegal land use by Palestinian Arabs. In 1976, when additional land was targeted in the Galilee to make way for 20 new Jewish settlements and the expansion of existing Jewish cities, the Palestinian community established a committee for the defense of Arab land. The committee called a general strike and organized demonstrations on March 30 of that year. The state responded with deadly force, killing 6 Palestinians and wounding hundreds. That day is now annually commemorated by Palestinians as Land Day. 90. As a strategy to fragment Palestinian communities into areas that can be encircled and prevented from growing, Judaization is reminiscent of the creation of reservations in the United States and Bantu homelands in apartheid South Africa. Though 72% of the population in the Galilee is Palestinian, 63% of the land is under the control of regional councils with an Ashkenazi majority, which constitutes a mere 6% of the area's population. Another 21% of the land is under the control of Mizrahi majority councils. Mizrahim comprise 22% of the population. Palestinian majority regional councils are left to administer just 16% of the land. 91. A further goal of fragmentation is to ensure a Jewish majority not just in the land of Israel as a whole but also in as many individual localities as possible. Thus, when he served as housing minister in the 1990s, Ariel Sharon devised a policy calling for the establishment of Jewish settlements as buffers between Palestinian communities to prevent them expanding and joining together into contiguous majority Palestinian areas. The policy was implemented in various places, from Bedouin areas to the Gilboa Mountains to the Seven Stars settlements that straddled the Green Line separating Israel and the West Bank. 92. It is not just Arabs but also Bedouin who have been victims of Judaization. In the 1970s, Bedouin constituted almost 90% of the population of the Negev, or Negev, the arid south of Israel. Judaization in the Negev aimed to concentrate Bedouin communities in 7 residential areas so that remaining land could be transferred to Jewish settlers. The Bedouin were offered meager compensation between 2 and 15% of what was offered to Jewish settlers evacuated from the Sinai. When almost half of the Bedouin refused, state authorities declared their 58 villages unrecognized. 93. The status made development in the villages far more difficult, in an effort to starve out the residents. Eventually large areas of historically Bedouin land were taken and designated for military uses. Two emergency orders issued in May 2001 targeted 72,000 dunams for military purposes. Construction of the new facilities began with demolition of Bedouin homes in 5 communities. 94 As Taydour explains, the logic of Bedouin dispossession is that they are a nomadic population that has no right to the land. The narrative of nomadism has been central to the positioning of the Bedouin as outside of modernity and the liberal regime of property. 95. Denying recognition has, in the past few decades, become a key technology of Judaization. In effect, the status places communities beyond the pale of legality. The 1965 Planning and Building Law created the scheme. The law concentrated planning authority in a government body, which used administrative powers to implement demolition and eviction orders and increased the severity of financial penalties on homeowners whose activities were barred by due recognition. 96 The government at the time recognized only 123 Palestinian villages, including the 108 that had survived the war, as well as those Bedouin areas the Israelis hoped to make concentration points for the population. 97 These communities could continue to develop, but unrecognized localities would be omitted from all planning, making any expansion of them illegal. A 1981 amendment to the law added new levers of coercion, prohibiting the supply of electricity, water, and telephone lines to unlicensed buildings. Unrecognized villages were prohibited from building infrastructure, such as paved roads and sewage systems, and from constructing or repairing homes. Existing buildings were subject to demolition at any time. 98 When villagers continued to build illegally, the government turned to the demolition power. By 1998 courts had approved 12,000 demolition orders in the Galilee alone. 99 A local Arabic language newspaper described how demolitions are carried out ruthlessly, using a heavy police presence. 7 a.m. Monday morning, special forces of the police arrived at the houses of Mahmoud Aman and Maman Taha without any prior notice and began the demolition. Aman was pinned to the ground by police forces until they finished their job. Aman and Taha are living in very bad conditions. Aman is the father of 4 children who are living in one small room. He tried very hard to get a building license, but was unsuccessful, so he decided to build a small house last May. Khalil Asaf, attorney of both Taha and Aman, said, "I was negotiating with the Israel Land Authority in order to convey title of the land to my clients when we were surprised with the demolition of the 2 houses, especially since the court was supposed to look into our request next November 100. Israel has used denial of recognition to ensure stagnation in non-Jewish communities. The only significant improvement in government services to unrecognized communities since the passage of the 1965 Planning and Building Law came in 1992, when the International Water Tribunal upheld a Palestinian NGO's claim that failure to supply water to unrecognized villages was discriminatory. The Israeli government then agreed to route water to each unrecognized community. There has also been occasional extension of recognition. 9 formerly unrecognized villages were recognized between December 1994 and September 1998. 101. A final dimension of spatial Judaization is the physical separation of Jewish and Arab localities. Most prominently, there is the wall that now separates Israeli settlers from Palestinian Arabs in the occupied territories. But there are walls in Israel proper, too. The phenomenon developed after Prime Minister Sharon introduced the idea of the wall in the West Bank. Jewish communities began to demand walls of their own to keep neighboring Israeli Arabs away. One wall was built in May 2003, a gigantic line of dirt, 6 meters high and 1 kilometer long, separating Jisr Zarqa, one of the poorest Arab villages in Israel, from Caesarea, one of the country's wealthiest Jewish neighborhoods. The wall was justified as an anti-noise measure. The builder said residents of Caesarea were getting annoyed by the Muslim call to prayer, loud music, gunshots, and fireworks. Jisr Zarqa residents contended that the real reason was racism. They do not want to see us because we are Arabs. A few months later, in July, the municipality of Lydda began the process of building another wall, 4 meters high and 1.5 kilometers long, to separate parts near, a Palestinian Arab neighborhood in the municipality, from the Jewish town of Nirtzvi. This wall, too, was justified as a means to limit noise pollution. 102. Jewish national institutions. Though the Old Testament was said to be the inspiration for Judaization, it could provide no more than a justificatory language. What drove Judaization was law and Jewish national institutions with authority over access to state-owned land and public services, access denied to Palestinian citizens of Israel, and to Palestinians in the occupied territories. The secular rationale underlying this state of affairs is simple: the Jewish state must give preferential treatment to Jews. A key institutional player is the Jewish National Fund, established in 1901 to acquire land for Jewish settlement in Palestine. The JNF made its first purchases in 1910 and grew from there. The JNF claimed that to purchase land from non-Jews was to redeem it, and that, once redeemed, the land could never be passed on to non-Jews. The fund also decried the use of Arab labor on such land. As early as 1930, a British official noted that the result of the purchase of land by the Jewish National Fund has been that land has been extraterritorialist. It ceases to be land from which the Arab can gain any advantage either now or at any time in the future. 103. The JNF does not deny charges of discrimination, it embraces them. Facing such charges in 2004, the organization responded that it was not required to treat all citizens of Israel equally. The JNF does not have an allegiance to the Israeli public, it explained. Its allegiance is to the Jewish people in the exile and in Israel. Indeed, handing over the land to all citizens of the state for their use directly contradicts the purposes of the JNF. The JNF, as a private owner and trustee of the Jewish people, is not required to treat all citizens of the state equally when it allocates land. 104. Other key, long-standing institutions include the World Zionist Organization and Jewish Agency, which in 1952 were made jointly responsible for settlement projects in the state, per Knesset legislation. The executives of the WZO and JA are officially accorded a status on par with that of members of the government. The chairs of the organizations rank immediately after the members of the cabinet, and the status of other organization leaders is equal to that of members of the Knesset. 105. The deepening involvement of the WZO and JA in settlement activity in the occupied territories after the 1967 war raised questions of legality domestically and abroad, as the organizations have tax-exempt status in countries of the diaspora. The organizations were reconstituted in 1971 with a clear division of labor between the JA, a tax-exempt body responsible for activities within Israel, and the WZO, a political body responsible for activities in the diaspora. The JA now is responsible for developing the infrastructure in new rural settlements, and it finances a whole range of development works, including public buildings, and such basic services as sewage and water systems and connection to the national water supply and electricity grid. Given that Arab citizens of Israel are excluded from the settlement process, it is not a surprise that no new Arab agricultural settlements have been established in Israel since independence, and basic services in Arab villages lag far behind those in all new rural settlements. Most Arab villages still have no proper sewage disposal facilities. 106. How should we understand these institutions? They systematically confer legally sanctioned privilege on Jews and just as systematically discriminate against non-Jews. If they are public organizations, they should be required to conform to the principles of Israeli administrative law, which include commitments to equality and non-discrimination. If they are private organizations, then they are not bound by anti-discrimination commitments, yet they cannot be private, for they do not pay taxes. The preferential legal treatment they enjoy also is unavailable to private organizations. 107. Here is how Ben-Gurion described the WZO while proposing the 1952 law. The law as proposed before you is not an ordinary law, rather it is one of the central laws, characterizing the state, as a state designed to serve as an instrument and an anvil in the redemption of Israel. The law therefore incorporates stipulations of principle, that, endow the World Zionist Organization with sovereign rights inside the State of Israel with the aim to settle and develop the country, absorb Jewish immigrants from their dispersion, and coordinate the activities of institutions and organizations active in these areas inside the State of Israel. 108. Neither public nor private, but sovereign. It is a remarkable notion, speaking to the legal inventiveness underlying Judaization, and the creativity possible in the absence of constraint. Another key Jewish institution is the military. The military and the culture of militarism are deep in the marrow of Israel, for settlers come armed. As early as 1907, Zionists of the Second Aliyah had secretly formed a militia, Bar Jorah. Named for a legendary hero of the Jewish revolt against the Romans, the militia operated under the slogan, "In fire and blood Judea fell, in fire and blood Judea will rise." 109. Its object was to guard Jewish settlements, and it became the nucleus of the military power necessary to conquer the land. The legacy of Bar Jorah continues today. In the absence of a peaceful solution to the Palestinian question, Israel has become a state and a society perpetually in preparation for war. The military does not dominate civilian institutions, yet Israel is a militaristic society in that a military ethos permeates civilian life. There are, of course, sites of resistance to this pervasive militarism, such as the Hebrew University nuclear physicists who refused to participate in a nuclear weapons development program in the mid-1950s. The state found other collaborators, mainly from Tel Aviv University. 110. If one source of militarism is the continuing dynamic of settler and native, the native is the shadow who never leaves the settler side, the other is the founding trauma of the Holocaust. The state memorializes that trauma daily and hourly lest its lessons escape the mind of any Jew, Israeli or not. What are these lessons? Norman Finkelstein, the American Jewish critic of Zionism, looks to the words of Michael Wolfsohn, a staunch German Jewish supporter of Israel and a professor at the University of German Armed Forces. In the course of defending Israel's use of torture against people it deems terrorists, Wolfsohn explained that the lesson of the Holocaust for Jews is never again to be a victim, which, in Finkelstein's words, signifies that any means is legitimate in the name of self-defense. In other words, while the Holocaust forbids Germans from being perpetrators, it entitles Jews to do as they please. 111. Militarism in Israel has been rationalized as creating a normal Jew, but in fact it is a powerful obstacle to normalization. Arabs are excluded from participation in the army, which becomes a covert justification for discrimination, since many benefits in Israel are available only to those who have served. For example, under the Grants to Soldiers and Their Families regulations of 1970, soldiers with 3 or more children are paid higher allowances than persons with the same number of children who are neither soldiers nor family members of soldiers. Similarly, according to guidelines established by the Ministry of Construction and Housing and administered by the banks, couples in which at least one partner has served are entitled to home mortgages equal to as much as 150% of those available to couples in which neither partner has served. Financial assistance for the purchase of apartments or houses in areas marked for new development assistance that may cover as much as 95% of the cost is only available to a person who has served, or whose father, mother, brother, sister, son, or daughter has served, in the Israel Defense Forces, police, or prison service. Former service members have special access to subsidies for university education. 112 Because nearly every secular Israeli Jew serves a substantial percentage of Orthodox do not these benefits are commonly awarded, at least to Jews. Occupation as Judaization. In 1967 Israel took over the West Bank, Gaza Strip, Sinai and Golan Heights in the course of what is known to Zionists as the Six-Day War. 113 This term is deeply misleading. The kinetic military actions of 1967 might have peaked over the course of a handful of days, but they are continuous with those of 1948 and of the Jewish militias of the Yishuv. The political project was the same, to take territory claimed as the biblical inheritance of Jews and install in it a Jewish state and society. Thus the Golan Heights was ethnically cleansed of its Palestinian Arab population and annexed to Israel in 1981. In Sinai that project proved unfeasible for diplomatic reasons, and the region was returned to Egypt in 1982. In Gaza, thus far, Palestinian Arab nationalists have successfully resisted Judaization, forcing Israel to withdraw its civil administration in 2005. The Israeli military continues to exercise control over Gaza, saturating its perimeter with soldiers, checkpoints, and barbed wire, scrupulously regulating flows of people, goods, and life necessitates across the border, and periodically attacking both militants and unarmed civilians within. This leaves the West Bank still under occupation and active Jewish settlement. Unlike Gaza, the interior of the West Bank is full of Jewish Israeli settlers and soldiers. Driving their presence is Judaization of Jews, specifically Mizrahim and other fundamentalists. The Arab Jew, the Ashkenazi, both coveted and despised, was Judaized, civilized, and now does his bidding. Ashkenazi paternalism created within Israeli society a new settlement force comprising Jews who for decades have been colonized inside Israel's borders. Mizrahim are the Jews who were de-Arabized. Judaizing Israeli society meant not only expelling Palestinian Arabs, Muslims, and Christians, turning over their property to Jews, and relegating the Palestinian Arab remnant to second-class status. Jews too Mizrahim had to be de-Arabized in order to realize the Zionist vision of a Jewish society protected, uplifted, and aggrandized by a Jewish state. The effort to Judaize Mizrahim to expunge the Arab Jew whose existence challenges Zionism by demonstrating the possibility of pluralism took the form of an aggressive and explicitly racist civilizing mission carried out by the Ashkenazi elite. On the other side of it, Mizrahim have emerged as some of Israel's most radical Zionists. Seeking to protect themselves from Ashkenazi state violence and demonstrate their worthiness as Jews, large numbers of Mizrahim have adopted a religious Zionist tendency that presses Jewish settlement in the West Bank. Religious settlers in the West Bank seek to resolve one of the ironies of 1948, the State of Israel was established not in the heartland of biblical Israel but on its periphery. The Judea and Samaria of biblical imagination, containing the holy cities of Jerusalem and Hebron, were left out of Israel. A largely secular settler movement could accept such an outcome, leaving the fuller settlement of the Holy Land to a later day. But religious Zionists are less patient. They are at the center of the contemporary settler movement, creating a Mizrahi and religious settler force. As Arab Jews, Mizrahim posed a challenge to the Zionist worldview of the Ashkenazi establishment. Rather than reinforce the binary division between Jew and Arab, they occupied a middle ground impossible in the Zionist racial imagination, a people culturally Arab and religiously Jewish. Furthermore, Mizrahim upset the narrative of Jewish victimhood in the diaspora essential to the justification of Zionist ideology. As noted above, Mizrahim were a protected minority in Ottoman lands and had a history of thriving there. This is not to say life was always easy, but the Jewish question was undoubtedly a more serious problem in Europe than in the areas where the Mizrahim lived. In light of the threat they posed to the very nature of the new state and society, the Mizrahim faced open hostility from the moment they arrived in Israel, hostility expressed in civilizational terms. Speaking before a Knesset committee, Ben-Gurion called Moroccan Jews savages. In an article titled "The Glory of Israel," he lamented that the divine presence has disappeared from the Oriental Jewish ethnic groups and praised European Jews for having led our people in both quantitative and qualitative terms. Golda Meir wondered, shall we be able to elevate these immigrants to a suitable level of civilization? Karl Frankenstein, a professor of education at Hebrew University, wrote, "We have to recognize the primitive mentality of many of the immigrants from backward countries," and he compared the behavior of non-Ashkenazi immigrants to the primitive expression of children, the retarded or the mentally disturbed. Ashkenazi racism extended beyond Mizrahim. Kalman Katznelson's 1964 book The Ashkenazi Revolution asserted the essential, irreversible genetic inferiority of the Sephardim and warned against mixed marriage as tainting the Ashkenazi race. He called for Ashkenazim to protect their interests against a burgeoning Sephardi majority. 114. The same arguments that European Christians brought against Jews in the 18th century were turned by Ashkenazim against Oriental Jews, understood as both Sephardim and Mizrahim. They were seen as people who existed outside history, and the aim was to bring them into it. Israeli theorist Amnon Razkrokotskin writes, to represent Jewish history as a European nationalism, as mainstream Zionists did, one had to accept the triumphalist narrative of Western progress, which ignored the oppression of the Jews, among others, and was based on the negation and rejection of all that was defined as non-civilized or, in other words, non-European. 115. Zionist elites were determined to civilize Mizrahim through an official campaign of de-Arabization. As the Israeli diplomat and politician Abba Eban put it, the object should be to infuse Sephardim and Mizrahim with an Occidental spirit rather than to allow them to drag us into an unnatural Orientalism. 116. This civilizing mission involved Hebrew-only education, depriving Mizrahim of any connection to their mother tongue, Noam Chomsky and Elon Papp write. More generally, Mizrahim were encouraged to proactively show how un-Arab they were by daily expressing their self-hate. For everything that is Arab. 117. The authorities went to truly scandalous extremes, such as stealing newborns from Mizrahi parents and placing the infants in the hands of adoptive Ashkenazi parents. Doctors, nurses and social workers, most of them on the state payroll, were involved in providing Yemeni babies for adoption by Ashkenazi parents, largely in Israel and the United States, while telling the biological parents that the babies had died. The conspiracy was extensive enough to include the systematic issuance of fraudulent death certificates for the adopted babies and at times even fake burial sites for the babies who presumably had died, although the parents were never presented with a proof of body. Over several decades, Mizrahi demands for investigation were silenced, while information was hidden and manipulated by government bureaus. The act of kidnapping was not simply a result of financial interests to increase the state's revenues. It was also a result of a deeply ingrained belief in the inferiority of Jews from Arab and Muslim countries, seen as careless breeders possessing little sense of responsibility towards their own children. 118. Today organized Mizrahi voices can be found challenging Zionist ideology and arguing for better treatment. The range of Mizrahi perspectives varies, from uneasy accommodation to sharp critique. Keshet, a fledgling 2-year-old movement of intellectuals, has an ambiguous attitude to the Zionist state. To their left are the Black Panthers, a group of Mizrahi youth from the Muzrara quarter of Jerusalem, launched highly visible protests to object to the social gap between Mizrahim and Ashkenazim in Israel. Yet Mizrahim have also gravitated to the right, joining the Likud party and the religious party Shas, which draws on mostly lower-class Mizrahi voters and boasts an impressive grassroots alternative Mizrahi education system that stretches from daycare centers to yeshivas, Nina Mosef-Haller writes. The sharp turn to the right in Israeli politics in the past 20-plus years cannot be understood without reference to this Mizrahi tendency. As one commentator puts it, all the doors were slammed in the face of the Mizrahim. Only the synagogue door was left ajar. 119. Rafe Zirike has astutely observed of this development, the colonial attitude was practiced against the Mizrahi Jew. In cultural terms, they were treated even worse than Palestinians. That created an anger against the elite that established the state, secular labor movement. The labor, the secular, the colonizer, the Ashkenazi were all one. In other words, in the name of Judaization, the Ashkenazism taught the Mizrahim to despise Arabs, that is, themselves, and Mizrahim came away despising not only themselves but also secularism and Ashkenazi society. From here, Zirike writes, comes the Mizrahi Jews' hate of Palestinians and of Ashkenazi. 120. Mizrahim, among others, took shelter under the theology of Rabbi Abraham Isaac Kook. Kook was a transformational figure in the history of Zionism. Starting in the 1920s, he effectively enabled religious Jews to abandon their skepticism toward Zionism and join forces with the secularists at its helm. Kook argued that religion and nationality were inseparable in Judaism. Zionist organizations might have been formally atheistic, but ultimately the movement could not help being Jewish, nor a part of God's plan. Atheist Zionists either would come around, or else they would be supplanted by God-fearing ones. Cookian theology therefore licensed religious Jews collaboration in the building of a Jewish state and society here and now, and provided an ideological basis on which religious Jews could contend for leadership of the Zionist movement. Religious Zionists could cast the socialist pioneer Jews as unconscious tools of a divine project of redemption, which would be completed by those who best understood God's will for the Jews. 121. The 1967 war provided an opportunity for Israel's Jews of Arab origin, of whom there were roughly 1 million at the time, to put cookist theology into practice. In particular, by opening to Israeli settlement spaces inhabited by Arabs, the war created an opportunity for Arabic-speaking Jews to take the lead in a national project. As Yehuda Shenhav, a political theorist at Tel Aviv University, puts it, the War of 1967 gave independence, status, and promotion to an entire generation of Arab Jews, who celebrated the reopening of the space. It enabled a redefinition of the Mizrahi identity in Israel, not as a direct antithesis to the Ashkenazi identity, but as an option for integration in the newly opened space. More concretely, 1967 opened up possibilities for professional, social, and cultural prosperity. These were the Arabic teachers, the translators, the military officers and the civil administration employees, the security organization officers, especially the intelligence corps or the Mossad, the curriculum inspectors in the education ministry, the bankers, the lawyers, the agricultural advisors and the Arabic-speaking workers of the Broadcasting Authority and Israel Radio, became experts on Arab affairs. There was a similar shift in the army, middle class and elite male, secular Ashkenazi Jews, once the very core of the combat units, have vacated that slot in favor of Mizrahi Jews and other religious Zionists. In the occupied territories, the Arab Jews returned home. Not only that, now they were the masters. 122. Religious enthusiasm for settlement, on the part of Mizrahim and others, was channeled in part through Gush Emunim, a militant movement that emerged in the wake of the Yom Kippur War of 1973. 123. The war had called Israel's military superiority into question, making Gush's work urgent. Gush issued a master plan to import hundreds of thousands of Jewish settlers into the West Bank and colonize its strategic mountain strongholds. From 1974 to 1977, Gush concentrated on establishing settlements without government approval, arguing that the state ban against establishing settlements was illegitimate. 124. Nearly 20,000 armed Jews attended a West Bank picnic on Israeli Independence Day in 1976, marching from one part of Samaria to another. 125. In 1977 Likud came to power, scrapped the settlement ban, and began a massive initiative to move 1 million Jews into the West Bank within 20 years. Mizrahi Jews, ultra-Orthodox, and immigrants moved to the settlements, many to improve their economic standing. 126. Roughly 20% of West Bank settlers were members of Gush, and they inevitably played key roles in local governance, which allowed them considerable autonomy and power. Starting in 1978, each settlement was turned into a paramilitary community, as hundreds of settlers were released from regular army units, supplied sophisticated arms and equipment, and charged with policing their areas. A year later West Bank settlements had their own fully staffed local government structure, consisting of 5 regional councils with the power to levy taxes and supply services. 127. From the outset, Gush refused any negotiation over the fate of the occupied territories. In 1978, when Israel evacuated the Sinai settlement of Yamit in accordance with the Camp David Accords, Moshe leaving a Gush leader and former student of Kook's, declared that Zionism had been infected by the virus of peace and led thousands of settlers back to Yamit. 128. Gush also embraced terrorism. On April 27, 1984, 25 members were arrested and charged with attempts to blow up 6 buses full of Palestinian passengers. The trial that followed revealed further details of Gush's terror campaign in the occupied territories, an attempted assassination of 3 Palestinian mayors in June 1980, explosives planted in Hebron area mosques, a July 1983 attack on the Muslim college in Hebron that killed 3 students and injured many more, and, finally, a mission to blow up the mosque at the Dome of the Rock. 129. The revelation of Gush's violence was a blow to the organization. The movement divided over whether it should take more moderate positions and petered out by the time of the 1992 elections. But its influence lingered, and there were still thousands of Mizrahim and increasing numbers of immigrants from the former Soviet Union looking for opportunities to make their way on the frontier and earn their place in Israeli society by doing the work of God and the state. The settler population of the occupied territories exploded. In 1984 they numbered an estimated 46,000, by 1993, their numbers had increased to roughly 200,000, and by 2002 there were nearly 400,000. At that point, about 42% of land in the West Bank, excluding Palestinian East Jerusalem, was under settler control. 130 As of December 2015, more than 800,000 Israeli Jews resided over the 1949 armistice lines, including in East Jerusalem neighborhoods, constituting approximately 13% of Israel's Jewish population. 131 A coalition of Arab and Russian Jews, many zealously religious and others primarily interested in access to land and the economic benefits the state offers settlers, is gaining its voice in Israeli politics through settlement, helping to ensure the ongoing power of Likud and Shas, right-wing parties committed to Israel's continued existence as a Jewish state, if not a democratic one. Contesting the nation-state. The creation of the State of Israel in 1948 began a process that fractured the Palestinian people into 3 groups who have taken decades to recognize their collective interest in contesting the Israeli regime. One of these groups became refugees outside historical Palestine. The second comprised those who remained within the borders of the new State of Israel and became its second-class citizens. The third group, residents of the West Bank and Gaza, became citizens of Jordan and Egypt in 1948. In 1967 they were colonized by Israel and have lived under occupation ever since. There is no single and universally accepted political terminology to identify these 3 groups: one expelled, one incorporated, one colonized, and occupied. I became acutely aware of this when I first visited the occupied territories and Israel in May 2006. Face-to-face encounters taught me a political lesson. Not only did Palestinians often use different identities than those employed by states and official agencies, but also different groups of Palestinians did not always agree on how to identify each other. The most disputed group is the Palestinians who remained within the 1948 boundaries of the State of Israel and became its citizens. Whereas Israeli officialdom and Israeli Jews referred to them as Arab Israelis or Israeli Arabs, most of those I met in Haifa referred to themselves as Palestinian citizens of Israel. The difference was evidence of the eradication of Palestinian consciousness in Israel and its subsequent resurgence. From the standpoint of the state, there is no such thing as a Palestinian. One may no more register as a member of the Palestinian nation than the Israeli. And, indeed, there was no such thing, until Jewish settlers brought their own exclusionary politicized identities to the region in the early 20th century. The development of a Palestinian consciousness straddling these 3 groups has been an outcome of a protracted process whose focus and center of gravity have shifted radically over time, from exile to home and from an all-or-nothing demand for Israel's disintegration to a demand for involvement in the Israeli political process. Organizationally, this has involved a 3-fold transition. At first, displaced Palestinians looked to Arab frontline states to be their protectors and liberators. After these Arab states were defeated in 1967, Palestinians turned to the nascent and exile-led Palestine Liberation Organization, an armed resistance movement. After Israel crushed the PLO in the 1982 Lebanon War, Palestinians finally looked inward. The First Intifada, in the late 1980s, solidified the internalization of Palestinian leadership and reflected a definitive rejection of the failed armed resistance the external leadership liked to talk about. The Second Intifada, beginning in 2000, brought together Palestinians in Israel and the occupied territories under a single movement. Both intifadas responded to the failings of the official Palestinian liberation movement, under the aegis of the Palestine Liberation Organization. The second, in particular, reflected frustration over the PLO's capitulation to Zionism at the Oslo Accords of 1993 and the onward rush of settlement that followed it. Oslo clarified the circumstances in which Palestinians find themselves. There is no longer a possibility of a two-state solution, and the Second Intifada made clear that Palestinians recognize this, whether they are in Israel or in the occupied territories. Their coalition reflects a sense that both inhabit the role of the national minority. In the wake of the Second Intifada, Palestinian activists have put Zionism's feet to the fire, demanding that the Jewish state live up to its democratic self-image. This new reform movement does not try to wipe Israel off the map, as some Palestinian movements have. It asks Israel to account for itself, to be a democracy, to forswear the nation-state as a key dogma of political modernity and become a state committed to all its citizens. The First Intifada and Bantustanization at Oslo. In 1982 Israel went to war in Lebanon, the purpose of which was in fact total war against the Palestinians. The Lebanon War was the brainchild of Ariel Sharon, then the defense minister. According to Rashid Khalidi, Sharon's immediate goal was to expel the PLO and Syrian forces from Lebanon and create a pliable allied government in Beirut. But the strategic objective was larger. Sharon thought that by destroying the PLO militarily and eliminating its power in Lebanon, he would also put an end to the strength of Palestinian nationalism in the occupied West Bank, Gaza Strip, and East Jerusalem. To this end, the IDF deployed well over 120,000 troops for over 10 weeks. It was the country's largest mobilization since the 1973 war. Outgunned and overwhelmed, the PLO withdrew to Tunis. 132. But while the PLO was defeated, Sharon's strategic objective was unrealized. Instead, the war intended to suppress Palestinian nationalism only stoked it further. And with the exiled armed resistance smashed, the moment was ripe for political mobilization at home. It came on December 9, 1987, with the beginning of the First Intifada. A popular uprising against Zionist settlement, the Intifada spread rapidly from Gaza to the West Bank. The First Intifada shared many features with the Soweto uprising of 1976. In both cases, predominantly young men and women protested, declaring no confidence in the generation of their parents, which seemed to have combined largely rhetorical calls for armed struggle with the day-to-day accommodation of the regime of apartheid and occupation. As in South Africa, in occupied Palestine, protesters threw stones at armed police, security agents, and troops. Like South African troops in the 1980s, Israeli troops responded with excessive force, beating, breaking bones, and shooting live ammunition and rubber bullets, which also turned out to be lethal. In both cases, collective punishment was imposed, from curfews to home demolitions to detentions of thousands without judicial procedure. Another parallel lies in the relationship between the activists on the ground and the organized liberation movement. The Intifada gave rise to a unified internal leadership, which consulted with the exile leadership but made its own decisions that were then ratified by leaders on the outside. One of the Israelis responsible for the security response to the First Intifada was Yitzhak Rabin. As Minister of Defense, he developed what was known as the bone-breaking policy, aimed at violently putting down the uprising. In 1993, as Prime Minister, Rabin would sit across the table from PLO leader Yasser Arafat at the Oslo negotiations. By then, Rabin had lost his reputation in Israel as a tough cop, largely because the previous year he made common cause with Israel's Palestinian parties in order to establish a government. It was more a pragmatic move than an idealistic one. Although Palestinians had made Rabin's government, he invited no Palestinian members of the Knesset into his cabinet. This was the first time that an Israeli government had relied on support from Palestinian MKS to form a governing coalition, and the Israeli right responded harshly, casting Rabin's as an illegitimate minority government. Even if Palestinians had the right to vote and to run for office, the Israeli establishment had never considered it legitimate for Palestinians to participate in power. Rabin's assassination by a young Jewish religious nationalist on November 4, 1995, followed months of public campaigns by religious groups, including influential rabbis, who personally cursed Rabin along with the government he led and discussed the necessity of sentencing Rabin to death under Halachic Law. 133. The offense must have been simply relying on Palestinians, because Rabin's handling of the occupied territories was little different than that of his Likud predecessors. At Oslo, Rabin refused to pledge that there would be no more settlement building, a reflection of the two-party consensus in Israel. 134. After Oslo, both Labour and Likud governments went ahead with new settlement construction and the expansion of existing settlements. The First Intifada taught Rabin and those around him that they could not manage the occupied territories without a pliant intermediary. At Oslo, that turned out to be Arafat. 135. The two sides signed a declaration of principles, which provided, in Khalidi's words, a highly restricted form of self-rule in a fragment of the occupied territories and without control of land, water, borders, or much else. This was a barely modified version of the autonomy plan Israeli Prime Minister Menachem Begin had proposed in the late 1970s, to no avail. Rather than provide autonomy, the agreement ensured the loss of land, resources, and freedom of movement suffered by the Palestinians since 1993. 136. Arafat made two crucial compromises at Oslo. First, he tacitly accepted settlements in the West Bank. Second, he explicitly accepted Israel's stranglehold over the economy and sovereignty of the occupied territories, even going as far as to agree that this stranglehold would persist in a future Palestinian state. Arafat essentially agreed to leave in place a plethora of post-1967 Israeli controls over the West Bank and Gaza, restricting everything from fishing to digging wells. Israel was also allowed to maintain its authority over mineral resources in the Dead Sea, even though it would be in the territory of a future Palestinian state. Furthermore, Israel was allowed to maintain security at Israeli settlements, which sat atop all the crucial aquifers of the West Bank. That meant there would be no substantial expansion of either Palestinian agriculture or water-dependent industry. Through security cooperation guaranteeing security not only for the State of Israel but also for the settlements on the West Bank, Israel remained in command of all borders between the occupied territories and the outside world. This not only ensured that Israel would control the borders of a nominally independent state for security purposes, but also meant that Israel would supervise the flow of goods into and out of the territories. On top of it all, Israel was granted the right to establish a customs union that would collect duties on all imports to the occupied territories and future state from outside Israel, duties that were supposed to be passed on to the Palestinian client. 137. This client, per the Oslo Agreement, would be an entity known as the Palestinian National Authority. In effect, the PNA was to be the local administrator in the occupied territories and independent Palestine, on behalf of the Israeli government. The similarity to native administration in the South African Bantustans is striking. Arafat was elected the PNA's first president in 1996. The client role of the PLO-dominated Palestinian Authority became even more transparent with the Second Oslo Accord in 1995. Known as the Interim Agreement on the West Bank and Gaza Strip, Oslo II carved both regions into an infamous patchwork of areas A, B, and C, with over 60% of the territory, Area C, under complete, direct, and unfettered Israeli control. The Palestinian Authority was granted administrative and security control in the 18% that constituted Area A, and administrative control in the 22% of Area B, while Israel remained in charge of security there. Together, Areas A and B comprised 40% of the territory but housed some 87% of the Palestinian population. Area C included all but one of the Jewish settlements. Israel also kept full power over entering and leaving all parts of Palestine and held exclusive control of the population register. 138. Oslo's compromises extended beyond the Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza. Claiming to be the sole representative of the Palestinian people no matter their residence, the PLO gave away the right of return of the 1948 refugees. Arafat breathed not a word about the predicament of Palestinian citizens of Israel, not even the internally displaced people among them. 139 His acceptance of these terms distinguished him and the PLO from the ANC, which rebuffed attempts to draw it into administering a Bantustan-type government in South Africa. At Oslo, Arafat and his associates forfeited their moral and political claim to leadership of Palestinians. While the PLO congratulated itself on co-authoring a breakthrough in pursuit of a two-state solution, the organization became, at best, a sectional representative of those living in the occupied territories. And even this position it immediately abrogated by accepting Israel's offer of client status. The Second Intifada and the crisis of the two-state solution. When Labour returned to power in Israel in 1999 under Ehud Barak's leadership, it sought to implement a revision of the Oslo Accords that would reaffirm the PLO's commitment to managing a protectorate in the occupied territories. Barak's package was delivered at Camp David in 2000, although it was never published and was only reconstructed by participants after the event. According to Khalidi, Barak's key demands were, first, permanent Israeli control of the Jordan River Valley, and Palestine's airspace, second, Israel's continued control over West Bank water resources, third, annexation of areas that would have divided the West Bank into several isolated blocks, and fourth, exclusive sovereignty, over the entire Haram al-Sharif and most of the rest of the Old City. 140. Camp David 2000 was the last gasp of the Oslo premise, trading territories for peace. Unlike the 1993 and 1995 summits, the follow-up produced no agreement. A few months after it concluded, new events would confirm that territories for peace was a dead letter. These events became known as the Second Intifada. By bringing to prominence the plight of Palestinians inside Israel, the Second Intifada laid to rest the idea that the Palestinian question could be solved by forming a separate Arab polity in the occupied territories. Unlike the First Intifada, which was almost exclusively confined to the occupied territories, the Second Intifada began in the womb of Israel with demonstrations following Ariel Sharon's visit to Al-Aqsa Mosque on September 28, 2000. The next month, when Israeli troops killed 13 young Palestinian demonstrators at Al-Aqsa, most of the dead were Palestinian Israelis. 141 Whereas West Bank Palestinians called for an independent and sovereign state in the occupied territories, Palestinian citizens of Israel were demanding something a separate state wouldn't solve: democracy, meaning nothing less than the de-Zionization of Israel. Israeli Palestinians had arrived at a popular agenda calling for a radical reform of the state, its reconstitution as a state of all its citizens. In the aftermath of the Second Intifada, Israel appointed a commission to report on what had happened. The focus of the Commission was on forces radicalizing the Palestinian minority, but not those radicalizing the Jewish majority. It was tasked with outlining precursors to violence that had developed among the Palestinian minority, but not with exploring Israeli provocations, such as Sharon's appearance at Al-Aqsa. Yet the report could not escape certain truths. It detailed the history of discrimination against Palestinians in Israel, particularly in the area of land ownership and use, documenting an array of discriminatory practices against both citizens and present absentees. The Commission confirmed that, although discrimination on the basis of national, religious, or ethnic identity is forbidden under Israeli law, Arab citizens live in a reality in which they are discriminated against by the state. The report pointed to 10 instances of police killings of Palestinian citizens that should be investigated and severely criticized police for using rubber bullets and snipers against unarmed demonstrators within Israel. Rubber bullets were both deadly and highly inaccurate, the report noted, and the use of snipers against unarmed demonstrators within the territory of Israel was unprecedented and constituted a dangerous development in the relations between the state and its Palestinian citizens. The Commission traced this development not only to a lack of adequate political protection in Palestinian communities but also to an attitude among many in the police that Palestinian Israelis are enemies of the state, rather than its citizens. In a revealing recommendation, the Commission suggested that the use of rubber bullets, and presumably snipers, may be allowed in dealing with non-citizen protesters in territories that are under belligerent occupation, but not in dealing with citizens inside the sovereign territory of the state. 142. In other words, the problem with Israeli government behavior was not in the deployment of violence against the oppressed, it was the use of violence against citizens. Still, the Commission was offering a potent political message. The state, it said, had blurred the distinction between citizen and non-citizen Palestinians. Its recommendation for restoring that distinction was to ensure full equality between Jewish and Palestinian citizens, which would mean a single, undifferentiated Israeli citizenship. When it came to implementing that recommendation, the task was handed to an interministerial governmental committee headed by Justice Minister Yosef Lapid. The Lapid Committee paid lip service to the Commission's recommendation of equality between Jewish and Palestinian citizens, but its proposals fell far short of achieving this. The Lapid Committee was focused on placating Palestinian Israelis by seeking urban renewal in their communities. There was no mention of just allocation of land resources to the Palestinian citizens, as Yoav Peled notes. 143. Instead, the Lapid Committee envisioned continuing discrimination in land allocation. The committee also said that equal citizenship would have to be conditional on the establishment of national service for the Palestinian citizens, an impossibility without massive reforms to the armed services. 144. The refusal to take seriously the Commission's seemingly modest proposal that Israel actually do what it claims it does, treat Jewish and Palestinian citizens equally, demonstrates just how radical that idea really is. Equal citizenship threatens fundamentally the Zionist foundation of the State of Israel. A state in which non-Jews have the same rights as Jews would still be a home for Jews, even a majority population of Jews. But it would not be a Jewish state. A Jewish state, or a state of all its citizens. The question that the Lapid Committee refused to answer was whether Israel was a Jewish state or a state of all its citizens. Of course, this refusal was a kind of answer in its own right. The notion of achieving political equality within Israel had been brewing for a few years but was brought to the forefront by the Second Intifada. It was a major goal of Balad, a political party led at the time of the Second Intifada by Izmi Bishara, a Palestinian MK. The demand that Israel be a state of all its citizens was central to Balad's platform in the 1996 elections. 145. On May 21, 2001, Bishara proposed a new basic law aimed at achieving this. The stated purpose of the bill, entitled Basic Law, Arab Minority as a National Minority, was to enshrine in basic law the status of the Arab minority in Israel as a national minority entitled to collective rights and complete civil equality. The new Minister of Justice, Meir Sheitrit, objected that Israel is a Jewish and democratic state, a habitual refrain. Israel constantly trumpets itself as the only democracy in the Middle East, ignoring the deeply anti-democratic gerrymander wrought by ethnic cleansing and nationality law. He noted that the bill would raise problems with maintaining special institutions such as the Hebrew Language Academy, the Jewish Agency, and the like. These are the institutions that, by serving only Jews, preserve Israel as a state with two kinds of citizens, Jewish citizens with rights to the national home, and non-Jewish citizens with no such rights. The Knesset rejected the bill by a vote of 60 to 9, with one abstention. 146. In the months that followed, Bishara presented another bill countering the false claim that Israel is a democratic state. It did so by asking the Knesset to rewrite that assertion in its basic law and instead affirm that Israel is a state of all its citizens. It was a sign that the Second Intifada had shifted the terms of debate. No longer were Israeli-Palestinian leaders questioning Israel's right to exist. Instead, they were arguing that Israel did not have to worry about its right to exist, but it did have to worry about all of its citizens, including the non-Jewish minority. Even more than the first bill, this one played with fire. Section 7a of Israel's Basic Law gives the Central Elections Committee the power to ban any political party whose goals and actions so much as imply the negation of the existence of the State of Israel as the state of the Jewish people. 147. Whereas Bishara's first bill sought equal rights for the national minority, Now he was asking the Knesset explicitly to negate the existence of the national minority by also negating that of the national majority by rejecting the idea that Israel is the state of the Jewish people. In response, the Knesset did precisely the opposite. It amended Section 7a so that denying Israel's existence as a Jewish and democratic state would now be grounds for a ban. That means that political parties now are prevented not only from questioning Israel's existence as a Jewish state but also from criticizing its undemocratic character. 148 The amendment is, in effect, a requirement that every citizen of Israel, Jew or Palestinian, join the Zionist consensus. Following the passage of the amendment, Attorney General Eliakim Rubinstein recommended that Bishara and his party be disqualified from running in elections. The proposal received widespread support, including from the liberal Haaretz, which published an editorial approving of new limits on the right to democratic participation effected in the name of confirming that Israel is a democratic state. 149 It was a signal that Israeli Jews were closing ranks. The journalist Uzi Ben-Zaman registered an isolated voice of dissent. No one in the Arab sector accepts the Jewish nature of the state. Not one Arab is a Zionist. The Israeli Arabs are citizens of the state as a result of chance fate, which left them within its borders after the War of Independence. They did not come to the state came to them. The Israeli Arabs will continue to pester the Jewish majority because they are aware of the fundamental contradiction between the definition of Israel as a Jewish state and its declaration that Israel is a democratic state. 150. The Central Elections Committee voted to disqualify Bishara and his party. In the ensuing debate, Haaretz changed its mind. Israeli human rights organizations and leftist groups like Peace Now and Peace Bloc also opposed the move to disqualify Arab candidates, not because they were interested in preserving an Arab presence in the Knesset but because they feared that opponents would use the committee's authority to disqualify Jewish leftists as well. Ultimately, the Supreme Court overruled the decision to disqualify Bishara and his party. The majority of the court argued that Bishara's objective of securing equal rights for all citizens did not negate the existence of the Jewish state. 151 For whatever reason, the court appears to have ruled on the basis of Bishara's first bill, not on his second, which absolutely seeks to negate Israel's existence as a Jewish state. Bishara was eventually removed anyway, not only from the Knesset but also from the country. After Bishara visited Lebanon and Syria in the wake of the 2006 Lebanon War, Israeli prosecutors charged him with treason and espionage. Stripped of parliamentary immunity, he fled Israel and found asylum in Qatar. It took a little more than a decade before another bill was presented in the Knesset calling for a redefinition of the State of Israel, this time as an unqualified nation-state of the Jewish people. In 2018 a small Knesset majority affirmed post-Intifada retrenchment by passing Basic Law, Israel as the nation-state of the Jewish people. Much criticism surrounded the bill. The Association for Civil Rights in Israel, for instance, decried the retreat from Israel's identification as a democratic state. ACRI committed itself to fighting for equal civil rights for all individual citizens of Israel, albeit within a nation-state framework. 152 The declaration was in line with the stand taken by Bishara in the original bill he had introduced in the Knesset, calling for affirmation of Palestinian citizens' rights as members of a national minority, that is, a protected minority within the framework of a nation-state. Bishara's second bill, however, had raised a more fundamental question: how could Israel claim both to be a Jewish state and a democracy that respects the equal rights of citizens? The answer, the Knesset agreed, was that it couldn't. So it stopped pretending otherwise. Another view on the Jewish state bill comes from Rafe Zirike. Zirike notes that the day the nation-state basic law takes effect will be the day in which apartheid is institutionalized. It will be the day in which consciousness finally catches up with reality, and, as we know, political action begins when people become aware of their situation. Why institutionalize apartheid when Israel is already a de facto apartheid state? Zirike's answer: this need to institutionalize separation has arisen because Palestinian citizens of Israel have become more widely conscious of their position and sought to change it. So long as Israeli Palestinians lived on the margins, as they had for decades, there was no need for institutionalized separation. The need appeared as their presence in parliament, as well as in political and in economic life, became more pronounced, and they managed to deploy the law in their struggle, achieving some important but very limited gains. 153. The emergence of Palestinians as a public force in Israel began in the aftermath of the 1967 war and subsequent reforms, which opened hitherto exclusively Jewish institutions such as Histadrut and major political parties to the membership of Palestinian citizens. Palestinians could now contend for leadership positions, whether as union officials or as candidates on party lists. 154. There followed, according to Bishara, the development of a new Arab middle class and intelligentsia. This middle class became the repository of Palestinian nationalist consciousness, which was rediscovered, through their encounter with the West Bank and Gaza, itself enabled by the occupation. This group was torn between demanding equality in Israeli civil society and demanding an independent national identity, Bishara writes. We began to demand equality in Israel and to demand a Palestinian state in West Bank and Gaza. I was elected into the Knesset to address this issue, the cultural marginalization of Israeli Arabs from their own identity and their civil marginalization from full citizenship. I want Israel to become a society that officially recognizes itself as a state which contains two cultures, one a Jewish majority culture, the other a Palestinian national minority living inside a Jewish majority, sharing citizenship. The state itself may have the cultural character of the majority, but its relationship to citizens should be regulated by citizenship and not by their religious identity. I want Israel to become a state of its citizens. With an increase in individual rights, the growing Palestinian middle-class intelligentsia wanted something more than an economic trickle-down. It wanted to share in the shaping of their own lives, not simply to respond to what others had planned for them. They were told, in response, that they had been given economic opportunities in return for political quiet. And they realized, we are not really citizens, we are tolerated guests. Amid growing political consciousness came another realization: Jewish settlements were expanding, leading, Bishara writes, to the development of Bantustan regions that approximate the development of a system of apartheid for West Bank Palestinians. In the sense that one land area is occupied by two groups, one of which has sovereignty, political rights, the freedom of movement, while the other group does not. As this apartheid system develops, the conflict for Israeli Arabs will become even more complex, because it will mean that we will be asking for political equality in Israel while Israel is oppressing our people in the West Bank. In effect, we will be asking for equality with oppressors of our own people. 155. Zirike, 2, identifies the settlers in the West Bank and East Jerusalem as the forcing issue, the reason Israel was faced with the demand that it declare itself a state for all its citizens, and responded by instead declaring itself a Jewish state, and not necessarily a democratic one. The permanence of the settlers requires a conceptualization of their continued presence in terms of a formal regime of separation of apartheid. The new basic law merges the State of Israel and Eretz Israel. Zirike concludes, there is no room for another people to exercise its right to self-determination, not just in the State of Israel, but in the entire land of Israel. In other words, there can be no national minority inside the State of Israel, and at the same time, there can be no Palestinian people entitled to national rights in the occupied territories either. The basic law officially puts the two-state solution to rest and makes the one-state solution, hitherto a right-wing tendency in the Zionist movement, the official position of the State of Israel. This shift has historic significance. Zirike says the two-state solution had created the illusion of separating the two peoples into two political entities, thus leaving the Palestinians outside of Israeli political consciousness, beyond the border, with their own national anthem. At one time, Israelis could tell themselves, they, the Palestinians, over there, are on the way to their own independent state. They may be separate, true, but they will be independent. No longer, apartheid is not mere separation, it is separation within unity, within one sovereign political framework. That, fully and finally, is what Israel has now. For the Palestinians in the occupied territories, it leaves two options: expulsion as non-citizens or incorporation as citizens. Expulsion, Zurich writes, is not a publicly acceptable option, while annexation of the occupied territories with full citizenship to their Palestinian residents is impossible. The first option cannot be proposed because of the Gentiles, and the second because of the Jews. So, we remain with two national groups in one political space. This must be the basis for any future political project by the democratic left in this country. 156. Bishara enunciated such a project with his second bill. His first proposal asked that Israel be reimagined as Israel-Palestine, a national home for two peoples in which Palestinians would have the right of return. This legislation had its eyes on the past, the redressing of grievances that could no longer be ignored in the age of occupation and apartheid. When he went a step further and called for a redefinition of the State of Israel as a state of all its citizens, not Jews and Palestinians but simply whoever lived there, he was reimagining Israel with eyes on the future, no longer a nation-state with a national majority and national minority, even a minority with protected rights, but an actually democratic state without nations. As of 2018, the Israeli government is not willing to abide such a future and has made clear it will be Jewish rather than democratic. Possible futures. Can a multinational society, organized as a nation-state that divides its population into a permanent national majority and minority, be democratic? Can the principle of the state, which calls for equal treatment of all citizens under rule of law, be reconciled with the principle of the nation, which preserves sovereignty for the nation, the permanent political majority? These are the questions at stake in the debate over how Israel identifies itself. When the Knesset affirmed that Israel is neither a democratic state nor a state of all its citizens, it acknowledged that the answer is no. In Israel, where the Jewish home is equated with the state, the possession of rights is predicated on being acknowledged as a Jew. The alternative is a radical dissociation between nation and state, culture and politics. In this alternative world, the state is not the property of any nation, the nation is not sovereign. Nations are not sovereign, the state is no more binational or multinational than it is committed to a single national majority. The state is home to no nation. Home is society, where multiple nations with multiple histories can coexist. The state, meanwhile, is not a coming together of nations but a coming together of citizens who share a vision for a common future. Instead of safeguarding a permanent majority, the state would govern by majorities assembled through the political process. In the nation-state, the majority is a constraint on the democratic process. In the state with no nation, the majority is an outcome of the democratic process. Under such conditions, neither the majority nor the minority is a permanent construct. Both mutate as determined by democratic action. In Israel, realizing this democratic vision will require reform, which in turn rests on critique. Critical thinking about Zionism can help to displace Zionism. That critique is embedded in the Zionist movement itself, which has long inspired reflection and doubt. Critique and reform. Zionism has been subject to two strands of internal critique, one ethical and one political. The ethical critique disassociated itself first from Zionist politics in Palestine and then from Zionism as an ideology. Some, like Judah Magnus, Hebrew University's first chancellor and a founder of the reformist Brit Shalom organization, identified with a non-state Zionism. He sought a Jewish homeland in Palestine but argued that it would be found in Jewish society there, it did not necessitate a state. In a 1929 letter to Chaim Weizmann, Magnus declared that a Jewish home built upon bayonets and oppression is not worth having, even if it succeeds, whereas the very attempt to build it up peacefully, cooperatively, with understanding, education, and goodwill is worth a great deal, even though the attempt should fail. Magnus went on to ask, do we want to conquer Palestine now as Joshua did in his day with fire and sword? As the settler project unfolded, the encounter with Palestinians provided a learning experience for many. Hans Kohn, the political theorist and Brit Shalom member, moved to Palestine in 1925 but eventually returned to the diaspora and renounced Zionism. For Cohn, the clashes of August 1929 were eye-opening. A then unprecedented event in Jewish-Arab relations in Palestine, the clashes followed years of increasing Jewish immigration and nation-building on Britain's watch. The immediate spark was a Jewish demonstration at the Wailing Wall. When the dust settled, hundreds of Jews and Arabs were dead. In the wake of the violence, the British government recommended restraint on Jewish immigration and reforms to exclusionary Jewish land policies. Cohn looked inward. The British could try to put the brakes on settlement, but the source of the problem lay in Zionism itself. What was needed was a reappraisal of the moral and spiritual foundations of Zionism and a search for a new solution to the Arab question. This is precisely the opposite of what the World Zionist Organization called for. Following the 1929 encounters, Karen Hayesad, the overseas fundraising arm of the WZO, asked eminent Jews to write letters in support of the Jewish claim to unfettered control over the Wailing Wall. Sigmund Freud declined, as did Albert Einstein. In response to the request, Einstein wrote to Weizmann that, should Zionism be unable to find a way to honest cooperation and honest pax with Arabs, we shall have learned nothing from our 2,000 years of suffering and will deserve our fate. At a 1938 event, Einstein announced that, on his view, the essential nature of Judaism resists the idea of a Jewish state with borders, an army, and a measure of temporal power. He affirmed that he would much rather see reasonable agreement with Arabs on the basis of living together in peace than the establishment of a Jewish state, adding that he feared the inner damage Judaism will sustain especially from the development of a narrow nationalism in our ranks. 157. Alongside that ethical critique is political critique, associated with Hannah Arendt. Arendt looked for an alternative to assimilationist liberalism, which rejected all group identities bar one, the nation in the nation-state. With respect to the deficits of liberalism, Arendt famously proclaimed, when one is attacked as a Jew one must respond not as a German or a Frenchman or a world citizen, nor as an upholder of the rights of man, but as a Jew. 158. As for nationalism, the effort to equate the nation with a single majority group was a denial of what Arendt saw as essential social heterogeneity. She traced the roots of Europe's nationalist crises to the tendency of secularism to flatten the social landscape, thereby leading to a continuous bleeding of the body politique, including the mass production of refugees. Any state founded on a homogeneous idea of the nation is bound to expel those who do not belong to the nation and so to reproduce the structural relation between the nation-state and the production of stateless persons, she wrote. At the same time, for any state to have legitimacy, it must accept and protect the heterogeneity of its population. 159. The nation-state, Arendt concluded, was an exclusionary device. To think outside its boundaries, one needed to distinguish between individual freedom and group sovereignty. But while Arendt provided a trenchant critique of liberal assimilationism and the nation-state, she failed to break free of racist assumptions that underlie the nation-state model and suggest an alternative to it. In particular, Arendt could only think of heterogeneity within Eurocentric and Orientalist limits. Thus, in a letter to Karl Jaspers, she observed of the Jerusalem court trying the Nazi Adolf Eichmann, my first impression. On top, the judges, the best of German Jewry. Below them the prosecuting attorneys, Galicians, but still Europeans. The police force, however, gives me the creeps, speaks only Hebrew and looks Arabic. Some downright brutal types among them. They would follow any order. Worse still, outside the doors, the Oriental mob, as if one were in Istanbul or some other half-Asiatic country. In addition, and very visible in Jerusalem, the Pays and Kaftan Jews, who make life impossible for all the reasonable people here. 160. Though a critic of homogenizing nationalism, Arendt seemed to have embraced that frame. In this she was much like Zionist historians, as Raz Krokotskin has noted. In their endeavor to formulate a political program for the salvation of Jews, Zionists rewrote Jewish history in a secular mode that devalued Jewish religious and cultural life with all its diversity and elevated in its place a view of Jewishness that reduced to political cohesion. Thus, Raz Krokotskin writes, in Zionist historiography the term exile was used, as an exclusively political term, to describe the period when there was no Jewish sovereignty in Palestine, thereby detaching the idea of exile from its theological framework and from the destruction of the temple. For instance, the historian and eventual Israeli Minister of Education Ben-Zion Diner argued that exile did not begin with the destruction of the Second Temple but with the Arab conquest of the land in the 7th century. 161 On this thesis, what made one a Jew was not faith, practice, or social life but membership in a political community. Faith, practice, and social life were at best irrelevant and at worst an impediment to the nation as a political entity. This attitude both reinforces and is reinforced by the disdain for diversity Arendt expressed. A second aspect of the nationalist vision that Arendt seemed unable to question was the presumption of permanent and pre-political national majorities and minorities. In this she was again akin to mainstream Zionists but also shared the view of internal critics like Magnus. Neither camp could bring itself to contemplate a political arrangement in which a Jewish minority could live in a society with a non-Jewish majority. While mainstream Zionists called for policies that would create a Jewish numerical majority where it did not exist, Magnus called for a binational state in which he assumed there would be a Jewish majority, even though Jews constituted a small minority in Palestine at the time. Arendt strongly disagreed with Magnus's program not because it was nationalist but because she refused to join him in denying the existence of an Arab majority, which she understood as permanent and permanently threatening to Palestinian Jews. Dr. Magnus's binational state would leave the Jews in the position of a permanent minority within a larger Arab empire, she worried. 162. Later Palestinian critics of Zionism resurrected binationalism. Edward Said was most prominent among this group. It is not surprising that as the possibility of a two-state solution became obviously untenable, Palestinians would turn to binationalism. But, as before, this proposal contained the seed of its own undoing, for binationalism presumes nationalism. Rather than rethink the nationalist limits of the one-state, versus, two-state choice, binationalists accept these limits. Radical critique of political Zionism uses the language not of binationalism but of de-Zionization. This was the goal of Motzman, a socialist group established by Hebrew University students in 1962. Affirming that the War of 1948 had in fact been an act of ethnic cleansing, Motzman organizer Michel Warshawski called for a forum for dialogue with Palestinian activists as a prelude to de-Zionization of Israel, and its integration into the Arab Middle East. 163 Warshawski went on to form a small anti-Zionist party, also called Motzman. During the First Intifada, the party joined forces with the Palestinian opposition to occupation and championed the cause of Arab-Jewish equality within Israel. 164. The notion of de-Zionization is co-equal with that of a state of all its citizens. Like the Israeli-Palestinian Ballad Party, Motzman argued for an end to the law of return, for the right of return must be extended to all Palestinians who fled the state in 1947 to 1948. Both parties also sought an end to oppressive measures against Israeli Palestinians, including the expropriation of their land. 165 The call for de-Zionization is a recognition that, in a democracy, the majority cannot be culturally or biologically determined, it cannot be racial, ethnic, or religious. A democratic majority has to be a political majority, an outcome of the political process and not its unchanging starting and ending point. Only a democratic process of majority formation can give every minority the assurance that it can one day hope to persuade enough of those outside its ranks to forge a new majority. Indeed, there cannot be a permanent majority or minority in a democratic state. Boycott, divestment, and sanctions. Over the past decade, Palestinian politics has moved from an engagement predominantly internal to one predominantly external. The internal engagement called for a state of all its citizens as a counter to the Zionist project for a Jewish state. The external engagement takes the form of an international boycott of the Israeli state and society. The International Boycott, Divestment and Sanctions Movement, known as BDS, was launched in 2005 by 170 Palestinian unions, political parties, refugee networks, women's organizations, professional associations, popular resistance committees, and other civil society bodies, and was inspired by the South African anti-apartheid movement. BDS does not express preference for any type of state, nor does it promote one state or two. BDS describes its demands as limit to civil rights and obligations under international law. The movement demands that Israel end its occupation and colonization of all Arab lands and dismantle the wall, recognize the fundamental rights of the Arab Palestinian citizens of Israel to full equality, and respect, protect and promote the rights of Palestinian refugees to return to their homes and properties as stipulated by the United Nations in Resolution 194.166. Ironically, though predictably, U.S. politicians have been highly skeptical of BDS, attempting to undermine it through federal and state-level legislation and through lawsuits. The irony lies in claims that BDS is illegitimate and anti-Semitic, despite the fact that the U.S. government is the author of the most comprehensive and protracted international boycott regime in history, the sanctions aimed at governments that have incurred its displeasure for one reason or another. This regime, quite unlike BDS, aims to change the political attitudes of publics abroad, in order to produce regime change. The US-led international sanctions regime involves blanket boycotts as well as micro-targeting of individuals in government and outside. The United States supports certain social movements while criminalizing others. The purpose here is not to press states to change their behavior, but to induce publics to change their states by showing them that they would be better off without their states as presently constituted. BDS, by contrast, considers itself apolitical, meaning that it is agnostic on what kind of state Israel should be. This is not to suggest that BDS is ignoring the big issues. If BDS's demands were met, the Israeli state would be de-Zionized. The occupation would end, all Israelis would enjoy equal citizenship, and everyone with a historic connection to the land would have a right to return. What is more, the sovereign role of the Jewish national institutions would be over, and with that their explicit commitment to keep all Palestinians, including Palestinian citizens of Israel, out of redeemed lands. To the extent that BDS calls for the de-Zionization of the State of Israel, there is reason to give it enthusiastic support. But BDS could learn something from the U.S. focus on society. Whereas U.S. sanctions aim at fostering political change by modifying public attitudes, BDS makes no direct effort to change Israelis' political sensibilities. Within Israel, BDS offers only moral critique and the pressure that comes with it. It does not attempt to show Israeli Jews that there is a non-Zionist alternative to Israel in which they would be safe and prosperous, that Israeli Jews would be better off with regime change. BDS neither works systematically with anti-Zionist forces within Israel nor makes efforts to cultivate more such forces. To change minds en masse will require something else, a political mobilization that includes BDS but goes beyond it by presenting to Israeli Jews a livable future beyond Zionism. The South African moment provides a model for such a mobilization. Through a South African lens. When it comes to unofficial international boycotts, the best known in recent history was the campaign directed at apartheid South Africa. I took part in that campaign and in 1993 got to travel to South Africa to meet counterparts in local community organizations, trade unions, and political parties. Critically, it is the South African moment I look to as a model for BDS or some larger movement encompassing it, not the anti-apartheid boycott. The anti-apartheid boycott made the mistake of collapsing state, regime, and society into a seamless whole. It made insufficient effort to align with domestic anti-apartheid forces, presuming instead that the whole of South Africa had to be boycotted. When I visited South Africa, I saw how grievous this error was. I was shocked to find that even anti-apartheid civil society groups retained an apartheid mindset that divided Africa in two, South Africa as civilized and the rest of Africa as backward. What this suggested was that the boycott movement had left a minimal imprint on society. We were helping to put pressure on the government but were doing nothing to identify and link up with decolonizing forces in the social sphere. Had we focused more carefully on distinguishing pro- and anti-apartheid forces within South African society, we might have become part of the epistemic revolution necessary to transform the terrain of political identity. Instead, even opponents of apartheid policy retained elements of its colonial modern worldview, which, as we have seen, have justified the continuation of a violent and anti-democratic tribalism in post-apartheid South Africa. What I came to understand was that indiscriminate boycotts do not work. The strategy of isolating the state internationally must be aligned with a domestic strategy to isolate the pro-state forces in civil society while backing those that would dismantle it. The challenge for BDS is to not make the same mistake in the context of Israel/Palestine. Currently BDS supports indiscriminate boycotts of Israeli companies and civil society organizations, which makes it seem as though BDS's target is Israeli Jews rather than Zionists. Instead, activists must work to foster anti-Zionist politics within Israel. To this end, BDS needs to discriminate between Zionist and anti-Zionist Israeli civil society, and it needs to appeal to the Israeli middle ground, which is neither Zionist nor anti-Zionist but rather non-political. Non-political Israelis do not care very much about the Zionist project, but they have trouble seeing beyond it. They know that Israel is good to them. What they don't realize yet is that a non-national state could also be good to them. To turn these non-political Israeli Jews into anti-Zionists will demand that BDS dirty its hands. The movement would have to give up the claim to be apolitical and be willing instead to embrace action of the kind that the South African anti-apartheid movement did in the 1970s and 1980s. BDS, or some other movement incorporating it, would have to work to break down the barriers of identity that are at the heart of Israel's apartheid society to bridge and sublate the differences, to use a Hegelian word. As in South Africa, in Israel this means overcoming two categories of divisions. The first is the division among victims of the nation-state. In South Africa, the population was divided among township dwellers and Bantustan residents, a barrier overcome by migrant laborers with the aid of radical white student organizers. The victimized population was also divided racially and tribally. The racial barrier was overcome by the Black Consciousness movement, while the tribal barrier remains. Among the Palestinians there is a tripartite division of victims, those living in the diaspora, the occupied territories, and Israel proper. Each of these groups has been further differentiated. The diaspora includes those in the refugee camps and those beyond. Residents of the occupied territories are split between the West Bank and Gaza, and colonized citizens of Israel include Arabs, Druze, and Bedouin. Each microgroup is subject to a different political regime, which seeks in each case to produce a specific subjectivity. The second category of division is that between the victims and beneficiaries of apartheid. The forces of the South African moment, unfolding over the 2 decades after the 1973 Durban strikes, first forged a multiracial unity of all those oppressed by apartheid, in the process focusing the movement on domestic agitation and leaving behind the exiled armed liberators. Then, under the aegis of the United Democratic Front, victims joined with beneficiaries who likewise sought the end of apartheid. As an umbrella anti-apartheid organization, the UDF embraced all anti-apartheid groups, white and black. In doing so, it invited whites to be born again as migrants, no longer settlers. Today the first phase of the Palestinian moment is very much underway, if not entirely completed. The exile-based PLO is no longer in command. Its call for an armed struggle to evict the settlers from historic Palestine is definitively non-viable. There is no military route to de-Zionization and de-Judaization. In response, the intifadas have shifted the gravitational center of resistance from exile to home. The intifadas further brought Palestinian citizens of Israel into contact with Palestinians in the occupied territories, bridging divisions in the identities of the colonized. Divisions do remain, but the sense of a unity of Zionism's victims is increasing. The second phase, winning over Zionism's beneficiaries, will be harder. In South Africa in the late 1980s, settlers were on their heels, faced with a crisis that tested the state and showed no sign of abating. What is more, with the Cold War winding down, the South African state was losing the strategic significance that inspired the US government to support it. Neither of these circumstances obtains in Israel. Israel remains central to American strategy in the Middle East, and the Zionist state and settler society retain the initiative. Israel's military superiority and barrier walls put the crisis far away. Those Zionists who do see the crisis in their daily lives are not elites but the settler vanguard, Mizrahim and religious zealots, driven by economic need and divine providence to confront the crisis, while the rest of the state ignores it. Israeli society remains insulated from political pressure. That said, we cannot forget the ground shifted from under the apartheid state when Afrikaners, who provided most of the foot soldiers for apartheid's machinery of repression, opened up to an alternative to the apartheid order. If there is a group in Israel that parallels Afrikaners, it is the Mizrahim. The point of the Afrikaners example is not to hazard a prediction but to keep in mind that no political identity is permanent. None of this is to say that BDS is unimportant. Its effort to undercut support for Zionism overseas is essential precisely because the lack of pressure on the Israeli government stems in part from unwavering outside patronage, especially that of the United States. But whereas BDS can contribute to Israel's international isolation, something else is needed if a non-Zionist alternative is to bloom in Israel itself. That something else is an epistemic revolution that will open the way to a political one. Phase 2 of the Palestinian moment will come when it is not just the oppressed who seek political change but also the beneficiaries of oppression. Getting there will require a new kind of political consciousness within Israel, a consciousness based on the recognition that the flourishing of Jews and Jewish life does not require Zionism. 6. Decolonizing the political community. We live in an era of civil wars and genocide, both occurring mainly in former colonial countries. This extreme violence has marked the period after independence more than the colonial era. The violence has not focused on the social question. The violence was not revolutionary, the oppressed social classes have not risen up against the rich. The lines of division were political rather than social. On one side were those who claimed the independent state as the patrimony of the nation, on the other were those politically excluded. The division was internal, not between inside and out. But while this violence exploded after independence in Sudan, Rwanda, Congo, Somalia, Angola, Mozambique, Algeria, and elsewhere, its genesis lay in the colonial period. To recognize this is to deepen our understanding of the political challenge at independence. It is to acknowledge that the political effect of colonialism was not limited to the loss of external independence, to the drawing of external borders that demarcated the colony from the outside. More importantly, colonial governance drew borders inside the colony. These boundaries separated races and created homelands for ethnic groups, turning them into administratively demarcated tribes. Writers on African affairs often bemoan the artificial nature of boundaries drawn by colonial powers, artificial in that they cut across cultural communities. This criticism reinforces colonial modernist ideology by suggesting that internal boundaries between ethnic groups territorialized as tribes were somehow natural. Yet the ethnic nations these writers cherish did not necessarily exist as territorialized groups before colonialism. Ethnic political communities were created by colonizers drawing lines between culturally distinct peoples and subjecting them to law said to be customary. The tribal governance that activists seek to protect reflects the politicization of cultural identity. These are not the political communities of pre-colonial times. The challenge facing anti-colonialists, then, is to reimagine political community without colonial categories and reform polities on this basis. This is the challenge of decolonizing the political, stripping away the nation, or the tribe as nation, as a locus of political identification and commitment. My principal objective has been to elucidate this challenge. In place of the nation, I have argued, we might imagine a new political community, one that would acknowledge changes that marked the colonial period and engage these productively. To decolonize the political does not mean that the effects of colonization go ignored. As we have seen, such ignorance tends to ensure the continuation of those effects. For instance, this ignorance has left human rights advocates in the strange position of defending the colonial relic of tribal governance. My second objective has been to show that the extreme violence characteristic of the post-independence era is testimony to the failure to meet this challenge, a failure that owes much to widespread understanding of this violence as criminal. Such violence needs to be understood as political rather than merely criminal. To recognize extreme violence as political is to recognize that it is mobilized by constituencies organized around issues, not by perpetrators. Perpetrators are living weapons deployed by the constituency, the permanent majority known as the nation. Key to engaging these constituencies is a political process rather than a confrontation on the battlefield or in the courtroom. Battle is the route to ethnic cleansing, while the tribunal at most ejects perpetrators from the political process while leaving unchanged the constituency they served. Neither armed conflict nor criminalization can decolonize the political. Indeed, both prolong the political effects of post-colonial modernity by pretending to solve the problems it creates. In this final chapter, I historicize the criminal and political models whereby we might respond to extreme violence and underline the theoretical import of the case studies in the book. I begin with what the two models have accomplished and what it would mean to follow one or the other in the future. The criminal model emerges as a means of preserving the privileges of the nation under the nation-state paradigm. By severing violence from the political constituencies it serves, the criminal model leaves those constituencies undisturbed. They can continue to pursue their goals, the aggrandizement of the nation, without reckoning with the extreme violence that is the source of their privileges. On this view, violence is an aberration. Once its perpetrators are punished, the status quo ante, marked by the nation-state, is restored. The political model, by contrast, asks us to see violence as an act of constructing the political community. Rather than aberrational, it is essential. Violence is a means of defining who is a member and who is not, where the boundaries of the community lie. As such, political violence tells us that something is amiss in the political community, someone who wants membership is being denied, someone who is a member wants to expel others. Political violence contests boundaries of membership in both these ways. If we take seriously the political model, we come to the realization that the solution to political violence can never be criminalization, for criminalization ignores the problems of membership that political violence otherwise reveals. But nor are we condemned to endless violence over the boundaries of membership. There is another way to negotiate these boundaries, the political process. The obstacle to the political process is the nation-state. By establishing the nation as the permanent majority, the nation-state renders the political process moot. In states calling themselves democracies, members of the permanent minority may vote, but they cannot exercise sovereignty. The achievement of their goals can come only as a gift from the permanent majority. Only by decoupling the nation from the state can there be democracy, a scenario in which shifting coalitions of interest, constructed through persuasion, hold sway. As it is, power in nation-states lies always with those who identify with the nation, not with coalitions that assemble through a political process. A brief review of my case studies shows as much. This review also helps us think forward. History can be a guide to theory, and the two together can illuminate a reform agenda. The decoupling of state from nation begins with a retelling of the history of the modern nation-state. In this retelling, the seemingly permanent categories of settler and native, majority and minority, are made provisional. They are exposed as products of modernity's obsession with civilization and progress. As the agents of political modernity, empire, and the nation-state realized this obsession by assigning civilization to the nation and backwardness to others, groups delineated by their appearance and by their history and culture. Identification with the nation entails nothing more or less than identification with the civilizing mission of modernity, discarded under indirect rule colonialism and then re-embraced under post-colonialism. Fortunately, this identification can be undermined. It was, to an extent, in South Africa. Closer attention to history can help to undermine it further in South Africa, and elsewhere in the United States, Israel/Palestine, Sudan/South Sudan, and beyond. Norbert Elias writes of a Chinese visitor to Europe during the Middle Ages, who remarked on how civilized Europeans used miniature weapons to eat at the table. This visitor noted on the basis of his observations that the warrior class appeared to set the model of European culture. 1 That view may be reductionist, but something in it rings true. Europeans have spent hundreds of years spreading civilization with the power of arms. They have everywhere dominated the people they called natives in the name of civilization, unless, as in Israel, they called themselves natives. The lesson has sunk in, leading those violently subjugated to seek sanctuary in nation-states of their own. That is what Ashkenazi Jews did in Palestine and what so-called Arab settlers did in Sudan and what so-called natives did in South Sudan. Tribal leaders in North America and South Africa have not sought their own nation-states, for they lack the power to do so. But they, too, have learned civilization, turning to racism and tribalism to sustain residual colonial privileges. It is long since time that the modernist ideology of civilization was universally discredited, and, to that end, the nation-state form that enacts this ideology. Replacing the nation-state with the mere state, a legal sovereign, with equal treatment of citizens, does not mean there is no more diversity in the world. It means that diversity is no longer politicized. The nation is not the group, it is the term modernity European, colonial, post-colonial uses to describe the group deemed civilized, and the state is the legal apparatus it uses to achieve its ends. History makes abundantly clear that culture is not nationhood. Nationhood is the instrumentalizing of culture for purposes of domination. We can have culture without nations, we can have states without nations, but we can only have democracy without the nation-state. Political violence. A central question in political theory is what constitutes politics. What is the political? What does it mean for something to be politicized? How is the political produced? How and why does a political formation come to have a particular shape and membership? At a minimum, we can think of politics as a negotiation over the boundaries of membership in a communal formation. A corollary is that politics is produced through historical processes, specifically, historical contests over membership, which have often taken the form of violence. To understand the production of the political as a historical process, then, we need to grasp the relationship between political violence and political order. In particular, we need to understand the relationship between political violence and the formation of states. But this effort is stymied when we think of violence in the public domain as criminal rather than political. When violence perpetrated on behalf of the state or against the state is framed as irrational, antisocial, or pathological, its political content is ignored. Its role in building and contesting boundaries of political membership goes unseen. The criminal model, associated with Nuremberg and its successors in the human rights realm, is invested in this depoliticization of violence. Criminalization configures state-related violence as excess, something that occurs outside the realm of politics. State agents perpetrate atrocities for which they alone are responsible. Anti-state agents perpetrate terrorism, for which they, again, are responsible. Neither is seen as engaged in building or contesting the boundaries of the political community. Instead, both state and anti-state agents are subjected to trial and punishment, with the goal of curbing or eliminating criminality and thereby demonstrating the continuing viability of the political community. Viability manifest in the triumph of the rule of the law and the revealed capacity of the state to secure the moral good of justice for victims. The criminal model, therefore, perpetuates the status quo ante by overcoming the aberration of violence and restoring normalcy. The criminal model enjoins us to view state violence as righteous, since it is authorized by law. Only unofficial violence is evil, especially when it disrupts law and order and presents a normative challenge to our values. This explains why at Nuremberg it was so important that only individual Germans, not the German state, be held accountable and that they be subject to what appeared to be a legal process. Since the state itself is blameless, the Third Reich could no more be held criminally responsible for its acts than could the Allies, who had spent years bombing civilians and were then in the process of the largest ethnic cleansing effort in history, resulting in the deaths of 500,000 Germans. And since accountability took the form of a tribunal on the basis of laws said to be universal, the Allies could present themselves as upholding values shared by all people, in particular the rule of law. The state is thus served by the criminal model in two ways. First, the criminal model absolves the state of responsibility for violence. Second, the criminal model treats all violence committed by non-states as criminal and therefore lacking in political content. This involves a conflation of two different kinds of violence: on the one hand, violence that transgresses the law and thus can be punished by enforcers of the law; on the other, violence that challenges the law itself as unfair and unjust, thus requiring reflection on the justness of the law. Criminal justice is the appropriate response in the former case, where the fairness of the rule is not at issue. In the second case, the transgression of the law is better described as an act of disobedience, whether civil or not, than as a crime. As such, it is a political rather than a criminal act. But criminalization moots the political agenda, insulating the state from calls for reform. The political model, by contrast, acknowledges that, far from a transgression of the normal state of things, violence is itself normal. It is not excess, it is one of the ways in which politics is done. This is not to say that political violence is to be celebrated, but rather that it is inevitable. It is how we got here. Because political violence seeks to define or redefine the boundaries of the political community, it is foundational in the making of such communities. Instead of simply preventing violence by punishing the violator, we can try to learn from the violence, for it has the capacity to teach something, that the political order is provoking grievances, which might be productively engaged through reform. Political violence points over and over to layers of exclusion, racial, ethnic, religious, that call for a new political order that would include the victims of the previous era. The relationship between political violence and political reform is dialectical. Political violence can be prevented through reform and can pave the way to reform. At this point, the question that naturally arises is whether the political model, no less than the criminal, condemns us to endless violence. Whereas the criminal model, by failing to address grievances, ensures that they will continue, the political model seems poised to produce cycles of violence and reform. As long as the state form continues to be pegged to the nation, new grievances will arise over time as people learn to think differently about their place in the political community. Not only that, but yesterday's victim is likely to seek benefits and become tomorrow's perpetrator. Once the victim's grievance is satisfied through his elevation to membership in the political community, he will be in a position to prevent others' access, even as he retains the narrative of victimhood. The new member, still perceiving himself as a victim, becomes invested in protecting his membership even at the expense of others' membership. We see this dynamic play out in each of the examples covered in the previous chapters. In the United States, South Africa, and South Sudan, peoples victimized under colonization seek to maintain the exclusionary benefits of tribal membership. In Israel, the victim of the Jewish question became the perpetrator of the Palestinian question. Yet this very cyclical dynamic may also point the way forward. Each of these cases shows that the identities of victim and perpetrator are not, as the criminal model would have it, frozen. If reform only addresses the victim, it will essentially do the work of the criminal model, reinforcing the political order that provoked grievance in the first place. We see this vividly in the case of denazification. The major political reform that followed the Holocaust was the founding of the State of Israel. But this reform addressed only the needs of Jewish victims, while leaving in place the structures of the nation-state, structures that victimized the Jews and that Israeli Jews then embraced in the course of victimizing non-Jews in Palestine. True reform addresses all those who have survived the violence: victim, perpetrator, bystander, beneficiary. Only when all of these groups are understood as survivors will we be prepared to lay responsibility where it belongs, with the political institutions that provoke grievance. Reimagined as survivors, enemies can become adversaries, no longer at war but instead able to work out differences through the political process. But why is this sort of reform so hard to achieve, leaving us with persistent political violence? Victims' justice is part of the problem. It is the flip side of victors' justice. Their common ground is revenge, and their common inclination is to exclude the perpetrator from the political community, preventing the collective re-identification of the survivors. Yet the problem runs even deeper than victims' justice, which is, after all, just a tool. I submit that the deeper problem is the structural tension baked into the nation-state. The nation-state itself prevents the subordination of violence to nonviolent political action, for it renders effective nonviolent political action impossible in many cases. This is because the nation-state is inherently undemocratic and opposed to the rule of law, whereas democracy and the rule of law are the essential tools of nonviolent reform. Rather than ensure that all residents of the sovereign territory have access to the nonviolent political process, the nation-state serves the national majority while excluding and marginalizing minorities from the political process. The relationship between state and nation produces a vicious cycle, whereby the nation imagines the state as its protector and aggrandizer, the state fulfills this role, and the nation's investment in the state's bestowals of privilege only intensifies. The nation-state is born to serve the nation, and in doing so makes itself indispensable to the nation, disabling the minority's reform efforts. The result is that the minority can only pursue reform through violence. The conclusion, then, is that the potential to escape interminable political violence lies in decoupling state from nation. The termination of juridical apartheid in South Africa provides a sense of direction here. So do the various unrealized visions I have described, those of American Indian statehood, homegrown German anti-fascism, the New Sudan, and Israel as a state of all its citizens. Each chapter shows how the construction and maintenance of the nation-state, the project born of the embrace of political modernity, has relied upon and fostered violence, and points to decolonization of the political as the solution. Denazification is properly a form of decolonizing the political, for Nazism pursued modernity to its bloodiest end. Again, this decolonization is not simply independence from outside rule. It is an act of thinking, of imagination. It means dreaming up a political community that undoes the organic link between state and nation that has gelled over the past 5 centuries. Exactly what this new kind of state might look like is hard to say, but we can be certain that it will not predicate political membership the right of citizenship on national membership. The right of citizenship is the mother of all rights, yet all nation-states, post-colonial and otherwise, ensure that access to it is controversial, thereby fostering membership-oriented grievances. Access to the benefits of citizenship is contentious not only in Israel, South Sudan, and other post-colonies where simmering violence edges toward and spills into civil war, but also in North America, Europe, Australia, and New Zealand, where immigration is the political problem of the day. The literature on citizenship tends to ignore the role of the nation-state in provoking controversies surrounding citizenship. Political theorists debate whether citizenship is a matter of civic or ethnic belonging, a shared creed or a shared heritage, jus soli or jus sanguinis. But both sides of this debate presume the nation will be joined to the state. The difference between the two camps lies only in whether the borders of the nation are perceived as hard or soft. The ethnic notion, often identified as German, bases national identity on descent. This is a hard model of belonging, in which peoples are segregated from birth by walls of difference that cannot easily be overcome. The civic notion, identified as French, understands the nation as aggressively assimilationist. The state defines and promotes the national creed, and those who embrace that creed, including immigrants, become members of the nation. Clearly, given the histories of nation-states on both sides of this divide, neither option presents any kind of solution to persistent violence over the problem of political belonging. Imagining political community beyond the nation-state is therefore an urgent task. But it is not getting easier, in part because the true nature of political violence is only becoming more occluded. My sense of political violence as productive is not unique, it is merely passé. I am participating in a long tradition within political theory of looking to the objectives of violence. Where the objectives are political, the violence should be defined as political rather than criminal. But this convention has been set aside by the prevailing human rights community, which resuscitated the discredited Nuremberg model amid the euphoria that followed the end of the Cold War. With the question of politics settled once and for all, the end of history was upon us. We were told violence could no longer be political in nature. And, indeed, the criminal model makes perfect sense to the neoliberal mind that announced the end of history, for the criminal model represents all violence as an outcome of individual agency. The combination of neoliberal and human rights ideology is difficult to displace, not least because it is now instantiated in institutions like the International Criminal Court and the paradigm of the War on Terror. With so much weight behind criminalization, the political model, and its critique of political modernity and the nation-state, easily fades from view. Nuremberg after the Cold War, continuing victors' justice and the subversion of sovereignty. The failure of denazification signaled the demise of Nuremberg as a model response to extreme violence. In 1949, Ethiopia called on the United Nations to hold Italian fascists accountable for crimes there, but this was the last invocation of Nuremberg-style justice for decades. 2 Until the end of the Cold War, it was virtually unimaginable for a national or international tribunal to hold state officials criminally accountable for human rights violations. 3 From the standpoint of the development of international law, Nuremberg was considered a big step backward. As the Austrian jurist and legal philosopher Hans Kelsen put it, summarizing the dominant view in the immediate aftermath of the tribunals, if the principles applied in the Nuremberg trials were to become a precedent, then, after the next war, the government of the victorious states would try the members of the governments of vanquished states for having committed crimes determined unilaterally and with retroactive force by the former. Let us hope that there is no such precedent. 4. Yet that is exactly what happened after the end of the Cold War. In the words of Danilo Zolo, international law since the Cold War is a dual standard system whereby justice made to measure for the major powers operates alongside a separate justice for the defeated and the downtrodden. 5 In this brave new world, in the words of Rath Binod Pal, the Indian judge at the Tokyo Tribunal, only a lost war is a crime. 6 4 Nuremberg-style international tribunals have been set up since the end of the Cold War, the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia, the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda, the Supreme Iraqi Criminal Tribunal, and the extraordinary chambers in the courts of Cambodia. In these cases, as in Nuremberg, the courts tried only one side to the conflict, and there were no neutral judges. 7. These tribunals operate largely on the same principles as Nuremberg, with one significant exception: they do not invoke crimes against peace. At Nuremberg, aggressive war was designated the supreme international crime. Conviction of crime against peace could result in a death sentence. There is no great mystery as to why crimes against peace are no longer charged and tried by the descendants of Nuremberg. Today the major powers are no less given to aggressive war than in the past, albeit rebranded as humanitarian intervention. Counting aggression itself a war crime no longer serves the purposes of history's winners. Crimes against peace also are pointedly omitted from the Rome Statute, which governs the International Criminal Court. The ICC, established in 2002, seemingly inscribes many other principles of Nuremberg in international law, although in truth and like the Nuremberg tribunals it is a political body doing the bidding of the great powers. Today, these are the veto-holding powers on the UN Security Council. Per the Rome Statute, the Security Council sets ICC's agenda. As the Indian delegate to the Rome Convention argued in 2002, the Security Council's authority guarantees that the ICC will never bring a case against any of the veto-holding powers. 8 In practice the court has confirmed these fears and more, extending impunity not just to the veto holders but also to their protégés and clients, the outstanding case being Israel. The ICC should be seen both as building on the provisions of Nuremberg and as diluting them, a combination that has led to its further politicization. As noted, The Rome Statute prevents the ICC charging the crime of aggression. The statute acknowledges that crime, but only nominally, for it bars the court from exercising jurisdiction over the crime of aggression until the Assembly of Nations which have ratified the statute has adopted an amendment to the statute itself defining the crime of aggression. No such amendment has been adopted. Should it be, it would be meaningless, for all it would do is add another weapon to the arsenal of the Security Council's permanent members. The ICC cannot carry out investigations into the responsibility of individuals for the crime of aggression without the consent of the Security Council, which must pass a resolution declaring that aggression has occurred. What is more, the Security Council can shut down any ICC investigation it wishes to. Article 16 of the Rome Statute confers upon the Security Council the power to have an initiative of the court prosecutor suspended for a year, and do so every year ad infinitum, if a resolution based on the provisions of Chapter 7 of the UN Charter deems it to be inopportune. 9. The ICC positively drips with bad faith. Its claim to dispense criminal justice in the absence of a political order is a smokescreen. How could it be otherwise? The enforcement of criminal justice logically presupposes a juridical authority that is unthinkable in the absence of a political authority. Criminal justice and rule of law simply cannot exist without a framing political order. The ICC's claim to do justice in the absence of the state or where the state has been destroyed, or is being constructed in a transitional process merely clarifies that it is operating as an arm of other states, to which it provides political cover. These states are either ruling as colonial powers or acting in the name of an international law to which they themselves are not subject. One way or the other, the ICC masks their control in the international arena, depoliticizing it by claiming to enact law. Clearly, this way of doing justice cannot solve political problems that generate political crimes. Indeed, one should not assume that the powers that do this kind of justice are interested in solving actual political problems. The criminal process provides interested powers a way into the very engine of politics of a country or a region, thus putting those powers in a privileged position to influence developments. These powers therefore have an interest in permanently maintaining the political problems in question. Permanent trouble creates the conditions for powerful states' ongoing involvement in the troubled regions or countries. This explains why, in certain cases, these same powers may seek to generate new problems, justifying their ongoing intervention. There is here a lesson for weak states victimized by the major powers through the ICC and other international bodies such as the International Monetary Fund. Without political reform, they will not have rule of law, and without rule of law they will not have sovereignty. States that cannot manage and contain violence through political reform will remain subjugated by foreign interests. Achieving sovereignty does require reform at the global level, but this will not be enough. Reform at the national and local level is equally necessary. This is one of the central messages of the political model. Political modernity in the post-colonial world. This book has proposed a new framework for understanding the emergence and scope of political violence and, based on that framework, political reform accounting for a community of survivors. The objective is to create more inclusive political communities by attending to the layers of exclusion racial, ethnic, religious that are a necessary outcome of the nation-state form shaped by political modernity. By defining majorities and minorities permanently, the nation-state puts paid to any democratic notion of politics. From a democratic point of view, majorities and minorities cannot precede the democratic process, rather, they must be its outcome. In that case, neither majority nor minority can be permanent. How can this political reform, encompassing all survivors, be achieved? First, by understanding the problem as illustrated by colonialism in the United States, Israel/Palestine, Sudan/South Sudan, and South Africa, and then by taking stock of efforts to work through the problem. My cases studies on this score are denazification and the South African moment. Below I briefly summarize the manner in which political modernity continues to hold sway in the United States, Israel/Palestine, and Sudan/South Sudan. Then I turn to the lessons from South Africa and Germany that can inform decolonization of the political The U.S. colonial model. What is in a name? Specifically, what is in the name bestowed on natives? Should natives in America be called Native Americans or something else, like Indians? Each name evokes a different historical narrative. The term Native American evokes a narrative in which the United States represents the continuation of the political community that preceded it in the territory it claims. To call the colonized peoples of the United States Native Americans is to configure them as original inhabitants of the polity. But, of course, Indians were not the original inhabitants of the United States. They were original inhabitants of the land, not the polity. The Constitution's use of the term Indian reflects the fact that the peoples deemed native in U.S. territory were never Americans. Indeed, in the prevailing U.S. narrative, it is not possible that peoples in U.S. territory prior to the founding were Americans. The United States claims to repudiate and displace the political community that preceded it. The country sees itself as a rupture in history, something entirely new, not a conqueror, but the successor to a conqueror, which was the crown. This is a self-exculpating story. The United States is an ongoing conquest of Indians, not Native Americans. The Basic Law of Israel makes a claim similar to that of the Constitution. Zionists claim to be taking possession of the ancient land without continuing the pre-existing polity. Again, the land may be the same but the polity is not, which is why neither Indians in the United States nor Palestinians in Israel could become citizens of the new polity by birth. They had to be naturalized, returned to the state of nature to then apply to become citizens. This does not mean that the subjectivity of the settler in Israel and the United States is identical, for in Israel settlers do claim a continuity, evoking biblical history in order to assert nativity. But Israel maintains the U.S. model by repudiating what it considers an interim history, that of Palestine, and replacing it with a new polity on the same land. Because, on this view, there was never a Palestine, the law of return extends to Jews only, not to Palestinians. For the same reason, Palestinian citizens of Israel are not called Israeli Palestinians but Israeli Arabs. This history of creating new polities atop pre-existing societies is, I have argued, what distinguishes settlers from immigrants. Unlike immigrants, settlers seek to create a separate political community in which they enjoy an exclusive hold on political power. When settlers got political power, in Israel as in the United States, they renamed the world. In the United States, the settler became the immigrant, denying his conquest. In Israel the settler became native, assuring that the Palestinian was a squatter who had first to be civilized and then to be naturalized to become a citizen. In both the United States and Israel, settler migration stretching over decades drew on an expanding range of sources, necessitating continual redefinition of the nation. In the case of the United States, the nation transitioned from Anglo-Saxon to white, and the definition of whiteness expanded to include marginal groups like the Italians, the Irish, and the Jews. The period since the Civil War has witnessed a seesaw struggle between efforts toward, on the one hand, emancipation and, on the other, renewed subjugation of servile labor through Jim Crow and the new Jim Crow. But the unmistakable tendency is for African Americans to find their way into the nation. These transformations have become a source of pride for the United States, which celebrates its ability to embrace minorities, in particular women and the descendants of enslaved Africans. But while we may of course laud these shifts, the native minority lingers, slipping into invisibility. In the Israeli case, the sources that nourish Jewish society have gone beyond the Ashkenazim to include Sephardim, Ethiopians, and Mizrahim. As in the United States, the terms of assimilation were set by the original European settler population. Thus Mizrahim had to discard the language and culture they shared with Palestinians. They could keep only their religion, because it is what they shared with the original settlers. This became their entry point into Israeli nationalism, leading to the growth of a religious Zionist movement. Israeli and American settlers have offered similar, if always malleable, solutions to the problem of the native. As in the United States, where Indians are subject to rule by congressional decree, Palestinians in Israel were subject to rule by decree during the 2 decades of military administration. Palestinians in the occupied territory remain under military administration. In both countries, natives have rights of political participation, the right to vote and to run for office, but they remain marginal to political power. Their civil rights were always provisional and so were often suspended. In both countries, the state has sought to manage the native as both a security risk at an individual level and a demographic risk as a minority. Individual natives have been surveilled and shackled, prevented from moving about, subjected to the dictatorship of overseers. As groups, their numbers have been kept low, so that the state could appropriate their land and turn it over to settlers. And in both cases, the natives have been subject to land laws that aim to turn over property to settlers. Only in 2018 did Israel depart from the American model. That year it formally announced itself as a Jewish state, rather than a Jewish and democratic state. In doing so it embraced its long-standing character as an apartheid state. That this declaration came in Israel testifies to a growing settler self-consciousness in the face of a robust struggle against Israeli occupation and Zionist exclusivism in historic Palestine. That the United States has made no similar statement about itself, is testimony to the nation-state's double success, the majority's amnesia regarding the historical process of conquest, alongside many Indians' acceptance that reservations are their tribal homelands and that these homelands are governed in customary fashion. Israel is hardly alone in adopting the U.S. colonial model. We saw that Hitler also learned ethnographic governance from the United States, which pioneered the ranking of types of citizenship. Until 1924, American Indians were considered nationals but not citizens. An even more tortured legal category was created for Puerto Ricans, defined as foreign to the United States in a domestic sense. These categories were, in spirit if not terminology, identical to that which the Nazis created for the Czechs, second-class citizens entitled to the protection of the state, but not to full political rights. America taught Hitler to admire the melting pot by ensuring that assimilation had firm racial limits. This racist limitation has continued to define the American social experience, emerging in sharper and softer focus, sharper today than in some time, under the presidency of Donald Trump. By the Second World War, the kind of racialized and ethnicized governance that America invented was standard practice in the colonies. South Africa was the last to formalize ethnographic governance, after the war, under the heading of apartheid. Colonial powers had come to define civil rights for the master race and customary rights for so-called tribes considered indigenous to the colonial districts or homelands assigned to them. Not surprisingly, independence opened the door to a bitter contest surrounding the meaning of indigeneity and the boundaries of the nation, leading to post-colonial civil wars that pitted one politicized tribe against another. The response of standard scholarship has been to point to this violence as proof of state failure in the face of societies riddled with primordial tribal factionalism, and the standard remedy has been to restore stateness, that is, the form of the nation-state. It is this restoration that is heralded in the literature as transitional justice, but the remedy only ensures a compounded failure. The two Sudans. In Sudan there were no settlers, but Arabs were created as surrogates, and the African South was turned into a native enclave protected from Arab influence. The larger Sudan inherited the political order left behind by British colonialism. Crafted as an antidote to the Mahdiyah, then reinforced in the aftermath of the Southern-led mutiny of the 1920s, this political order supplemented race with tribe as an essential category of colonial administration and law, closing off the south from the rest of Sudan and turning each tribe into a separate administrative territory. Rather than repudiate this administrative and political legacy, South Sudan embraced the principle of granting each tribe a separate homeland when it became independent in 2011. The fallout came with the civil war beginning in 2013. Thereafter came 17 failed attempts at a ceasefire. The 18th one, finalized in February 2020, managed to stick. It builds in the tribal principle of administration by allocating the presidency and 5 vice presidencies to each of 6 major tribes. Clusters of ministries are each assigned to a vice president, and a commission has been appointed to carve out every inch of the country into so many tribal homelands. The result will be the death knell of South Sudanese citizenship, in the sense that state-level citizenship will be irrelevant. All that matters from here is which tribe one belongs to, within the false state of South Sudan. With each homeland the preserve of a majority tribe, all residents of the homeland belonging to other tribes will be subject to discriminatory practices when it comes to accessing land and competing for public office or public employment. This project will make every citizen of South Sudan the member of a permanent majority in the appropriate tribal homeland and at the same time a member of a minority, not only in other tribal homelands, but also in a country of permanent minorities. The fate of South Sudan reinforces our larger reflection on decolonizing the political. We must assess critically both the internal character of the colonial state and the role of external prescriptions, including, and especially those packaged as transitional justice. South Sudan is a product of its own embrace of the nation-state model. It is also an outcome of a Western-led program of secession that aimed to secure Western interests in oil extraction and the war on terror, but which was cynically presented as securing self-determination for South Sudan. The false state was shepherded into being by the United Nations along with the Troika of the United States, Britain, and Norway, as Western activists cheered from the sidelines and congratulated themselves on enabling the ethnic cleansing project that birthed the state and continues there. Whereas in South Africa the end of the Cold War made room for internal forces to arrive at a political resolution, the end of the Cold War turned South Sudan into war booty. The winning side chaperoned South Sudan through a hasty transition process that merely turned the supposedly independent state into a dependency of the United Nations, which abandoned its charge in 2013 when the makeshift political arrangement harkening back to colonial tribalization exploded. It is worth recalling that Franz Neumann and Herbert Marcuse argued against what they considered a superficial approach to denazification combining regime decapitation followed by a superimposition of democratic structures on the German polity. The social foundations for such a system did not yet exist in Germany, they argued. They called for a deeper, more disruptive, and revolutionary approach born of internal forces. 11 Many wonder if such internal forces in South Sudan, represented by John Garang and his supporters, were deliberately squelched. After all, Garang's New Sudan vision was very much at odds with the realpolitik goals of the United States and the equally narrowly focused aims of the men who went on to become South Sudan's leading politicians. A two-sided reckoning, internal and external, in the two Sudans would entail the kind of decolonization that has been attempted in South Africa. It would mean declaring independence from external forces, decolonization as it is typically understood. But even more so it would entail reckoning with the colonial legacy of local governance, including the privileging of tribes as political agents. It would mean scrapping the 18th Agreement and replacing it with a governing structure that does not distinguish citizens by tribal identity. Ultimately it does not matter so much whether Sudan is one, two, or more states. As long as the people of Sudan are organized in the image of the nation-state, they will never know peace and equality. Decolonization, lessons from Germany and South Africa. What kind of life can there be in the aftermath of political catastrophe? I have explored two options, denazification in Germany and the end of apartheid in South Africa. The German debate focused on the relationship between culture and politics, which was at the same time a discussion on the nation and the state. Was Nazism to be blamed on German culture or on a deviant political class? A state gone awry? The American claim that Germany was defeated, not liberated, on May 8, 1945, suggested that the problem lay in the nation rather than the state. All Germans, not just their leaders, were responsible for National Socialism and the atrocities it perpetrated. Both strands of U.S. responses, one associated with Treasury Secretary Henry Morgenthau, the other with Secretary of War Henry Stimson, reached this conclusion. Morgenthau called for an institutional version of victims' justice, a form of revenge that would return Germany to the pre-industrial age. Stimson favored a more individualized, neoliberal version of victims' justice, calling on the Allies to identify, charge, convict, and punish each perpetrator. Stimson's program won out, then failed. Morgenthau's would have, too, for neither recognized that Nazism was a nation-state project, neither exclusively cultural nor exclusively political, but both. Nazism mobilized the national majority around specific political issues. Denazification would thus have to be a political project. A program that recognized this was proposed by Newman, Marcuse, and other leftist intellectuals. To be durable, the German reckoning with the past would have to be internal. They called for a widespread program that would dismantle German monopolies implicated in the Nazi project and at the same time promote democratization alongside denazification, relying on German anti-fascists supported by the Allies. This was a decoupling of state from nation, advancing the possibility of a state of no nation. A program much like the one proposed by Newman and Marcuse got off the ground in the East but was never begun in the West. That program became a casualty of the Cold War on both sides. With internal activists marginalized, the criminal model preferred by the victors defined the way forward. It is where internal social forces and processes took the lead that we witness the messiness of social action, with political will diminishing or expanding the space for political work. Such an example is provided by the end of juridical apartheid in South Africa. To understand what made this possible, I look to the process by which the anti-apartheid movement broke free of subjectivities nurtured by and under apartheid to produce an alternative politics. The South African moment involved a triple shift, from demanding an end to apartheid to offering an alternative to apartheid, from majoritarian representing the oppressed black majority to representing the whole people, and from resisting within the terms set by apartheid to redefining the very terms of how South Africa should be governed. Key to the South African example is the recognition that the search for justice will be successful only if it is preceded by the pursuit of a new political order. Forces internal to South Africa made gains toward justice at the Convention for a Democratic South Africa in the early 1990s, but they were able to do so because they had already undermined apartheid's political order through the revision of racialized political identities and the mobilization of the dispossessed. We can draw a number of important lessons from the anti-apartheid struggle. The first was expressed by Wynand Mallon, the Afrikaner member of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, who suggested in his minority report that reconciliation cannot be between perpetrators and victims, it can only be between survivors. Only survivors can shape a common future. This first lesson points to a second: no political identity is permanent. Afrikaners fought British imperialism but then became junior partners in the British-led 1924 Pact government that went on to implement apartheid. Later they joined the altogether different coalition that pushed to dismantle juridical apartheid. Black consciousness under Steve Biko dismantled the fences separating three colonized races: African, Indian, and colored. The anti-apartheid movement internalized novel political identity when it redefined its target from whites to white power, the state that reproduced white privilege. The new South Africa's flag, national anthem, and official narratives incorporate stories and symbols representing the once separate histories of Boer and Native. All of this defies the structural logic of apartheid. Thabo Mbeki memorialized that defiance in his speech "I Am an African," when he introduced the new post-apartheid constitution in Parliament. The transition to a new political order was evident in the very language used to describe that order. His language did not suggest a turning of the tables, whereby the last would become first and the first become last. There was no talk of black rule replacing white. Rather, Mbeki spoke of an entirely new political order, new rules and expectations. His speech reflected the shift from majoritarian anti-apartheid politics toward non-racial democracy, which had won over crucial South African constituencies, white and black. That is why, when it came to the 1994 election, no more than a minuscule minority of the black population was willing to line up behind the Pan-Africanist Congress's strident call for a continuation of the armed struggle under the slogan "One settler, one bullet." The third lesson we can draw from the South African case is that the nation can give up the state. The permanent majority can give up its status and live another day. This was the lesson that white South Africans learned. Faced with the military stalemate surrounding apartheid and with a perceptible decline in white student and intellectual support for the apartheid project, first white civil society and then the state began seeking alternative ways of securing a homeland which did not involve their own monopoly over political power. This was not necessarily a product of moral revelation, there were pragmatic reasons to rethink the nation-state. The effort to maintain apartheid increasingly seemed detrimental to the durability of white presence in the state. The counterintuitive conclusion derived from the stalemate was that the continuing project of securing power was likely to jeopardize white claims to a homeland, whereas those claims could actually be secured by giving up the state project. A fourth lesson concerns the relationship between war and politics. Clausewitz underlined the continuity between them but ignored the differences. The battlefield and the courts are zero-sum arenas. One side's gain comes at equal expense to the other. Political engagement, in contrast, is a negotiation. In the context of compromise, both sides get something they want and forego something else. That politics is a continuation of war by other means is a half-truth. The very change of means testifies to the other half of the truth. When politics displaces war, enemies become adversaries. The final lesson concerns the place of the political in decolonization. Anti-colonial thought is both too much and too little invested in the political dimensions of decolonization. The excessive investment is reflected in the naive assumption that throwing off the yoke of foreign control is the first and key step in progress towards social justice. On this view, ousting the colonizer and declaring independence is the revolutionary act that inevitably precipitates social equality. Nothing of the sort happened in South Africa, where political change came about via compromises that maintained white privilege. Now we are left with critics who focus on the absence of social justice in South Africa while refusing to recognize the significance of the political reform that did occur. The end of legal apartheid and the introduction of non-racial democracy have not solved every problem in South Africa, but they have at last given South Africans the tools to solve those problems. Reform of the political order is a necessary step in the struggle for social justice. That struggle is ongoing, not least because, while the central state's racial architecture of exclusion has been addressed, the ethnic architecture of exclusion in the local state referred to as tribe remains largely untouched. The key to detribalization is democratizing the law apartheid sanctioned as customary. The maintenance of tribe speaks to a powerful and illuminating irony. It is in many ways the language of human rights that ensures the maintenance of tribe. With the tribal system reproduced under colonialism now wrongly assumed to be an African tradition, mistaken liberals argue for the preservation of tribe as a way to protect native custom. These human rights proponents are not alone. They share the blame with homegrown conservatives, white rural landholders and tribal chieftains, who have sought to preserve tribalism for their own economic gain. But this bizarre coalition of interests should give us pause and suggest the urgency of further political reform. It also signals a parallel with the maintenance of tribe in North America, where racist notions of tribal membership introduced by settlers are now protected by human rights and Indian rights activists claiming to preserve indigenous traditions. The same human rights mentality permeated the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, again undermining reform. Those who blame CODESA for its failure to pursue social justice might spare some of their fire for the TRC. CODESA made compromises, true, but the TRC gave away the farm while gaining nothing in return. The TRC actively undermined deracialization of society by focusing on individual perpetrators in the state while silencing discussion of apartheid's beneficiaries in society. By setting aside the everyday violence of apartheid, the TRC configured violence as excess, not as the norm on which the social project of apartheid was founded. It held individual officials accountable for violence that infringed apartheid law, but not for violence that was enabled by apartheid law. In doing so, it upheld the law that undergirded apartheid and secured apartheid as a form of the rule of law. Under these conditions, can white South Africans be blamed for failing to recognize that they were, as a group, beneficiaries of a violent colonial system that constantly oppressed non-whites? The TRC told white South Africans not to think about their privilege. It told them that the problem of apartheid was not systematic privilege for the national majority, and deprivation of the rest, but the excessive zeal of a few bad apples. By shunning the hard political challenge of separating petty from major beneficiaries of apartheid as Newman and Marcuse had proposed with regard to the beneficiaries of Nazism, the TRC left whites as a political bloc whose shared anxieties assured the political supremacy of white capital and landed interests. It is a good thing that the TRC was not the full extent of the post-apartheid transition. Its zero-sum logic victim or perpetrator, innocent or guilty, might have prolonged the conflict that Codesa brought to an end. Zero-sum logic ill-fits the context of a civil war. A civil war can end in a renegotiated union or in ethnic cleansing, separate states for separate peoples. The logic of Nuremberg and the TRC drives parties in the civil war to seek military victory lest they be the outcast, and ensures the separation of yesterday's perpetrators and victims into separate political communities that refy the nation-state. For all its flaws, Codesa was sensitive to the context of the South African situation. This is another reason to look to the South African moment and not to human rights in our efforts to decolonize the political context is considered a distraction from establishing the universality of human rights, which insists on the same victors/victims justice in every circumstance. Codesa, by contrast, emerged from the understanding that there was no victor in South Africa. There were enemies who might become adversaries, if only they were enabled to participate together in the same political order. While the TRC pointed fingers at a handful of apartheid's collaborators, Codesa pointed to a new day. Lessons for Israel/Palestine. The Jewish predicament in Germany and, by extension, Palestine, has been the subject of sustained deliberation by German Jewish intellectuals, Hannah Arendt most prominent among them. Arendt traced the interwar crisis in Europe to the structurally explosive character of the nation-state. The nation and the state were committed to achieving contradictory goals, she argued. If the state was pledged to ensure a rule of law, and thereby to protect the whole population, regardless of its pluralism, nationalists pledged to use the state to homogenize the population in the national image, even if that meant expelling minorities. Arendt concluded that the nation-state was an exclusionary device. Point 12. This critique led her to the fringes of Zionism, but no farther. Neither the Zionist mainstream nor its internal critics could bring themselves to contemplate a situation where Jews would live alongside a non-Jewish majority in Palestine, on the basis of democracy. It is for this reason that she rejected the idea of a binational state, which, in her words, would leave the Jews in the position of a permanent minority within a larger Arab empire. 13. Much as Arendt criticized nationalism, she was also steeped in it, unable to envision a state that was not a nation-state. This was in many ways the same tragic mindset that brought Zionists to Palestine in the first place, at once cast out by the modernist logic of the nation-state and committed to it as a refuge. Other critics of Zionism such as Judah Magnus and Edward Said rallied behind the pursuit of binationalism under the aegis of a single state. But such a form also fails to question the nationalist premise. It is not binationalism but de-Zionization that provides a thoroughgoing critique of Zionism. The call for de-Zionization by Motzman, Azmi Bishara, and others is a recognition that, in a democracy, the majority cannot be defined in racial, ethnic, or religious terms. A democratic majority has to be a political majority, an outcome of the political process and not its starting point. This is implicit in the emerging push among Palestinians for Israel to become a state of all its citizens. South Africa offers lessons for de-Zionization. Currently the most prominent Palestinian liberation project is the boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement, which consciously emulates the South African anti-apartheid boycott. But the anti-apartheid boycott was one dimension of the anti-apartheid movement, and not the main one at that. The South African moment was most of all a political engagement, one that went beyond earlier efforts to form cross-racial coalitions and instead mobilized a non-racial one. This movement did not simply make moral arguments about the wrongness of South African apartheid, as earlier activists had. It demonstrated what the alternative to that moral wrong looked like: diverse people working toward a united political future. Political organizing of this sort is beyond the scope of BDS as presently constituted. BDS's argument, though compelling, is limited to moral and legal domains. The movement abstains from political involvement. In effect, BDS asks bystanders to stand up and be counted as witnesses to moral horror, but it has yet to bring together Jewish and Palestinian opponents of Zionism in envisioning and creating a post-national future. This is a worthy challenge. Political society in Israel is not only diverse, including a range of opinion between the few who oppose Israeli apartheid and the many who support or sanction it, it is also rapidly shifting as Israeli apartheid hardens and the state strengthens its support of settlers in the West Bank. Instead of a politics that is responsive to the changing political conditions of Israeli society, BDS offers the comfort of an unflinching and unchanging moral stand. The approach has been remarkably successful in rallying international opinion against Israeli apartheid. But, so long as it abstains from politics, BDS cannot provide leadership to those who live under apartheid and have no choice but to look for allies, even the most temporary ones, in day-to-day struggles to survive and prevail. As the South African struggle showed, this requires a politics that refuses to accept the battle lines drawn by the adversary and is dedicated to isolating that adversary by providing its constituency with alternatives. To be sure, the forces of the South African moment made moral arguments against racism, dispossession, police violence, unequal education, injustice of every kind. But they also offered a political vision that would incorporate the vast majority of apartheid's beneficiaries, the counterparts of small Nazis in post-war Germany, so that they learned not to fear what might come. Whites in South Africa had to be persuaded that, while political reform might come at the expense of their monopoly on the state, it would not come at the expense of their lives and their thriving. Moralizing language alone does not achieve this. It asks people to recognize the wrongs committed in their name, but, to be effective, it must be wedded to a positive program of political change. With the passage of the Jewish State Bill, the time is right for a Hegelian synthesis that will join BDS's focus on external pressure with the internal focus of Bishara, his Ballad Party, and the growing cohort of Palestinians demanding a non-national Israel. The bill alienated not only non-Jewish Israelis, including Palestinians officially classified as Arabs, Druze, and Bedouin, but also Jews uncomfortable with the state's unequivocal commitment to apartheid and its retreat even from the rhetoric of democracy. Their discomfort is no doubt heightened by Israel's rightward policy moves, backed by the Trump administration. The Zionist far-right no longer hides its maximalism, its desire for a second Nakba, targeting Palestinians in Israel proper and in the occupied territories, is plain as day. As the state becomes more and more the domain of religious zealots and secular racists, an increasing number of Jews are already asking the moral questions BDS wants them to. These are the Jews who can be mobilized in a political struggle, as long as they are persuaded that they do not need to fear what the post-Zionist state will mean for themselves. They need a credible alternative to a Zionism that claims that its unjust and inhumane ways are the price that must be paid to protect Jews in a tough neighborhood. The Palestinian moment will arrive when enough Israeli Jews are confident that they will be counted among Zionism's survivors. The South African lesson for Palestine and Israel is that historic Palestine can be a homeland for Jews, but not for Jews only. The Palestinian challenge, the challenge for the democratic left as a whole, is to persuade the Jewish population of Israel and the world that the long-term security of a Jewish homeland in historic Palestine requires the dismantling of the Jewish state, much as the long-term security of a white homeland in South Africa required the dismantling of South Africa as a white state. This challenge may seem insurmountable at present, for two reasons. First, because neither official America nor official Israel is yet convinced that a military solution will not work in Israel. Second, because Jews in Israel are not yet convinced that they have an option other than Zionism. To convince them is a political project, not a military, legal, or moral one. Success requires the conviction that, when it comes to the realm of politics, nothing can be ruled out as impossible. Africans know this well, just look at what happened in 1994. That year brought to Africa two political earthquakes that defied expectation, the end of apartheid in South Africa and of the genocide in Rwanda. 10 years earlier, if you had told African intellectuals and activists that a decade hence there would be reconciliation in one of these countries and a genocide in another, the vast majority would have failed to identify the countries correctly. Why? Because in 1984 the South African Army had occupied most key black townships, while Rwanda was the site of an attempted reconciliation. In 10 years everything changed. A lot could change in Israel in 10 years, too, especially if the Zionizing forces continue to build strength in Israel proper, the occupied territories, and the Palestinian diaspora. Of course, Israel is not South Africa. Unlike in South Africa, most of the national minority was expelled from Palestine. As Mwalimu Julius Nyerere, former president of Tanzania, told an Egyptian magazine in 1984, the South Africans are in their own country. But the Palestinian plight is more terrible and unjust. They have been deprived of their own country, they are a nation without a land of their own. 14. South. The road ahead is tough. There is a lot of ground to make up. Still, difficult things have been achieved before. Neither settlers nor natives. Throughout this book, I have put forward some ideas on what decolonization of the political could mean in terms of practical policies. In the United States this would involve full and equal individual rights for all citizens, whether they live within or outside Indian reservations. It would involve the abolition of reservations and their replacement with a constitutionally defined form of autonomy, akin to that of individual states of the Union. This autonomy would mean an end to congressional rule by decree, and its corollary, the exclusion of autonomous Indian communities from representation in both houses of Congress. These communities would be empowered to make local laws in place of the federally sanctioned, Bureau of Indian Affairs, supervised regime of customary laws. Finally, decolonization of the political would incorporate reparations for the wrongs done over centuries, a measure of social justice for Indians and for descendants of enslaved Africans as well as for Mexicans and Puerto Ricans forcibly incorporated into the United States. Only the state, not charitable individuals, can pay these reparations, for it is the state that sanctioned wrongs necessitating restitution. In Israel, the de-Zionized state would protect and uphold the rights of all its citizens, replacing national institutions ensuring Jewish privilege with state structures that treat citizens equally. Critically, all refugees would have the right to return. Here, too, a measure of social justice is essential, reparations for those whose land has been expropriated since the formation of the state. Finally, in South Africa and South Sudan, decolonizing the political requires the depoliticization of tribal identity. This means that tribal affiliation is unrecognized in law and has no effect on who receives state benefits or suffers legal constraints. As elsewhere, reparations for the historically disadvantaged and excluded should come from the state. But I do not want to be prescriptive concerning what post-national states should do. The core challenge is to explore a form of the state other than that of the nation-state, one that will make possible a democratic and inclusive order and a way out of the cycle of civil wars. To avoid a prescriptive approach, the starting point of this exploration needs to be an analysis of actual historical experience and an understanding of political theory that illuminates the historical ground. I do not propose decolonization of the political because it is the sure route to the good society that political theory aims to articulate. I do so because a historically anchored theory shows how the manufacture of the nation-state under political modernity has undermined the promises of democracy and inclusion. In theory, modernity promises the light of civilization and progress everywhere. In actual historical experience, modernity European, colonial, and post-colonial looks like nothing so much as the ongoing violence and oppression wrought by states conjoined with nations. To rethink the political community created under modernity demands a change in historical perspective. This is the prerequisite to theorizing our lived predicament, a process that begins with epistemic change, a new narrative of how this predicament came to pass. In Chapter 1, I offered a version of a new autobiography of the United States, as the first settler colony rather than the first new nation. From this autobiography flows a very different way of thinking about the political identities that Americans occupy, not natives and immigrants but natives and settlers. That first dyad makes it seem as though Europeans and others moved to the continent to take part in the society that already existed there. But nothing could be further from the truth. Europeans destroyed that society and replaced it with their own. Then they built a state to do European society's bidding. Understanding this precedes the decolonization of the United States, the erasure of settlers and natives as opposed identities and their replacement with the singular identity of survivors. In Israel, the new autobiography incorporates the Jewish question in Europe and the historical connection of Palestinians to Eretz Israel. This historical narrative need not ignore the historical connection of Jews to the land, it just acknowledges that this connection is not exclusive. Zionism reduces the legacy of Jews in Palestine to one of sovereignty, whereas the historical reality is larger than that. It includes Jews who gladly lived there without sovereignty. Zionism erases them, as it has forms of Jewishness that do not comport with the official Ashkenazi line. At the same time, that official line must be excavated and reconsidered, so that its origins are traced to an accommodation with political modernity, not Jewish nativity in Palestine. De-Zionization begins with the recognition by Israeli Jews that Zionism invites anti-Jewishness into their lives, the nationalist hatred that sought and achieved their removal from Europe. There is no reason that Jews should be natives or settlers in historic Palestine. In the absence of Zionism, Jews can be immigrants there, welcome residents in a historic homeland. Decolonizing the political in Sudan and South Sudan also begins with a new history from the inside that rethinks the relation between the external and the internal. Sudan and South Sudan are colonized by the political order Britain created for and imposed on them. Today, Sudanese and South Sudanese impose this order on themselves. The identities born of these orders seem permanent, but they become malleable when they are recognized as historical objects. South Africans have done this historical work. They have denaturalized the racialized political identities produced by their long colonial subjugation. Nativity, however, remains a source of strife. The next step is to denaturalize tribe. This is another project that demands new history. There are powerful forces aligned against the kind of historical endeavor I am proposing. The universalism of the human rights campaign demotes history to mere context, irrelevant to criminal justice. Neoliberalism, the handmaiden of human rights, depoliticizes everything. In the neoliberal view, the only group identity that is presumed to exist and, indeed, is naturalized is that of the nation. And then there is modernist political theory, which naturalizes and universalizes the nation and assumptions of progress regardless of the specific histories of the various peoples and places political thinkers write about. But neoliberalism, for all its seeming domination, does not get the last laugh. For now, modernity does, whether in its European, colonial, or post-colonial form. For 500 years, modernity has defined every political project as the elevation of the civilized, with the nation defined as civilized. To be the nation, in this scheme, is to be justified in privileging oneself. This vision has proven durable through centuries of political transformation. Recognizing this history gives us the power to change perspectives and reality. The history of political modernity tells those of us who identify with the nation that we have been co-opted. The nation is not inherent in us. It overwhelmed us. Political modernity led us to believe we could not live without the nation-state, lest we not only be denied its privileges but also find ourselves dispossessed in the way of the permanent minority. The nation made the immigrant a settler and the settler a perpetrator. The nation made the local a native and the native a perpetrator, too. In this new history, everyone is colonized settler and native, perpetrator and victim, majority and minority. Once we learn this history, we might prefer to be survivors instead.